God, it was. Sorry. Stream on my side monitor was like mad far behind. I was looking at it and I was like, what the fuck's going on? It says that the timer's done, but it's not. How's it going, lads? Welcome back. Can unmute the game now. Welcome. So, let's not waste a whole lot of time on this one. Let me fix my mic real quick. Let's not waste too much time. The streams will be much more consistent now. I have no school. School's finished, so don't have to worry about classes cutting into anything anymore. Let me find this right quick. Boom. Okay. So there was a lot of stuff that that happened, I guess. The problem is, one, I have no fucking clue where this chapter is going. It seems to be all over the place. And secondly, half of the stuff that's in the chapter is hard to believe. Rina, as a character, is an unreliable narrator. I can't trust anything that she says. I am much more trusting in Takano. And part of me is thinking that maybe Takano is not guilty. She's always given off like a very suspicious vibe. But part of me now thinks that maybe it's not actually what I originally thought. I will say there's still like massive suspicion with her in regards to Tomatake's death. To be fair, we don't know her reasoning if she is the killer. The funny thing is, what I was thinking is that maybe there's some potential that that Takano is like a messenger, if that makes sense. That she might not actually be the one that's committing the murder. She might just be the one that's disposing of the body. We already know for a fact that Tomotage was killed by multiple people, right? And given that we know he had the suicide drug injected into him, there seems to be like a pretty good potential that he is that he was killed by someone within the three families, potentially Rika. I think Rika is very suspicious. The more this game goes on, the more I get more and more suspicious of her. But I don't remember how much of this was done because it's been so long between each of the streams. I don't know which part was I don't know where we stopped and what was started. Let me see. I want to say it was like the murder happened in the last session, so we'll say that it's like this. There's a lot. A lot of this is sort of just like writing down events that happened. So we don't really care about a lot of the stuff in regards to like Rina as in the mom. Or not the mom, I guess the stepmom or the father's girlfriend. What we want to, what we wonder is here. So we know that in this chapter, Rina has killed 2 people. So we're gonna go from this point on. We'll read all the stuff here. So there was one of the tips. So this is the one thing I wanted to talk about was within the junkyard. Now I know that this wasn't where it happened in the other thing. It looked like he was killed in the middle of town, but at the very start of chapter 1, there's a scene talking where Keiichi's like, "My love is killing me," or something like that. It might not have been Keiichi, actually. It could have been someone else entirely, right? We assume it was Keiichi because of who he played, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. So I guess I could put... We'll put that it's assumed to be him. We have no guarantee. It could very well be someone else, and we're witnessing another event. But so this scene, for some reason, also reminded me of the very first scene, the start of chapter 1. Looking back, it seems more and more like it was Rina killing Keiichi. Maybe it was foreshadowing some event in the future. The only thing that bothers me is I remember Keiichi talking about it being the girl he loved or something. In my eyes, the game seems to be setting that up to be Mion. Hell yeah. So we'll see. So now this is where we started learning about the Rika stuff with the tip. So, Rika drinks wine when Satoko goes away. That wasn't really too important, but Rika says that her body would be burned and cut into pieces, but that at least she'll get to die peacefully and quickly. Whoever the person she was talking to seemed to be aware of this as well. When Rika told them it was their fault, they seemed to acknowledge it. I think the unnamed person Satoko, it's not really possible to know. Whoever that is definitely going to be pretty important. Sounds like it's a pretty young kid, and I would assume it would be Satoko, but they did never say the name, and she just says again that, she's fated to die a week after Watanagashi. Which again, raises more suspicions because, again, in every timeline, she hasn't died except for maybe Chapter 2, and I don't even know the details of when exactly that was in Chapter 2, but she hasn't died. She's died in the week, but not like a week after exactly. Rina dismembered, blah 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 blah, da-da-da-da-da-da. Rina admits to everyone that she killed Teppei, and I hate that their names are the same. They did this with Mion and Shion and Rina. The scene from the start about her talking about being a clown on the stage or something was this part. And now this is the big thing here, right? If Rina was this forthcoming about being a murderer in this chapter, I question if she has been in the past, because it seems like she would confide in her friends. And then I do put a caveat here. It's a different timeline. It's hard to know. Maybe she only confesses because we found the bodies in the fridge, right? And she never would have otherwise. So it casts some suspicion on whether or not Rina actually has deeper involvement later on. Rina spilled the beans about Satoshi killing his aunt to everybody. She's airing everybody out about their fuck-ups, blah 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 blah. Keiichi's kind of spitting back, justifying her sin by acting as if it was her only choice because she distrusted her friends, blah, blah, blah. We remember we assembled the cringe Avengers to help Rina hide the corpses of Teppei and Rina. We buried them in the mountains in Yagauchi. And this is where I wonder if the murder of Tomitake is similar to what is happening now. We know he was killed by a group. We know Rika had the same suicide drug he was injected with. It would make sense if it was them minus Keiichi in the other chapters. Perhaps Tomitake isn't a good guy. This is what I was saying about Takano, is that maybe she learns something about Tomitake. There has to be a reason why he's dying, right? There has to be some he's Tomitake is dying. They're not just gonna... He's not just gonna turn up dead every chapter for no reason. Same for Takano. There has to be a reason that they die. We play Zoichi for at least a little bit. Tsunade Watanagashi comments that Rina seems to be distant compared to everyone in the friend group. She still isn't really fitting in because, Now, this is sort of funny because, considering that she had actually been there for a long time. But, Might get some answers about Tomitake's death. They found his bike at the scene. This definitely makes me think Takano because, again, because, again, we know that Takano had his bike in Chapter 3 when Keiichi was coming back from killing Teppei and she ran along Takano. He saw the bike in there. And I remember this specifically because she said it was his bike. She didn't have one because Hinamizawa doesn't have public transport. Now, there is a little bit of a question mark on that because we know Takano, she might not live in Hinamizawa, but she works in Hinamizawa. She works with Airi, so this is a pretty bad lie. But furthermore, if his bike was found at the scene, there's two possibilities. Either we found Takano in Chapter 3 before she dumped it, which I think is more likely, and that Tomitake's body was probably in the trunk at the time, which is what we theorized back then. Now, this was the weird thing. We don't really care. This is where shit gets interesting, and this is where we start to get into, the chapter's events not really making much sense anymore. There was a weird comment about how I will find an exit to this maze, and something along the lines of no matter what I do, Jiro Tomitake dies every year. I'm guessing this is Keiichi, but why are we getting a fourth wall break? So... the timelines maybe don't matter as much as I've put into them, but I will still keep doing that going forward. It seems like Keiichi or whoever said that line has they have some omniscience about them because they know about other events that have happened. It could potentially be Rika. She seems to know that stuff. But it's it's a Groundhog Day type thing, we're just repeating over and over and over. So, a little bit hard to wade the water on that one. Now, this is where we're going to read everything, because this is where stuff starts to get interesting. Again, I have no fucking clue where this chapter is going, man. This chapter feels like it's all over the place, but we'll see. So, Rina began cutting, and when I say cutting, on your arm, because she was really depressed. Oishiro apparently came to her when she was cutting. She said that when she cut her neck, blood red maggots came out of the blood and tried to squirm back in her body after coming out. She said this is why she wanted to claw her neck out when she realized this. So this is a big thing, right? This is basically giving us the explanation of what that suicide drug does. The only thing I can think, because this is my thinking, I don't think sorry, let me slow down. I don't think this parasite theory that they've been talking about is necessarily real in the sense that, like, everybody in the village has the parasite. I don't know if I buy that. What I might be able to buy is that suicide drug is actually just, like, saline that's filled with, like, the parasite. And that, you know, then you get some injury when you have that in you, and that's what happens. Also, this line down here is going to be, we're going to redact some of this because it doesn't make any sense. But this basically gives us the reasoning that the maggots are what make you want to claw it out, because you feel like you have maggots, like, inside your neck or whatever. Something along those lines, you know. Part of me's now thinking, this is all the cause of some funky-ass drugs in Hinamizawa, you know, blah, blah, blah. She said she had bad feelings. Yeah, so, this is crap. I honestly might just delete this. You know what? We're going to delete... We're going to get rid of this, but what I'm going to say is... We'll put an alternate theory here. Let me just copy this. I don't know if I mentioned the parasite here yet. No. I always forget if elicited starts with an I or an E. I think it's an E. I spelled it wrong, though. Okay. So this is where we were talking about this before, that Rina's kind of unreliable. So, Rina said that she had to squeeze all the blood out of her body to get the maggots out. I'm having a hard time ascertaining if they're real or not, so I'll come down on this later, but again, they're not. Rina said that when Oyashiro touched her, all the maggots vaporized out of her veins. According to Rina, the insinuation is that the maggots are from the curse of Oyashiro. They only stop if you go back to town, because again, she was out of town at this time. Oyashiro apparently told her the salvation was only temporary. The curse would eat her body and mind if she didn't return before the power wore off. And this is the big thing, okay? We're going to keep putting asterisks next to these shots. Marina keeps saying another shot. To my knowledge, she never got shots. She was taking pills. What's going on with this nutcase? Mio gave Rina her scrapbooks. There's something inside that only she might know about. She was in a mental ward for some time, and the long and short of it is that they think she suffers from PTSD, potentially schizophrenia, and that she's experiencing delusions of reality. The note all but confirms the maggots are delusions. They're definitely not real. She's a very unreliable narrator, so a grain of salt from here on out. It is of note as well, the doctor said they believed it was spurred on by cultural beliefs of her village, so Hinamizawa. Weird passage in a book about homing instinct of animals and humans, was basically just saying that perhaps homesickness is a serious problem and can lead to both physical and mental symptoms. So the stronger your homing instinct is, the more likely you are to suffer from stronger homesickness. Takano's book says that those in Onigifuchi experience excessively strong homing instinct due to the exclusivity of the village that the village had for so long, as well as the dangerous environment in the surrounding areas for them, and the curse might be a very extreme example of homesickness. Because it would be something that would force them to come back, basically. That the curse might be a really strong form of a homing instinct, and that it keeps the people of Hinamizawa together because of what happened. Mio apparently found proof of villagers in the Meiji era talking about the maggot disease, as well as a scroll from the time period as well. She doesn't buy that it's mass hysteria by the villagers, that there has to be something a little deeper going on. Mio thinks the maggots may be the cause of some infectious disease or parasite that's present in the village. The parasite dwells in them and finds Hinamizawa to be the most comfortable environment to live in, and when they leave Hinamizawa, the curse roars up, and not just because of anything supernatural, but because the parasite wants to return to the environment it feels the most fit for. So we'll put that, because this is going to be our shot theory at the end of this, because I think I can already see the theory coming together. Mio states the demons coming from Onigafuchi may have just been coincided with the spread of the parasite. Rina thinks that the blood running the thickest in the three families might mean they are the most infected and under the most control. When Keiichi was talking to Rina, a white van passed by. They couldn't get the license plate, oddly similar to when Keiichi was tailed in Chapter 1. She told Keiichi she thought she was being followed. Rina thinks the Zonozakis are behind the conspiracy, that they want to revive the old nature of Onigafuchi and restore the sacredness to Watanagashi in the village itself. The cult of Oyashiro is being resurrected by those who used to run it, the three families. Guy in the van talks to Keiichi, apparently has an accent like the older villagers. They asked him if he had seen someone who sounded like they were suspiciously similar to Rina. And Doctor's Note Tip version 2 is saying that some people in the village may be responsible for a mass hysteria of sort and have honey-dicked everyone in the village into believing they're all infected, or at least those that don't know about it, of course. And that the people who died might kill themselves or take out the delusion and weird habits. And then this will be the thing that I just added. Alternate theory is this syringe that's going on. It's being administered to people has the parasite that was mentioned prior inside of it. And so we only see this reaction elicited in those who have had the shot. Also explains Rina's behavior given that she's apparently getting shots. Because if this was something that was happening wide scale, you feel like you would know about it. Okay, that's our recap of Chapter 6. Now we'll finish this. We'll wrap our theory up here, and we'll see how all of this shit comes together. So, sec here. The game seems like kind of oddly quiet, but. Why is the game so quiet? I should apologize, Rina. I don't think I believed you. I'm really sorry about that. It's okay, Keiichi. I'm just glad we didn't get caught. Who are they? Are they pawns of those religious fanatics who are trying to revive the cult of Oyashiro? I think they don't realize that they're pawns, but I'm sure the masterminds are using them as such. They must be the ones who have been pulling strings behind the scenes ever since the dam conflict. Okay. So maybe this is where we get the whole director meme, you know? Gonna do a little gap here. Okay. I heard that people working for the Sonozaki family did something similar during the dam conflict itself. Yeah, everyone knows that. Oishi told me that. There was a kidnapping incident during the dam conflict. The case hasn't been disclosed to the public, but anyway, someone kidnapped the grandson of the Minister of Construction and coerced the minister into promising to put a halt to the dam construction. The grandson of the minister was kidnapped. Hey, I've never heard about that before. The minister submitted to their demands and they made a deal behind the scenes. That's why the incident never went public. Oishi only knows about it because he was in charge of the case. Okay. And? According to Oishi, between kidnapping the minister's grandson and blackmailing him, their tactics were frighteningly advanced. The police know that the Sonozaki family gave orders to the kidnappers, but the case still remains unsolved. And so again, we know that, yeah, from the other chapter, it was the Sonozakis. We know it was them because we literally saw it play out in Chapter 4. However, we do know that at least the higher-ups, such as Oryo Sonozaki, was not necessarily responsible for what happened. She was the one that demanded a stop be put to it, so. At that time, the head of the Sonozaki family, Oryo, had announced a plan to fight against the dam project by force. She even formed a special attack corps using the Yakuza group that's under the Sonozaki family's command. She was very serious about this plan to put the Ministry of Construction down by brute force if she couldn't stop the construction. Everybody knows that the Sonozaki family had tried to stop the dam project, even if it meant breaking the law, excuse me. So I wasn't so surprised to hear that she had a dangerous plan like that. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Mion who came up with the idea. That plan sounded just like her. In the end, the plan ended up as nothing more than that. But the Special Attack Corps actually did undergo training, and very high-level training at that. Okay, so this was why those guys knew martial arts, I guess. Oh god, I forget the kid's name in Chapter 4. I have it somewhere in these notes. Sorry, I'm trying to think here. This is not really new info, though. Oishi had uncovered the information right before the dam conflict ended. At the time, Oryo even said that if the village was going to be submerged, all members of the Onikafuchi Guardians would choose to stay in their houses and drown. So because Oryo was behind those things, I couldn't just laugh off the idea of an armed assault on the Ministry of Construction. According to the information Oishi sees, she planned a suicide mission as a last resort when the dam conflict started to heat up in case their resistance wasn't successful. She'd actually obtained weapons and put people through training for the sake of that plan. The Special Attack Corps were flown to America, having received a huge amount of money from Oryo for the operation. In the southern desert of the United States, some retired military soldiers gave them highly professional training. While the plan was never carried out, the Special Attack Corps became a death squad under the direct control of Oryo. After they came back from America, they were involved in many unsolved terrorist incidents, and they succeeded in kidnapping the grandson. It was Toshiki Inukai, I remember his name now. Succeeded in kidnapping the grandson of the minister as well. It sounds like it's from a movie or something. Do you remember how Mi said that she could do anything from flying helicopters to using wireless radios? It's actually all true. Seems like Mi joined in their training. Okay. Okay. Let's put that aside for now. Anyway, you have to at least believe that the death squad actually exists in Hinamizawa, and they're capable of kidnapping the grandson of a government minister. I didn't take a close look at the four men in the white van today, but thinking about it, they did look professional in a way. They were pretending to just be taking a break, but I could tell they were tense the whole time. So, are they really trying to kill you? I don't think so. If they really wanted to kill me, I'd be dead already. So, what do they want? Are they after Takano's scrapbooks? Like you saw yourself, the group is very cautious. Unless we show them an opening, they won't resort to force. If they were the type to use force outright, they could have attacked me in my sleep. They haven't done that yet, so that must mean they're taking it cautiously. They're probably not sure that I have the scrapbooks. They killed Mio and tried to dispose of them, but they found out that the most important ones were missing. They thought she gave them to someone because she knew her life was in danger. Now they think I'm the one who has them, but they're not sure, so they can't resort to violence. Okay. Rina, it sounds like you're playing a dangerous game. Yeah, I'm a bit scared, but they won't be able to erase me so easily. After all, I'm cooperating with Oishi. I've been frequently contacting him in case something happens. What did he say about them? He said he'd keep an eye on the Sonozaki family so that he could catch them right away if they were working behind the scenes. Did you tell him about the scrapbooks? No, I didn't. I think you should. He's an officer. Well, you never know. He could be in on it, dude. I'm sure the police will help you. Keiichi. I can't even tell you the secret of this village because I'm not sure you would believe me. I don't think Oishi would believe me if I told him any of this. Rina, let's not make it more confusing than it already is. Just tell me. What is it? What's written in the scrapbooks? What's the secret that killed Mio? Simply put, if the things written in the scrapbooks are true, the god they worship will be dethroned. Their god dethroned? Yes, the sanctity of Oyashiro will be lost. That's why they want to conceal the truth. They want to resurrect people's belief in Oyashiro. This is so funny that Rina's the one that's kind of like leading this charge. She's literally like the most religious or like person that was like so behind this, you know, like, so it's sort of weird that it's sort of weird that that's what happened. But Rina, can you explain it a little more simply than that? I'm confused. In other words, Oyashiro isn't a god. He isn't? I had no idea what she read that made her so certain. Oop, I didn't mean to skip that. So certain, but whatever it was, it'd be sacrilegious for people who believe so strongly in Oyashiro. There are many teachings of Oyashiro, but the essence is as follows. Don't leave the village and don't let anybody into the village. One could say the rest of his teachings were developed to maintain those two fundamentals. It really wasn't until later on that they added aspects like love your neighbor, viewing him as a god of marriage and domestic prosperity. In other words, Oyashiro existed solely to stop the villagers from going outside the village. Oyashiro doesn't bless the villagers or protect them from disasters. People believe that Oyashiro does all that for them, but the truth is that the people abused his name for that purpose, generation after generation, and nothing more than that. Why did Oyashiro descend in the first place? Because demons came out of Onigafuchi and attacked people. In fact, that was the wrong interpretation. Demons didn't come out of the swamp and attack people. People became demons and attacked others when they were possessed by whatever came out of the swamp. Yeah, the parasite. Whatever came out of the swamp. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Whatever came out of the swamp possessed people, crawled into their blood, controlled them, and turned them into demons. People had no resistance against whatever it was that came out of the swamp. They became demons, attacked the other villagers, and turned them into demons as well. That's right. It was a weird infectious disease that broke out from the swamp. It made the infected people go out of control. The villagers saw this disaster and explained it like so. Evil demons came out from the bottom of the swamp, possessed people, and turned them into demons as well. That is the truth of the story of the demons that came out of the Onigafuchi swamp. It actually explains the legend. So was Oyashiro a doctor who came from a foreign country? Yeah. It's not exactly correct, but he was something like that. He came to Onigafuchi and he treated the infectious disease, but he couldn't cure it for good. Okay. Okay, 1 second. I just gotta clean my notes up here because I did a little bit of a goof. Okay, there. He couldn't cure it for good. All his treatment could do was reduce the symptoms of the infection. Villagers could have their symptoms suppressed, but there was no way to kill the parasites that infested them. I mean, this theory sounds very legitimate, like it doesn't sound like a bunch of dog shit. After a while, the village was divided into two groups. One group was made up of the people who were already infected, and the other consisted of the people who weren't. Without a cure for the disease, the uninfected looked down on the people who could only suppress their violent symptoms. They even talked about drowning them in the swamp, but they knew killing the infected people wouldn't solve the problem. Parasites came out of their water sources, including Onigafuchi. They couldn't fill them all in, for if they did that, they would lose their access to drinking water. They could have chosen to leave the village, but that was hard for them, for that was the location of their ancestors' graves. Under the power of Oyashiro, inflicted people could live without showing symptoms. So both those who were infected and those who weren't decided to live together equally and to coexist. Oyashiro was impressed by the villagers' decision. He decided to stay there and continue to treat them. That's the true identity of Oyashiro, the benefactor who stayed in the village to protect the lives of both the humans and demons. That's right. And Oyashiro made rules in order to ensure the symptoms of the infected people would remain suppressed. The rules were to never leave and never let anybody enter. I understand we didn't want to let anybody new into the village. It was to prevent the parasite from infecting anyone, but I don't understand why we didn't want people to leave. Because they go spread it somewhere else, dipshit. Seems like the parasite can only live in Hinamizawa because of the climate here, causing the outbreak of the symptoms in order to prevent the host from leaving the village when they try, yeah. That reaction is the truth behind the curse of Oyashiro. Strongest symptoms in the infectious disease were violence and delirium. The infected people acted just like demons, and the impact of seeing them in such throes of the disease was strong enough to make others describe them as such. They couldn't even let people leave who had just come to the village. If they had left after being infected, they might go crazy in a faraway land, turn into a demon, and cause a disaster. Infected people were never allowed to leave. When an infected person left the village, they brought him back by any means necessary. So I'm guessing what they're going to say is that the people that are part of the three families are the descendants of the infected populace. That was what it really meant to be demoned away. Okay. Wait a second, Rena. That means everybody in the village, including you and I, are infected, but nothing happens when we leave Hinamizawa. In fact, many villagers move far away after getting married or something. I've never heard of any villagers who went crazy and turned into demons after they left, because it's where they're going to say the three families. You're right. That's because things went as Oyashiro thought they would. Do you understand? He isolated the village for a long time in order to weaken the power of the parasite. Hosts are very important for parasites. If something happens to the host, the parasite that lives in them share the same fate. In other words, if the host went crazy and attacked people, the host would be captured and killed, which means that the parasite would die with the host. I see. You're talking about natural selection. Good thinking, Keiichi. That's exactly right. As a result of living in this village under such strict rules for a long time, people who were hypersensitive to the parasite went crazy and got killed. The strong parasites that made the infected people go crazy were also killed off. So basically the only ones that are left are mild parasites because it was not... having a strong parasite was not fit for the environment. As a result, only the parasites that acted nice to people lived on, and that's the explanation behind the mix of human and demon blood that's written in the legend. Okay. So I put Rena posits that through natural selection, only the more tame parasites survived, as those who were more violent would be killed off, leading to the same fate for the parasite. So the demon blood being watered down over generations, in reality, was the course of many generations of natural selection, which selected for the more tame parasites. So there you go. So that means the parasite is almost harmless now. Yeah, according to Mio's scrapbooks, there are actually many people who are infected by harmless parasites. Yeah, this is true. Depending on the local food culture, for example, about 80% of people live in a country where meat is a staple food are infected by parasites. Because the parasite coexists with humans without doing any harm to them, nobody notices them, treats them, or tries to get rid of them. I see. In olden times, Watanagashi was called Harawada Nagashi. Harawada Nagashi, meaning guts. Said the people back then used to eat the guts of infected people who went crazy. Okay. This is also important. But why? Sounds awful, but it was something they had to do. Eating the infected people. Are you talking about a vaccine? You're very smart, Keiichi. Mio also interpreted it just like you did. In the legend, it says people cut open and ate the infected ones alive, but actually wasn't anything gross like that. They did it in a scientific way. They created a vaccine from the infected people who died from the extremely strong parasites and helped the uninfected villagers boost their immune system. Don't know if that's exactly how this works, but Yeah, I don't know if that's how this works, but we'll roll with it. I'm guessing what they're saying is this is similar to like people who can give themselves doses of poison over time, and if you slowly give yourself doses of like a specific poison over time, you'll eventually build up an immunity to it. But so weird. Who was Oyashiro? A scientist? Must have been from a very advanced country. Was he German? Is the true identity of Oyashiro a foreign doctor who survived the shipwreck? I think that'd be the most likely answer. He wasn't German, but he was a doctor of some sort. Damn, German's crying right now. Kind of interesting to reveal the truth behind old legends. Ha ha ha. And so basically the reason why is because the people who are the benefactors of the village being the way it is would not want, the people who are the benefactors of the village being the way it is wouldn't want the curse to be removed, basically. Like, for instance, if I'm the three families, right, I benefit from people believing that the curse of Oyashiro is real. Like if I'm Rika, right? So this puts even more of a question mark on Rika, because her family, in essence, seeks to gain the most from people believing that Oyashiro is real, right? So the whole reincarnation of Oyashiro is dog shit, which we kind of already didn't really believe. Rika's foresight is still quite creepy. But it makes sense now that Rika could be twisting this in a way to benefit herself. Because at the end of the day right now, Rika is the one who benefits the most because people look up to her as Oyashiro. They treat her as, like, you know, this divine being. And if this truth were to surface, the three families, and specifically Rika, would lose all their power. Because even if the legend of the village became bunk, the Kimiyoshis and the Sonozakis might lose, like, some favor, but they're not gonna disappear. Like, the Sonozakis still have a fuck ton of power. But Rika's whole claim to fame disappears. So I'm gonna put this on my note. One second here. I've always thought Rika was suspicious, but so I put Rika seeks to benefit the most from the truth of the village staying uncovered. While the Sonozaki will still have power, Rika and the Furudes seek to lose everything if the truth of the village is revealed. And Oyashiro / the religion of the village is revealed, or is found to just be, be bullshit. I don't think that Rina's story is too crazy to be true anymore. It still sounds crazy, of course, but never heard of any theories that explain the legend of this village better than this one. I'm infected by the parasite too, right? I feel itchy all over now. A person is like a universe. We have countless numbers of bacteria in our bodies. Some of those bacteria are essential to us staying alive. Oh, like bacteria in yogurt, right? I see. This is also what Mio wrote in her scrapbooks. You know termites, right? I almost said tumors. They eat wood, but they actually can't digest it themselves. They have unique bacteria that fuck, I'm having a stroke that decomposes the wood fibers. As a result, termites can absorb what they eat. That's just one example of a species coexisting. It's a symbiotic relationship. I didn't know that. When I hear the word parasites, I feel creeped out almost instinctively, but now I know some of them aren't so bad to us. So the weird infectious disease that broke out from Onikafuchi Swamp has been exterminated by now. Or at least, it's not exterminated, but it's to the point where it's so harmless it doesn't even mean anything. Should say exterminated, it's harmless. Yeah, okay, exactly. Thought it was a crazy story at first, but now I feel like I just saw the trick behind some kind of magic. It's interesting. It is to us. But for the cult of Oyashiro, this must be a very annoying theory. Of course. And so, again, my theory will still be that I think they have, this makes even more sense that Rika's... You know what, dude? I'm actually putting a massive sus on Rika right now, okay? Even more so now, I think that Rika is to blame. Because now I think even back more, she was the one that had the suicide drug in her possession. She is the one that could have kept strong parasites present, dude. Like, I want to see what I put my rating on for suspicion on Rika before I put her at a 5. I think Rika might be the bad guy. At least from this. Everything seems to click if she is actually evil. She had the syringe in her possession in 2 different chapters, and she is the one who seeks to benefit the most. She's the prime benefactor, if people believe that Oyashiro is real, right? So now, even furthermore, you question, like, why does Rika do this? And it all makes sense. And maybe the reason why she turns up dead in some of the timelines is because people found out that it was bullshit. And, you know, the easiest way to get rid of a snake is to chop off the head. So if Rika's the head of, you know, everything in the village, if she dies, you know... If Takano's theory is correct, Oyashiro isn't a god, and the punishment by that god, namely the curse of Oyashiro, that people have been so afraid of will turn out to have just been the symptoms of an infectious disease. I see. That's what dethroning God would mean. So if the pathogen of this infectious disease was identified and announced to the public, the power of Oyashiro would be completely lost. That's right. That's what they're afraid of. I don't like that Rina's voice, or her color of text, has changed color over the course of this that we've been playing it. It used to be much more pink, and now it's turning more red. That's what they're afraid of. Mio was going to identify the pathogen, and for that she was killed. So that must mean she identified it. Maybe she did, but she's gone and she didn't say anything about that in her scrapbook. Okay. Yeah, so I don't know if Mio's necessarily evil now. But I guess now the deeper question would be, even if Mio isn't evil, why does Tomatake keep dying, and why does it seem like she's directly responsible? That's the only reason I can think of, though. But it's the end of the 20th century. I'm sure the villagers have been examined by a lot of different medical institutions by now, right? I've never heard about anyone discovering a weird parasite like that. I know. It's true that the pathogen hasn't been found yet, but in fact there is evidence that there is some kind of parasite involved. What? Really? When a parasite enters a human body, then a body's immune system cells, eosinophils and macrophages try to kill the parasite. They secrete an antibody called immunoglobulin E, or IgE. The most common way of checking if a person is infected by a pathogen is to look at the levels of the secretion. According to Takano's research, people from Hinamizawa have a very high level of IgE in their blood. So, IgE is like a biomarker. I feel like we've learned about this in biology class, but maybe I'm totally cracked. That's not all. They also have obvious symptoms of being infected by parasites. They don't have any allergies. IgE stimulates mast cells, and they secrete histamine and serotonin as a result. These cause an allergic reaction. That allergic reaction isn't pleasant for humans, but it's necessary for the body to kill the pathogen. But the parasites don't want to be killed, of course, so they secrete substances that counter IgE. As a result, IgE stops stimulating the receptors in the mast cells, which stops secreting the chemical compounds. As a result, the antigen-antibody reaction, namely the allergic reaction, doesn't occur. In other words, a human body that was infected by a parasite secretes a high level of IgE, but doesn't display allergic reactions. Okay. For your information, a human body that's infected by a parasite doesn't suffer from hay fever. You get hay fever due to your body secreting a large amount of IgE because it's mistaking pollen for a parasitic invasion. Yeah. As a result, a large amount of stimulants like histamine will be secreted by your body, but your body can't contain the parasite that's attempting to kill. That's why your body continues to secrete IgE. As a result, the stimulants keep causing allergic reactions. That's how hay fever works. If you have a parasite in your body, it'll deactivate your IgE and suppress the secretion of stimulants. As a result, you don't have an allergic reaction. In other words, there's no hay fever in Hinamizawa, and you can cure your hay fever by moving here. So we haven't been able to identify the pathogen, but there's no question about its existence. Yeah, that's right. It's like black holes. For the longest time, you couldn't fucking see them, but we got all these like weird markers that seem to indicate, there's something here, but we can't see it. And so, you just gotta get the nail in the coffin. If that's true, the scrapbooks are a big threat to the believers in Oyashiro. They don't identify the pathogen, but they clearly prove its existence, yeah. Yeah, it poses a big enough danger for them to make them think it's worth killing Mio. Damn, so maybe Mio's actually based. This really is a scary secret. I believe it because you took the time to explain it to me, but if you had skipped the details and told me only the conclusion, it really would have sounded too crazy to believe. I told you, I couldn't believe it at first either, so I thought you definitely wouldn't. So what's important right now is that there's a dangerous organization acting in the shadows to try and cover up the truth, right? I don't know if it's as deep as she's making it out to be. I have a hard time believing conspiracies in general, and the question for me would be like, if this conspiracy is true, how do I put this? If this is true, then how has it not leaked at all? I just, like even with this right here, one person leaked this secret to the village. I know the village doesn't contain very many people, but, that's the most important thing. The fanatics who want to revive the sanctity of the god they worship. Reviving the majesty of their god means reviving the power of that god, and the power of their god isn't the infectious disease. The infectious disease can't spread nationwide, unlike other infectious diseases, as they said, because of the climate. So from now on, I'm going to start calling it an endemic disease. That fits better since it only affects this region. Anyway, the endemic disease of current-day Hinamizawa is different from the one of old times. It's been through a process of natural selection and it's harmless now. In other words, it doesn't do any harm to human bodies. The harm was once interpreted as a curse. A curse is the power of a god, so a harmless endemic disease means that the god is powerless. That means the only way to regain the majesty of the god is to revive the curse, and they're not going to be able to revive the power of the curse, or the power of the parasite, so they're just going to act in its place. Or, I guess they could try and bring this back, but in other words, they want to bring back the primitive endemic disease, namely the harmful strong version of the parasite. Wait a second. These fanatics want to deny the fact their god was actually a parasite, but you're saying that they're researching the parasite. That's contradictory, isn't it? I know it is. I think that this research is a secret that only the head of the fanatics is aware of. From the outside, they look like they're praising their god, but they're actually understanding its true identity, and they're trying to revive its supernatural power with their own hands. They're trying to play God. I get it now. Oh my god, this gets crazier and crazier. Okay, so let's write this down. This is so weird. So I'm going to say this, because I think this is basically on base. The head of this conspiracy/cult is attempting to bring back the primitive parasite, aka the stronger version. The head of the cult likely know the curse is a bunch of baloney, and that it's a parasite, so they want to bring the old parasite back and rule as the gods of the village themselves. Okay. It didn't say it in the scrapbooks, but I'm suspicious of the clinic the manager owns, the Irie Clinic. Why? The facility is too big and fancy for Hinamizawa. Mio was working there. The manager might be a bacteriologist the Sonozaki family recruited. It can't be. I think Mio was murdered because she knew too much. The reason why the manager hasn't been murdered yet is because he's working for the fanatics in the first place. And he's researching the primitive form of the endemic disease. It's hard to believe that the coach we know is capable of doing things like that, so... You know, I always thought Irie was a bit sus. I've said this for a long time. I'm sorry if you can hear. I don't know if you will, because I don't think it's going to get picked up on my mic. But my father's, I think he's mowing the lawn or something. I might get picked up because my window's open. I don't know why he's doing it now. Drink water. Yeah, I got my water right here. I don't know if you can hear it, but... Thank you. So, he seems to... Huh. This is so weird. I'm sorry. He might be totally irrelevant. It's a wild guess, but someone is doing the research somewhere. That much is certain. Okay. Part of me questions, though, that if you were trying to do this secretly, why would you make the guy that sticks out like a sore thumb be the one to do it? You know? Ow. And after 5 years, the research has finally been completed. The first case was a dismemberment murder by the damn construction workers. Their quarrel had turned into a lynching. They might have had the primitive infectious disease and the symptoms. The aggression and delirium might have kicked in. The victims of the second year were Satoko's parents. There were no witnesses, so the whole event is veiled in mystery, but there's a theory that someone might have pushed them over the cliff since the fence of the observation deck that they fell from was quite sturdy. What if one of them was infected by the primitive parasite? He or she might have become violent and pushed the other over the cliff. The Shinto priest died from a disease and his wife drowned herself in the third year. He might have died of shock because of a hypersensitive reaction to the infection. His wife might have gone crazy and committed suicide with one of the symptoms. Delirium kicked in. In the fourth year, Satoshi Hojo's aunt was beaten to death, probably by Satoshi himself. Everybody who knew Satoshi remembers how he changed at that time. Yeah, you can hear it a little bit. I just saw it pop up on my mic. In the fifth year, for the first time in 5 years, the victims experienced the maggot disease described in the old scroll of the Furude Shrine. The reason behind that is unclear, but the stronger primitive parasite could have given its victims a delusion of maggots. That means that they finally managed to duplicate the curse of Oyashiro after 5 years of research. Okay. Let me just write this down because this is kind of all very important stuff. I do still think... I think that my syringe theory is even more true now. That the syringe is what contains the primitive parasite. Okay. So this would explain the chapter 1 timeline then. So if we let's say we take this to be true, right? That everything Rina has just said. This actually explains why Keiichi might have thought that he was potentially being like attacked and killed, right? because he wasn't actually. Keiichi just was infected with the parasite. And that's why he was acting crazy. And that's why he was having delusions. So thinking that, like, Rina and Mion were evil or whatever, right? They weren't actually evil. He was just having delusions that they were evil. And that he ended up killing the two and then ripping out his throat, right? We seem to pretty much have, like, almost a guarantee that that's the situation that happened. The better question then is still Chapter 3. Chapter 3 still is the one that is sticking out like a sore thumb. That is not been answered yet. Sorry, let me just... So there's two possibilities here, okay? We think about it like this, okay? Two possibilities. One, that in Chapter 1, Keiichi wasn't actually infected with the parasite. So there's two possibilities, basically. Chapter 1, either he did or didn't have the parasite. If he did have the parasite, it's pretty straightforward. He had delusions at the end. That was why he, killed and clawed out his own throat. We know that regardless of the outcome, he definitely had the parasite at the end. Alternatively, what we could say is that maybe actually he didn't have the parasite and that everybody else that he knew had it. So maybe Rina and Mion were actually the infected ones in that chapter. So I'm going to write that down here. I'm actually leaning more towards the fact that Rina and Mion were potentially just ones that were infected. Seems to fit better, but... And the only reason why I say that is because of the whole director talk, right? And this also ties in even further to this chapter, that if Irie is actually the director, it makes sense. Because remember, I'm going to call the doctor. The director will be here soon. And then Keiichi was like, director, I thought you meant doctor, That whole thing that I was so hung up on is also explained by this. It's very possible that Irie is actually the director and the doctor. And that in this situation, those two were the dry runs for it. Okay. Okay, let me just think a little bit here. I'm sorry, this chapter has taken so long because there's been like so much info dumping that's happened in this chapter that I'm just trying to make sure that... I think it's pretty straightforward. I think I understand almost all of it pretty well, but I'm trying to... The thing that's taking so long is me trying to tie this into all the other theories that I had before. One second here. Sorry, I'm just making. Okay, I'll explain. This is what I wrote down. This explains chapter 1. 2 possibilities. Either Keiichi had the parasite or did not. If he did have it, it's sort of straightforward. He went crazy and killed Rina and Mion because he had the virus, and then whatever happened afterwards. Now, to me, the more plausible is that Keiichi didn't have the virus. I'd say didn't have... He didn't have the parasite, and like Rina in this chapter, so chapter 6, he was getting close to unveiling some of the deep shit going on, and that Rina and Mion were potentially infected by the parasite in chapter 1, explaining why they were having such weird behavior. This also explains the director and doctor switch up that happened at the end of chapter 1 that I was so hung up on. Like Rina says in this chapter, Irie is potentially the director behind everything. He is also the village doctor, so it explains his role and the potential, slip up of words. We also, for certain, know one way or another that by the end of the chapter, regardless of whether Keiichi was, regardless whether Keiichi had or didn't have the parasite in him, he did by the end of the chapter. That much is true. And we know that Mion... I don't remember if Mion did inject him at that time. God, the question is, what the fuck is Tomatake's role in all this? I'm still so interested because this kind of pulls a mystery back on all of it. We don't really have we kind of have our answers, sort of. But so, I'll read this again just so we're clear and I'll continue so I don't keep wasting time. But it goes like this. 2 possibilities. Keiichi either had the parasite or didn't. If he did have it, it's sort of straightforward. He went and killed Rina and Mion at the end because of the virus. And the more plausible to me is at the end of chapter 1, Keiichi didn't have the parasite, and like Rina is in this chapter, was getting too close to unveiling deep shit going on, and that probably, most likely, Rina and Mion were infected by the parasite in chapter 1, explaining their odd behavior. It explains the director and doctor switch up that happened at the end of chapter 1 that I was hung up on, and like Rina says in this chapter, Irie is the director behind everything. He's also the village doctor, explains his role. We know for certain that one way or another, by the end of the chapter, regardless of whether Keiichi had or didn't have the parasite in him prior to the end, he did by the end of the chapter because he clouded his throat in the phone booth while on call with Oishi. So that's... And then my theory about the thing, I said, this also feels like it all but confirms my theory of the strong parasite being administered by syringe. So, again, massive sus on Rika and Irie. Still want to know what the fuck is going on with Tomatake. Okay. Fuck, that was a long... Tomatake is the victim of the 5th year. He died in an extremely abnormal way, and I'm the only one who understands his death because I experienced the same thing. He kept clawing at his throat to get rid of the maggots and died as a result. With all that explained, I finally understand the maggot disease I experienced in Ibaraki. I left Hinamiza, and it made the parasite in me uncomfortable. As a result, it tried to resist, even though it wasn't very strong, and it tried to make me homesick. Yep. With my parents' divorce, I grew mentally unbalanced. I completely lost the power to resist for a period of time. The parasite was weak and harmless, but my mental instability allowed it to worsen my symptoms dramatically. As a result, I went crazy and became violent. The delusion of Oyashiro appearing to me in the bathroom was probably the terminal phase of my delirium. I created the supernatural existence Oyashiro, and I was instilled with when I was little. I persuaded myself to go back to Hinamizawa based on that delusion. That's pretty much exactly what I said earlier. Some of the transcendents of Onigifuchi must have had the same kind of experience. They must have passed their experiences down as the acts of a god. I remember I once saw on TV that indigenous peoples in South America used some kind of natural drug in order to have a mystical experience. I believe... Oh god, I know the name of this. fucking drug. One of the guys that I worked with took it before. I think it's peyote, I want to say. Regardless, it's some psychedelic drug. And then they called it a ritual to communicate with their gods. So what the fanatics are trying to do is spread the primitive parasites throughout Hinamizawa. I think that's their goal, but I don't think they'll do that without letting people know about it. Religions need ceremonies, so they created what they wanted to create, and they decided to spread it. I think they'd name it the Day of Oishiro's Revival or something, and they performed some kind of ceremony. It would be in a celebration of the revival of Oishiro. Oh my god, you know what it could be? It's Watanagashi. And the whole futon thing, don't you think that maybe... I'm sorry, I'm talking loud because the fucking lawnmower. Do you think that potentially they could fill the parasite inside like the cotton or whatever? And then when Rika like chops up the cotton, it sprays into the crowd that's all standing there? Because that seems like it makes sense to me. It's a bad thing, isn't it? I think you can say that because they're trying to spread a very dangerous pathogen. Hey, isn't that bioterrorism? Jeez, this is very bad. They used it on Tomatake, confirming that they succeeded in duplicating the curse of Oishiro, so the day of revival might be really soon. I don't know. Could happen in a few days. Might take a year. This is way out of your league, Rina. This is a very serious conspiracy. There's nothing we alone can do to stop them. We have to report it to the police. Do you think they'll believe us? It's their choice whether to believe us or not. No matter what, we have to tell them. Keiichi. Telling Oishi about all this means telling him that I have the scrapbooks. Do you think that'd be a problem? What happens if he's in on it? Oishi came to me after Mio was murdered. When they killed Mio, they found out that her scrapbooks were missing. They also know that she met me at the library a few weeks ago. No way. You mean, yeah, Oishi could be one of them. Yeah. I mean, there's like pretty much no guarantee he is or isn't. I'd like to think that Oishi is bro-ishi. It's possible that Oishi thinks I have the scrapbooks, and he might be trying to find out. In fact, he looked very suspicious, and it seemed to me that he didn't really tell me everything he knew. He only told me things to make me suspicious of the Sonozaki family. He could have just been trying to look like he was on my side, and that he's actually their minion. But the police are our only hope. So I guess this would be kind of funny, though, that before they called Oishi the messenger of Oishiro. Maybe there was actually some truth to that moniker. Keiichi, you know about the case of the 4th year, don't you? Stoko's aunt was murdered. I believe Satoshi did it, but the police fingered a drug addict as the murderer. What do you think about that? Some of the fanatics are with the police, and they fabricated the murderer. It's the same with the autopsy of the Shinto priest, who they claim died from disease, and the inspection of the accident site where the Hojo couple died. The police are on their side, it opens... But see, this is the problem with this conspiracy now, though. Rina is expanding this to the point where it's so obscure it doesn't mean anything anymore. Like... if you're just gonna keep pointing the finger, but you're part of it, you're part of it, no, you're part of it, and you just like keep expanding, like this doesn't mean anything anymore. Because I think she's probably right, but I don't like that she's expanding it so much. I'm sorry that we're taking so long on this. I'm just trying to make sure I get everything. The 3 families have been maintaining pressure on the police since the dam conflict. You heard from me that they also have considerable power over many organizations Okinomiya, right? It's not only Mion who told me that. many people there. They told me. The Sonozaki family holds the influence over the whole city. That's right. You can't necessarily trust the police around here. Rina, please. I want to make one thing clear before we go on. Are the Sonozaki families the mastermind behind all this? Does that mean Mion's involved too? Please tell me. I don't know if Mio or Rika are directly involved or not. All I can say for sure is that the fanatics have the power to control the nerve centers of all three families, including the most powerful family of all, the Sonozakis. I'm not sure if the fanatics are controlling the three families or if the three families are the fanatics themselves. So... as long as we're not sure about their involvement, it's better for us to be extra careful around them. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I'm not saying that I don't trust me. She's usually very reliable, and I'd ask her for help with any problem, but not this one. This one is a little different. I don't know if you've seen it before, but although Mi jokes around when she's with us, she can be a very cold person when she's acting as a successor of the Sonozaki family. Plus, even if she wasn't involved, we would put her in danger if we told her about this. But if she was on our side, that'd be really encouraging. I think we should tell her. No, we shouldn't. We shouldn't tell her until we confirm she's not one of them. Sure, it'd be great if we could pull her to our side, but what if we couldn't? So how are we going to fight against them? Well, this is a battle we don't stand a chance of winning to begin with. That's why I didn't want to get you involved. Damn it, Takano left us a big parting gift, didn't she? But because of that, we know about the conspiracy. I believe this is her will. So you just gotta make more and more copies. Just make endless books, copy it down, screen print that, you know? 2 kids challenging the masterminds who control the village. Oh, dude, I love the smell of freshly cut grass. Holy shit, I'm sorry. Ordinary methods won't work. But Keiichi, I'm glad to have you on my side. We can talk about it and plan things together. Of course, I've always been on your side and I'm your friend. I know, thank you. You're very reassuring. 2 heads are better than 1. I agree. We can come up with a plan for how we're gonna fight against them together. I skipped school today because I wanted time to read the scrapbooks again, but I'm gonna go to school again tomorrow and I'm gonna act normal. They might sense something is wrong with me if I act different. You should do the same, Keiichi. Please be careful with me. She's sometimes very perceptive. Okay, I'll act normal, as if I know nothing. But damn, I'm a bit scared. Huge conspiracy is right around the corner, and it might already be counting down to 0. Hard to act normal knowing that. I don't think it's going to happen very soon. Like I said earlier, if they really are religious fanatics and need a religious ceremony, they need the help of the whole village to hold something like that. I can't think of any event other than Watanagashi. So you're saying that we have time at least until the next Watanagashi festival. I can't promise, but I just can't think of any event other than that. I think we have a year at least, but I also feel like we don't because of how they killed Mio. I might not know, but there might be a bigger religious event than Watanagashi. It might not be long until that day. On the day of Oyashiro's revival, they're going to spread a dangerous parasite, and that day might just be around the corner. Do you think it makes sense? It's also like kind of super fucked in a way, but don't you think that like maybe the disaster that happened at the end could be related to it at chapter 3? The only problem is that it killed everyone. I don't really know if that was like, this seems kind of a stupid goal, you know? But Reina, are you still on the phone? Wrap it up soon, it's getting late. My father stuck his head out from the living room, telling me I need to hang up soon. I thought about telling him so many times. It's natural to think that your parents will be on your side no matter what, but I know just how weak he can get, so I couldn't tell him. I didn't think he'd believe me anyway. Even if I told him, he'd just tell me to call the police. It's better that I don't tell him. They might get close to my father to get to me. If he didn't know anything about anything, including the scrapbooks, there'd be nothing to squeeze out of him to begin with. I'm sorry, Keiichi. I have to go now. It's getting late. I'll see you at school. Oh god, it's so nice to have white text again. Holy fuck, I don't like the colored text. It's hard on my eyes. I don't know why. Okay, see you soon. Or see you tomorrow. Be careful, okay? You're not an outsider anymore. Yeah, I'll be careful. I remember the suspicious men in the white van and felt a chill run through my spine. They looked like villagers, but they weren't. They had the village accent, but they were just pretending. The more I thought about it, the more suspicious they became. It let me know that Rina and I aren't safe. If Rina is right, they're just suspicious of her. They're not sure if she has the scrapbooks or not. But it's still creepy. Rina had probably experienced the same creepiness I felt when I saw the van several times up until now. She must sense danger more than I do. However, the fact they weren't attacking, that they were merely observing us, was disturbing. If they attacked her, she could have done something, like going to the police. But all they're doing is just watching her from a distance. She can't do anything about it. She can't talk to anybody about it. She probably just wants to stay in her house all day. But if she acted different, they might take it as proof that she has the scrapbooks. We have to think about how to fight against them without making it obvious. I told myself there was no going back and I put the phone down. I mean, that's true. I think the more likely of the situations is just that they know that she realistically can't do anything. So it doesn't matter whether they act now or later, because what is Rina gonna do as one person, you know? the next day, Rina came to school acting normal like she said she would. She talked with me on as cheerfully as she always did, and it made me wonder if the story she told me last night was a complete fabrication. That's the story. That's because the story really was too ridiculously crazy to believe. The village has a very weird and rare endemic disease, and there are religious fanatics who want to use the disease to revive their weird cult. And they've been researching the pathogen of the endemic disease so they can spread it throughout the village. I was deeply influenced by Rina last night, and I believed everything she said. But thinking about it with a cool mind under the bright sunlight, it sounds too crazy to be true. The story Rina told me is based on Takano's crazy hand-me-down ideas. It's based entirely on her theories, which, though very feasible, have no evidence whatsoever. This is also true. So I kind of agree. I agree. Generally, I think there's probably now. This isn't real life; it's a game, so this doesn't. In real life, usually the explanation is much more simple. But it's a game, you know. So the fact that Takano was murdered lends credit to the story. I'll give you that. But I looked at Mion. She was fooling around with Rina. It's hard to believe that she's involved with some crazy conspiracy. Yeah. I trust that my girl is good. Okay. If Mion is evil, this game's dog water. Okay. I love Mion. Are you listening, Kay? What? Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Wake up, sleepyhead. You need to get enough sleep or your brain stops working. Mion made fun of me for reacting too slowly. It's almost impossible not to trust this bubbly, cheerful girl. I trust Mion. I trust my friends. Okay, Ike. I know she'd never have a hand in a crazy conspiracy like that. If she knew about it, she wouldn't be able to act this cheerfully. Rina told me not to tell Mion because she might be one of them. But it might be worth telling her without letting Rina know. Of course, there is at least a 1% chance that the conspiracy is true and that Mion is one of them. If so, I'd be doomed. But if I had to choose between believing the crazy conspiracy theory and trusting my friends, my answer would be obvious. Trusting the conspiracy theory, of course. I know that my friend Mion isn't a part of any conspiracy. She'd never be involved with something like that. Even if the conspiracy exists, I'm sure Mion will be on our side. So whether or not it's true, it must be worth telling Mion about it. I agree with you, and I'm a Mion simp. Oh god, I agree with you, and I'm a Mion simp, but I do genuinely think that I think Rina's option is the most level-headed one. Because, like, I don't know how to put it. Like, because truly, Rina's option is the most well thought through idea, right? There's no reason to really tell her if there is some potential that she could be, because telling her if she is on our side puts her in danger. And telling her if she's on their side basically just puts a spotlight on you and Rina and confirms everything they've wanted to know. But then the question even further is, why would you do this in the first place? You shouldn't. So I agree with Rina's approach, even though I'm a Mion simp, okay? So I think in Rina's heart, I think she's still looking out for Mion, you know? What's going on, Kay? Why do you call me out here? You told me not to tell anybody. You're not gonna extort money from me, are you? Is that the first thing you think of when you're called out to the gymnasium storeroom? Oh, I know. You want to give me a love letter, don't you? Please do. People usually use the shoe locker for that, you know? We don't really do that in the city. A lot of guys hand over their love letters in person. Really? So wait, you're, Are you kidding me? That's not why I called you here. Ah! I have to talk to you about something very important. I want you to listen without making fun of me. What is it? You know there are people who want to revive the cult of Oyashiro. Huh? What are you talking about? This, of course, was just my way of getting a feel for the situation. I wanted to see how she was going to react by getting straight to the point. Mion really did look puzzled. People wouldn't normally react like this if someone pointed out their secrets out of the blue. This could be a really fucking good actor, though, you know? They always panic, if only just a little. Either Mion was a brilliant actress, or she really didn't have anything to do with the idea of reviving Oyashiro. I decided to tell her everything. Mion, your family, the Sonozaki family, has a lot of influence in this region, including Hinamizawa, right? Do you think there's a possibility that they're working to revive the cult of Oyashiro behind the scenes? Revive? Why? Dude, she flipped on a switch there. Revive? What do you mean?
It's already alive.
Well, you know, people today don't worship Oyashiro like the people in the old days did. So people like fundamentalists might be trying to make people worship Oyashiro in the same way as the people of Onigafuchi. What? Wait a second. I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you sure you really have no idea what I'm talking about? Of course I don't. It sounds like one of those popular novels that sold 5 million copies over in America. Mion's reaction was very natural. Yeah, but there seems something fake about the way she's talking. But this still makes me wonder why... I don't know why... Now, this is the thing that's kind of bothering me, is like... Why? How do I put this? One of the things that's been bothering me for a while now is like, okay, if this is the truth, why did Keiichi die in the one bad end of chapter 5, you know? Was that their way of like demoning away him? Like killing him because he was trying to potentially leave? But regardless, I continued. Well, there are people like that in this village for real. Do you know anything about them? You're saying that these people want to make us worship Oyashiro like the people of Onigafuchi did. What good will that do? You know, I think it means a lot to people who really believe. Think about it, Kay. Who'd be happy to live under those strict ancient rules? In this day and age, it's almost impossible to live without leaving the village. Okay, sorry, I'm back. For example, think about Rika. All the old people say she's a reincarnation of Oyashiro, right? Those people might be religious fanatics, and... You're talking about old man Kimiyoshi. Well, I know he's a deeply religious man for sure, but he isn't a fanatic. Believe me. There really are people who are trying to revive the cult of Oyashiro. Hahaha. Okay. I'll believe you for now because I want to hear the rest. Go on. They found out that the curse of Oyashiro was just an endemic disease unique to this village. Now they're researching the pathogen. Where? First of all, what's an endemic disease? What's a pathogen? They sound gross. I was getting confused. I didn't know what I was talking about myself anymore. I was deeply influenced by Rena last night and believed everything that she said. But having said it all out loud, I started realizing how impossible this theory sounded. What's going on with you? Did Mio tell you all this? How did you know? She's infamous for this kind of thing. She's an occult maniac. She always makes up crazy stories. A few people have gotten badly taken in by her before. She told me some of her stories once, and I remember they were actually very interesting. Is that true? I think you've heard about this once or twice before, but this village had a unique culture back in the old days. They did a lot of oppressive things, like having very strict rules, very strict punishments, and a bunch of other cruel traditions. They're well known among occult maniacs. Mio is one of them. So the story I heard about the weird parasite that controls this village was... What? Parasite? Is that a new story she came up with? What do you mean, new story? I told you, Mio's an occult maniac. She studies these weird legends surrounding the Onigafuchi and enjoys making up hypotheses, theories, and wild stories about them. She created a lot of different ones aside from the theory that parasites are controlling the village. One I heard an awful while back was about UFOs. But see, this is the weird thing. Mion just slipped up here, unless like my reading comprehension is a kappa. What parasite? Is that a new story she came up with? She's created a lot of different ones aside from the theory that parasites are controlling the village. Okay, never mind. Keiichi pretty much said it. I'm just being a kappa. That one was interesting, since it connected a lot of different dots. The story was about a UFO that crashed into Onigafuchi a long time ago. The alien that was in the UFO, and the villagers had a battle, or something like that. It was one of those sci-fi horror B-movies. The one Satoko heard was a theory about creatures from the bottom of the ocean. A movement in Earth's crust opened up a connection between underwater world and Onigafuchi, and the princess of the underworld fell in love with a young man in the village. It was like a psyche. The story about the parasites you heard must be a new one. Hope she makes all of them into a book one day. Mion began laughing so hard that she had to hold her stomach. As I looked at her laughing like that, I realized I fell for something that ridiculous. I don't think so, dude. At that point, it was obvious. I'd been completely taken in. I'm sorry, Mion, but please answer my questions. First, do the fanatics who are trying to revive the cult of Oyashiro exist? No, they don't. I mean, it's totally the opposite. The three families have agreed to open Hinamizawa to outsiders in order to make the village thrive. Couldn't you just argue you want to spread the parasite further? See, this is the problem with conspiratorial thinking, is you get with this train of thought. But this does seem to be... So in my notes, I'm going to put all the conspiratorial thinking counterpoints in things. I'm not supposed to tell anyone about this, but there's a project to build a new highway by the end of the 20th century. The Sonozaki family is promoting its construction without informing the villagers. If all goes well, the whole area will flourish. My grandma is betting she'll make a fortune when it causes land prices in the region to skyrocket. Well, most of the work will happen in the 21st century, so I'll likely end up taking over the project. So, you don't think there are people who hate outsiders? I told you, there are no such people. What makes you think we want to make the village more inconvenient than it already is? In fact, we've already started selling the land of the village to rich people who want to build country residences here. But this is the thing. Mion could also just not be a part of the in-group. That's the thing, right? There is still a possibility that Mion is actually telling the truth here, but that she's just not a part of the in-group, you know? Sorry, you're gonna hear the fucking motorcycle because he's moving it. I'm just gonna, sorry, there's gonna be a lot of note taking. This chapter is gonna take a long time because it's been such a fat info dump. Okay. Your house is on the first lot we sold, Kay. Did the villagers welcome you? Three families are trying to do everything they can to stop young people from leaving the village. There was nothing vague about what Mion had said. Her story makes a lot more sense than Takano's delusional theories, and so Mion's words woke me up from that delusion. So what about this? I heard that the residents of Hinamizawa have extraordinarily high levels of something in their blood, and it proves that they're infected by parasites. Really? How did Mio figure that out? Takano's a nurse, I'm sure she can do that. You think anyone would give her blood samples for no reason? Because I sure don't. Even if she could get blood samples somehow, how and where would she examine them? How many blood samples do you think she examined all by herself? Mion was right. I hope Mion's right here, but this seems so hand-wavy, you know? It struck me hard to believe that she got that many blood samples and did a high-level examination like that without any help. I heard that people here don't get hay fever, which is proof that they're being infected by the parasite. To be fair, they could also just have, like, they could also just have some genetic thing that stops them, you know? Only people in cities get hay fever. I heard it has something to do with fuel emissions. Okay, you're talking about Hinamizawa. I mean, even people in Okinomiya don't get hay fever. That's true, so... I actually think that is true, because I think that's a thing, that people in the country... Hmm. To be fair, though, Takano said no allergies in general. Hay fever was just used as an example. But she also talked about pollen and stuff, but I know that's part of what hay fever is, but... I'd like to search this up, but, like, I don't want to search up, like, is it true that only people from the city get hay fever? Because then I might just get, like, a thing like spoils, you know? Like, what about this? I heard that the Sonozaki family has a death squad, and they kidnapped the grandson of a government minister once. Haha, that sounds cool. Wish I had a squad like that. Even I was sounding ridiculous. But this is the problem, right? This is true. We know that's true, but I believed all of it last night. It's true that the grandson of a minister was found in Takatsudo. We didn't do it. We just acted as if we did. What do you mean? Please explain. Wait, this actually might be true. Okay, the Onigabuchi Guardians protested violently during the dam conflict. They did something close to terrorism as well, but there were people who used the resistance movement for their own benefits. Okay, so... I don't know if we can really say that's true or not, because it did seem like Oreo gave the order, but I really just don't remember the details of Chapter 4, I'll be honest with you. It was such a short chapter in comparison. God, this is such info dump. Very aggressive force at the time, high possibility some people thought they could use the name to extort money. The kidnapping case was one of those incidents. The kidnappers thought they could stifle the police investigation by acting like they were the Onigafuchi Guardians that kidnapped the boy to demand a ransom. To tell you the truth, the members of the Onigafuchi Guardians were all very surprised. They were actually impressed that those guys actually pulled it off. Remember, they even said they'd give them an award. Wait a second. So the Onigafuchi Guardians has nothing to do with the kidnapping? No, not at all. Mion said it firmly. It was a simple and clear answer which left no room for suspicion. See, the thing is, I don't know if that's true or not because I just don't remember Chapter 4 well enough. Thinking about it, it's nothing surprising. Kidnapping the grandson of a minister and negotiating with him in person is a huge deal. The Onigafuchi Guardians are a very aggressive group. This operation wasn't so easy that it could be carried out by any of the normal residents of Hinamizawa. It was obviously the work of professional criminals, without a doubt. But the Sonozakis absolutely were involved. This is bullshit. I think she might be lying. Like I said earlier, the Sonozaki family acted as if we were the masterminds of the kidnapping cases. And what do you mean by that? This is a secret precept of the Sonozaki family. You can't tell anybody about this, okay? When an incident like this happens, we traditionally act as if we're responsible for it. It's a tradition of bluffing. Okay, so... Yeah, it doesn't matter what it is as long as it works out in our favor. It can be a criminal incident, the weather, or even lottery numbers. We act as if it happened because the Sonozaki family wanted it to happen. It starts to sound like we're a very powerful organization, doesn't it? That's the point. That's a secret strategy that only the Sonozaki family heads know about. The strategy is meant to make us look bigger and stronger than we really are. This is so the Sonozaki family is basically when you're in school and you crack a joke and nobody hears it, and then somebody repeats it louder and everyone laughs, they're basically the one repeating it. Hmm. Wow. So what about the plan they had during the dam conflict? The one to attack the Ministry of Construction. Was that true? I heard they obtained weapons and even trained for it. Ha ha ha. That was the spin we put on it. There's no way we could actually carry out a crazy plan like that. Our real goal was to make people believe that we were capable of doing things like that so we could exact pressure on the government. That's all. They obtained weapons and went through training just so they could exact pressure. They had no intention of actually carrying out the plan. The Sonozaki family was bluffing. It made sense. Of course it did. It's impossible to attack the Ministry of Construction. Even if it did, it wouldn't solve the problem. All I had to do was use common sense. Even if they did, they would have been crushed within seconds by a huge number of policemen. Why didn't I think of that? What about the weapons and the training? As for the weapons, no comment. But we did go through training. We need to do that in order to make the bluff look real. We gathered some younger men from my father's office and appointed Kasai as the leader of the group. We went to a desert in Texas, played war games with some instructors, and went sightseeing in San Francisco afterwards. So I couldn't think of anything else. It was obvious now. Rina and I both were completely fooled by the scrapbooks of Takano's delusions. Okay, so... So I put in my notes, Mion seems to be telling the truth, but again, it's very possible that she's in the outgroup still, or as mentioned previously, that the three families are actually just pawns, just like everybody else in the village. Rina was so serious about it, so I believed her, but if you examined it closely, there were so many inconsistencies. I couldn't believe Rina took a delusion like that so seriously. I knew the reason why, though. She was still in a state of shock after being caught with the corpses that day. She was mentally unstable. Then she came across this tall tale, and she believed it. Rina's a smart girl. She wouldn't have taken it seriously if she was stable. Plus, another thing happened to wake me up from that delusion. The white van I saw yesterday came to school during the lunch break. The four men in work uniforms I saw were there too. Wow. But again, this could also just be an act. Damn, but the parasite theory actually fits so well, man. I said thank you to Mion and followed them. The man who talked to me yesterday knocked on the door of the teacher's office. Hello, I'm from the Okanogi Gardeners. Oh, thank you for coming. It's very hot today, isn't it? Sure is. By the way, you look very beautiful today, as always. Haha. Thank you. Well, you can start whenever you're ready. Yeah, we'll start right away. My account manager told me to give this to you. One man's trying to get some poon. Quoting the invoice, I see. The date is left blank on both of them. Well, there shouldn't be any problem. Thank you so much. Alright, we'll start right away. The man was talking to Chie with a big smile. What are you doing here, Maybara? Oh, principal. Who is that guy? The principal pointed his finger at the window. When I looked out, I heard the noise of an engine starting. The noise was coming, so they're groundskeepers. The noise was coming from the engine of a motorized lawnmower. I saw young men in work uniforms taking another lawnmower, some brooms, and a ladder out of the van. They're gardeners. We haven't taken care of the grass around the fence and the trees for a long time. Wanted to clean them up before summer. Mr. Principal, thank you for giving us a call. The man noticed the principal, took off his hat, and bowed. No need. I trust your work. Please take care of things. I think we can finish it today. We might make a lot of noise, though. Each worker took one of the tools and walked towards the fence where the grass was growing. The engine of the lawnmower was very loud, and the kids who were playing in the schoolyard looked at it curiously. Hey, it's dangerous out here. Go back to your classroom. It was Chie. She handed an envelope with the documents in it to the principal. It said Okanogi Gardeners in green on the envelope. Okay, so let's put... But again, this could just be like an organization name, you know? Like, I don't want to... I'm just trying to see, because Rina's theory fits so well with, like, explaining Chapter 1 that I want it to believe that I want to believe that it's true. Principal, please sign the invoice and drop it off at their office next time you go to the town hall. Of course, will do. Ah, Chie, did they come here yesterday? Yeah, they came here to look at the grass late in the afternoon. They told me they got lost on the way back because they tried to take a shortcut. The village has a lot of small roads branching off everywhere, and they can be very confusing. I remember when I first came here, Chie started talking about it when she got lost, and they laughed together. It was never anything suspicious to begin with. I thought they were suspicious yesterday because of what Rena had told me. At first, I thought it wasn't unusual to see a white van. And then right after I heard her creepy story, I saw a white van parked on the road and I got scared. The gardeners weren't familiar with the roads of Hinamizawa, and they got lost trying to take a shortcut on their way back. That's all. I had totally twisted it around. Or had it totally twisted around. I believe that fake-sounding story. I believe the Sonozaki family was working behind the scenes, and I fabricated the existence of a group of fanatical believers in my mind. Worse, I doubted Mion. Damn it, I'm such a fool. She's my friend. We took each other's hands that day, saying that we were a family made of friends, and that friends were friends no matter what. I said that, but then I doubted my friend. So stupid. Anyway, Rena was the problem. She also needed to wake up from this crazy delusion. I had to hurry and wake her up. Rena seemed like she had no mind to listen to anyone else. She truly believes that the Sonozaki family are the masterminds of a large-scale conspiracy. Again, third time, and I won't keep drumming on it. But, again, it's very possible the Sonozaki family is still under whoever the real head of this is. So. Oh my lord. See, the text is getting more red. I remember the plate number of the white van, and I also remembered their faces. Without a doubt, this was one of the vans that had been following me. So far, I've confirmed that 3 or 4 cars have been following me. I could especially recall this white van because it followed me around the longest of all. People who are in the other cars must be the lookouts, and the ones in this van must be tasked with direct contact like the kidnapping or assassination. Their lookouts secure the surroundings, and the ones in the van attack the target. It's a common maneuver involved in both kidnapping and assassination. Scrapbook said that too. If so, I'd better watch out because if it was them, not the lookouts who came to the school... If so, I'd better watch out because it was them, not the lookouts who came to the school premises. I don't think they'll attack me while I'm at school. They're in the early stage of their covert operation now, hiding their fangs and claws until the last stage of their horrifying scheme. That's why they won't take action in the school, where people are watching. But it looked like they were talking with Chie in a very friendly way. I only heard bits and pieces of their conversation, but it sounded very suspicious. I tried to remember the chatter and the movements in their mouths, and I played my memory of it like a videotape in my mind. Hello, blank. Oh, thank you for coming. It's very hot today, isn't it? It sure is. You look very pretty today. Well, thank you. You can start whenever you're ready. Yes, we'll start right away. My account manager told me to give you this. The blah 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 blah. I can just go back up and see it. Quote in the invoice. I see. Right. The date is left blank on both of them. Well, there shouldn't be any problem. Thank you so much. Alright. Yeah. I used the information I had to guess what was going on. I played the video again and again in my mind and also paused it and played it in slow motion again to check many times. Then something unbelievably horrifying started to emerge. There's no doubt that they're acquainted with Chie. But I've never seen them visit the school before, so it's hard to believe that Chie is their contact. There's no doubt that they're the death squad under the direct control of the Sonozaki family. Okay, so now, this more and more looks like Rena's totally crazy. Like... The death squad was talking with Chie. They know each other. What's their relationship? Who's Chie anyway? During the dam conflict, Hinamizawa school was closed and it was merged with the one in Okinomiya. The Onigafuchi Guardians didn't accept that, and they made a part of the forestry service building into a school. But needless to say, the school they made didn't have a teacher, so it was only going to be a token form of resistance. But a teacher who had a strong passion for education felt sorry for the children, and she came to work there. That was Rumiko Chie. It was obviously strange. Teachers are government employees, and they normally belong to their prefectures. As long as they lie low and don't cause trouble, they don't get fired, and they don't get demoted. They can work up until the official retirement age, and they're guaranteed to get a fixed retirement fund. She was one of those government employees, but she defied the Board of Education and came to work for Hinamizawa. The villagers admire her as a teacher of passion. I heard that Oryo Sonozaki herself successfully negotiated with the Board of Education that suspended Chie for defying their orders. It was easy to get an answer from this by connecting the dots. Chie was recruited by Oryo as a teacher to work at the school the Onigafuchi Guardians had created. In other words, she was already working for Oryo before she came here. As for the principal, he was the principal of the school in Hinamizawa from the beginning. He's a respected person of this region, and he's been closely associated with the three families for a long time. So that means the school has been under the control of the Sonozaki family all along. That's why Chie is acquainted with the death squad. It all makes sense now. Chie confirmed that I came to school today, made a phone call, and called them here. I don't want to know why she called them here. If she called them just to monitor me, they'd wait near the gate until class was over, but they came onto school premises. Why? Stop pretending to be a fool, Rina Ryugu. Do you think nothing will happen if you pretend not to notice it? Think hard and calm down, Rina Ryugu. What will they try to do to me today in school? In school? How are they going to do anything with my classmates and friends around me? It's easy. Chie will tell me to come to the teacher's office during the last class of the day. What about my clubmates? It's easy too. Chie can easily make them go home early using her authority as a teacher. She can make up any reason she wants. Maybe the classroom is going to have carpentry work done today, so they can't stay in school. It sure is. Mel, you look very beautiful today, like always. Thank you. Yeah, see, there's no doubt. They clearly said they're ready to do it today. And what else? Yes, we'll start right away. My account manager told me to give this to you. The check and invoice I see, but the dates are left blank on both of them. Well, there shouldn't be any problem. Thank you so much. I see they gave Chi an envelope with some documents in it. That blank is an eerie phrase. Was my name supposed to be in the blank? Why is it left blank? What does that mean? I told you, Rina Ryugu. Do you still think that nothing will happen if you pretend not to notice? Stop it. So what it must mean is it's an order from higher up. It says to make Rina Ryugu become blank. I took a peep from the shadows, and I saw the principal taking documents out from the envelope and started reading them. He looked stern. He looked very serious. I wished I could take a peek at the documents, but I was too far away. I kept looking at him just to see if he'd react at all, and then the envelope caught my eye. The envelope said Okanogi Gardeners, and it had some numbers that looked like a phone number. Fortunately, I have good eyesight. I memorized the number. They're a death squad. The gardening company must be a camouflage occupation. That's what I was saying. It might be like a racket, like it's just a fucking thing they're holding up. Probably doesn't even exist. I wanted to find out. I looked for a phone. There's only one phone, and it's in the teacher's office. Fortunately, the teachers were chatting in the hallway looking at the gardeners. It was now or never. I was sure nobody was watching me go into the teacher's office. I rushed in and grabbed the phone on the principal's desk. I went over the phone number in my head and dialed it up. Glad they have a touch-tone phone. It would have been difficult if it was a rotary dial. Buddy, that literally looks like a rotary dial phone. If somebody answered, I'd only have to ask, yes, it's the Okanogi Gardeners. I'd wait for them to answer before hanging up. Should be easy. Connected. The number you dialed is, I felt the cold chill run through my body from the bottom of my feet. Wait, don't make a quick judgment. I might have remembered the number wrong. No, I know I remembered it right. It was an easy number to remember. It's impossible to remember it wrong. And did I dial it wrong? I put the phone down and started over. This time I dialed the number more slowly. Teachers might be coming back at any time. In that situation, it was risky to do anything slowly, but I needed to make absolutely sure. The number you dialed is, it's the same, there's no doubt. The company Okanogi Gardeners doesn't exist. It's a camouflage operation for the Sonozaki family's death squad. Please make sure the number you dialed is correct. The number you dialed is blah blah blah. I was too stunned to put down the receiver. The announcement kept running over and over. The voice was cold and creepy. I hung up the phone and rushed out of the teacher's office. I ran to the bathroom and held my head in an attempt to cool down. Calm down, Rina. Calm down, Rina Ryugu. Stay cool. I wasn't safe here anymore. If I stayed here, I might be erased, even in the open. They'd erase me. Why? They aren't certain that I have the scrapbooks. I told Keiichi where I hid the scrapbooks. Yesterday I told him I hid them in my hideout in the garbage dump. Is Keiichi in cahoots with the Sonozaki family? I felt as if my head was a pot that was cooking some dubious stew. There was only soup left in my brain. That's a few pretty good lines on that one. I cut up clues, information, and facts just like I'd cut vegetables and threw them into the pot. Some of them were floating on the surface and others were on the bottom of the pot. They were being cooked in a boiling soup. No, it can't be. Keiichi's on my side. He's the only one who's on my side. He held out his hand to me at the trash piles. There was no lie in that hand. When he grabbed my wrist, I felt nothing but his strong and pure heart. He promised he'd be on my side. I shouldn't doubt Keiichi. He's the only one I should trust. He's the only one who is on my side right now. I'm sorry, Keiichi. I was about to doubt you. I'm really sorry. I'm so sorry. I said it out loud on purpose, full of regret that I doubted Keiichi, the only one who's on my side. Now that I think about it, whether I have the scrapbooks or not might not matter to them. Erase anyone who's suspicious. That's the safest way. Does that mean they're in a hurry? The day of Oyashiro's revival might just be around the corner. And that's why they're trying to get rid of any small fish bones that are stuck in the throat by any means before it's too late. We don't need her anymore. Just erase her if you're worried so much. I could easily picture Oryo Sonozaki saying that. Picture? No, she did say that. That's why they're here today. What should I do? What should I do? Should I wait until school's over? I was like a fish in a pond. No matter how many times I escaped from the net, I was in the pond, and they owned the pond. I didn't stand a chance. Then what should I do now? I couldn't keep escaping from the net. I should get out of the pond. I didn't know how to fight them. I didn't know who's on my side. I was about to give in to despair. For now I'd have to think about how to survive this, so I'd at least have time to think about how to fight against them. I had to get out of this pond. When I was about to leave the bathroom, one of my classmates came in. I pretended to be sick and talked to the girl while leaning on the wall. I don't feel good. I think I better go home. Can you tell Chie I left school early? I couldn't let Chie know that I'm leaving school early if I'm trying to run away from them. But if I didn't, they might think I ran away without cause. That might lead them to chase after me without mercy. If that happens, I don't stand a chance. They were planning to capture me after school is over, but I happened to feel sick and left school early. If they took it that way, they wouldn't think that I noticed the noose tightening around me. I was about to go back to the classroom and get my bag, but I changed my mind and turned around. I don't need my bag anymore. I realized nobody was watching me, so I stopped pretending to be sick and started running. Okay. Chie, take a look at this. Take a look? There's something wrong with the documents. Yeah. Date on the quote and the invoice are left blank. They're supposed to put today's date here. Oh, they wanted to leave them blank. They said they couldn't put the same date on the quote and the invoice. They're told to leave them blank by General Affairs. Okay then. And this, the phone number on the invoice is different from the one on the envelope. Do you know which is the correct one? Oh, I didn't notice that. Hello, excuse me. Yeah, what's the matter? Phone number on the invoice is different from the one on the envelope. Which one's correct? Oh, ahaha. It's the one on the invoice. I used the old envelope we used to use at our former office. I'm sorry about that. I told our part-timer to add a stamp with the new phone number, but I guess she forgot. I apologize for the confusion. Can you just erase the number? I see. But if Chie knows them, they can't be like fucking... Because this is my thinking, right? Like, if Chie knows them, she's seen them a few times before, then it wouldn't make sense if, like... But the principal did say he only called them in. I don't know, dude. I don't really... Like, I feel like Rina's theory is right, but I just don't buy the whole that the Sonozakis are behind it, you know? It doesn't really, like, feel right. You know? It feels a little bit off. Okay, I'm gonna... Okay, this is my takeaway from that chapter. So, I said Mion seems to be telling the truth. It's very possible she's the out group, as mentioned previously. The three families might not be the ones behind everything, but are mere pawns to the cult. Keiichi saw the four men in the van at the school. They said they were forestry servicemen. Keiichi followed them. They seemed to be from the Okanogi Gardeners and were doing groundwork at the school. Keiichi said this was the same people, by the way. Rina thinks the principal and Chie are working for the Sonozakis. The foreman gave 2 different numbers to Chie on the forms. One of them is a deadline that didn't work as Rina tried to call it, and the other, however, is apparently a real phone number, although we don't know if it works or not. Rina seems to think these guys are a shadow corporation that's a front for the Sonozaki Death Squad. It's hard to believe one way or the other. And this was what my takeaway is. I think that Rina's probably going a little crazy, and Mion seems mostly truthful in what she said, but I do think something might be going on that Mion isn't privy to. Rina's theory wraps so much together nicely that I'm sort of inclined to believe what she's saying, but I don't necessarily think she's right about the Sonozaki's involvement. Because it does seem like at every turn that we've learned about the Sonozakis, they seem to be a little bit less malicious than initially thought. One sec, I had to grab a blanket here. It's actually really cold in my room. Lunch takeout list 3. One sec. Oh. Sorry, I'm just putting this blanket on. It's massive, dude. Oh. Ugh, gross. Okay. Oh, I'm so comfy though. Ouch. I'm rolling on it, that's why. Alright, one sec. Oh. Okay, let's get back to what we're doing. The danger of a culture-bound syndrome, which is what they said that Rina might have been suffering from before, lies in the fact that it can easily trigger delusional misidentification syndrome. That is to say, in the current case, every time the patient sees something trivial, tries to interpret it as a curse. It's believed that as a result from the accumulation of these events, an understandable form of delusional system is created, ultimately leading to paranoia. Furthermore, the patient is also exhibiting slight signs of a personality disorder. Of course, it's a very mild level. It's not causing any hindrance whatsoever to her daily life. It's common for even healthy individuals to have primary delusions in their daily lives, but they usually ignore it automatically without recognition since those delusions are nonsensical. However, there are cases where the delusions accumulate despite being incomprehensible. It largely depends on the particular characteristics of the individual. It's believed that the patient shows relatively strong characteristics in this area. I believe you're very much aware that primary delusions are categorized into 3 different kinds. Delusional mood is the feeling of impending crisis without basis. Delusional intuition is the feeling of a sense of a duty or goal without basis. Delusional perception is the feeling of a baseless cause against a baseless target. It's probably the third one, right? In the patient's case, it's believed that these incomprehensible delusions accumulated acted out simultaneously with the culture-bound syndrome, which triggered delusional misidentification syndrome, and ultimately caused the incomprehensible delusions to become understandable by interpreting them as a curse. The comprehensible delusion system includes understandable secondary delusions, further strengthening the patient's delusional system with the passage of time. Delusional parasitosis mentioned earlier can be considered a secondary delusion. A common factor of all cases of paranoia is that even after an outbreak, they still appear perfectly normal with no change in their personalities. The patients are unaware of their own ailments, and due to their personal interpretations of their delusional system, there are many cases where patients arm themselves logically, making it extremely difficult for a third party to point out they're having a delusion. This is actually no meme. One of the reasons why arguing with a conspiracy theorist is very difficult. A lot of people, I don't want to go on too long of a tangent, but this is something that I've thought about a lot before, and I think it's very interesting, that a lot of people seem to think that conspiracy theorists are just like crackpots that are just like, you know, they're off their rocker, they believe whatever, like they're just, how the fuck could you ever believe something like this? And there's probably some people that are like that. But there are people that are very deeply entwined with the theory that they've become attached to the point where even a regular person coming from the outside, if they were to have a real conversation with someone who's really dug in deep, would actually have 0% chance to dispel them. So for example, it would probably be very hard, unless you were a literal physicist, and I mean like PhD physicist, to have an argument with a very serious flat earther and come out on the other side convincing them of anything. And even if you were a PhD physicist, you're probably not going to convince them. But the weird thing is, these people will find so many little things that attach to their theories to the point where it's actually going to be like near impossible for the average person to have an argument with someone like this without looking like a dumb fuck. And for the most part, if you have an argument with someone like this, you're probably going to lose the argument, even though the ideas they believe in are crazy and seem like indefensible and incomprehensible. But the crazy thing is, they're so rooted in their theory, and they've made these systems and these logical pathways like this guy's talking about to the point where, like, they actually will beat you in an argument even though their idea itself is so on its face incomprehensible. But we'll continue now. Furthermore, although it may depend on the tendency of the delusions, there are also cases where a persecutory delusion turns into a pursuit delusion or a conspiracy delusion, resulting in the patient creating an imaginary enemy and taking up antisocial behavior. For example, there are cases where believers of a religious cult were deeply influenced by the cult's founders' paranoid visions, which shifted the group into a conspiracy delusion and that made them conduct antisocial behavior in the name of self-defense. Although no such cases have been reported in Japan yet, it could very well happen in the near future. Fortunately, the patient hasn't reached that serious of a condition as of now. Proper treatment should be made with full recovery. But something. This is garbage. Also understands this is not an unusual case, but something caused by the accumulation of a number of innocent factors that anyone could have. The patient can be treated only by deepening her bond with her father. As long as she has that bond, she can certainly be treated. For the reasons above, if the patient is to return to her home village, I strongly recommend the patient continue to receive guidance from specialized medical institutions. Please excuse me for writing such a long letter. Thank you for receiving it. Okay. Huh. Yikes. Dun 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 dun. How much water do I have left? Okay, I have a decent amount. Okay, let's continue. I don't know if it got more red this time. Hard to say. They were mowing grass near the fence, which was probably a cover to monitor the surroundings, just in case I tried to escape from the school. But they must have been thinking that would happen only after school was over. They seemed to have no idea that I'd already noticed their plan and was trying to run away at that very moment. Couldn't use the front gate since they'd find me easily. I moved behind the school building, made sure nobody was around the curry garden, ran through it, and dashed into the forest. I walked through the dense undergrowth, stepping on dead wood and climbing over fallen trees. After walking through the forest for a while, I came to a small road. I know many back roads in this village because of our club activities, and that knowledge has finally come in handy. So what should I do now? I'm sure the girl already passed on my message to Chie. Those men must be going crazy by now, knowing that I ran away. Anyone else talked to Ryugu before she left school? Everybody in the class looked at each other and shook their heads. Chie looked a bit upset that Rina left school early without telling her in person. Rina has been feeling sick these days. Meep. She left her bag here. What happened to her? I have a bad feeling about this. What? I think I know what's going on. I'm not sure, but I have a very bad feeling about this. She must have taken another ridiculous story seriously or something. I hope she won't do anything crazy. I hurried home. Now this looks like it might be more red, but... My father might be at his new job, or he might have gone shopping. He wasn't around when I got there. Now that they're on the move, I'm no longer safe in my house. They're very dangerous people. They're trained to be capable of attacking the Ministry of Construction, and they actually pulled off the kidnapping of the grandson of the minister. Locked doors and windows don't mean anything to them. In fact, it'd be like I was hiding in a box, which they could just open up and get to me. I could no longer stay at my home. It's very sad and very frustrating. I killed Rina and Tepe and finally regained a peaceful life with my father. How could this happen to me? I remember what Keiichi told me before. It expressed my feelings better than anything. Takano left us a huge parting gift. Why did she give me those terrifying scrapbooks? Why did she tell me all about the secret of that unthinkable conspiracy? She got me into this. I didn't do anything. It's all Mio's fault. But who was interested in her stories? I was. Who let her continue talking? I did. I did that out of curiosity. Who let the memories of Ibaraki return and told Mio about them? I did. I depended on Mio, hoping that she could somehow save me from the memories I've been trying to forget. I shouldn't have remembered anything about that bizarre incident. The bizarre incident in 1970 when me and all my jacked boys went to Egypt. Now that was a good adventure. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have gotten involved in that unthinkable conspiracy, and I could have just played around with my friends today. But even if I didn't know about the conspiracy, it'd still continue behind the scenes. Yeah, well, this is the ignorance is bliss argument, right? Like, let's assume that, like, they weren't going to kill you or something, but, one second. Sorry, but what I was thinking about here is that, like, again, I don't want to go on too long of a tangent, but one of the really interesting things that I like about what do you call it? About Persona 5 Royal is I think there's a really interesting argument, or not argument, but thought experiment you can have in regards to the last chapter if you really think about it. The question is, like, would you rather... Is ignorance good? Sorry, basically, I'll boil this down because I don't want to take too long. The argument would be, is there actually some value assessment to truth? Because would you still value knowing the truth of a situation if it meant extreme unhappiness to yourself? So, for instance, let's say I or someone else comes up to you and they actually truly do, well, now, again, we can never know this, blah, blah, blah. Let's just say they objectively know whatever they're about to say is true. They know this objective fact that if they tell you, will cause you, like, supreme despair and sadness in your life. Maybe it never goes away after that. Most people tend to value telling the truth. Would you value telling the truth if it meant it came at your own dissatisfaction? I think generally most people would say no. Ignorance is bliss. But ignorance is only bliss if you agree that truth is not always something that should be valued, okay? We can do this another time. I think I even talked about this when I played Persona 5, so you can go find whenever that shit happened. I think I talked about it. I would have been one member of the mob running in a panic, not knowing what's going on the day of Oyashiro's revival. I would have been just swallowed up in their conspiracy anyway. Would I be happier if I faced the day without knowing anything? Would I be happier if I struggled knowing about it, but ending up swallowed... Sorry. Would I be happier if I struggled knowing about it, but ending up swallowed by it? I'm gonna end up the same way no matter what I choose to do. I'll fight. I'll choose to fight, because that's how I seized my happiness before. When Rina invaded my home seducing my father, I felt like it was the end of the world. I lived on the verge of despair every day. I thought that was the worst misfortune that could befall anyone. But the way things are going, it wasn't really that bad at all. I had only 2 enemies, Rina Mamiya and Tepe Hojo. I knew my enemies, and I knew how many there were. I lured them out one by one, and I attacked them in the dark. It was a very easy problem to solve. What about this one? I don't know who my enemies are, and I don't know how many or how strong they are. Even the people I once trusted might be my enemies. I can't possibly be sure. It's totally different from the previous problem. This might be the end of the world. This time it really was the worst thing that could possibly happen. Is that really the case? With Rina, I felt like it was the end of the world, but I no longer think it was that bad. This might turn out to be an easy problem to solve in the end, and I might be able to laugh about it someday. I know that day will come. I know it for sure. So I shouldn't think that this is the end of the world. Let's fight. I can fight. I can still struggle. I'd eat grass and drink mud if I needed to. I'm gonna bet on the 1% chance, even though it's unbelievably small. If Mio didn't leave me the scrapbooks, I wouldn't even have been able to sit at the table to bet. I was lucky that I received the scrapbooks because they gave me the chance to choose my future. If I don't fight, they'll spread the terrible parasite and this village will face a great disaster. According to the legend, when the demons first came out of the swamp, people became demons right after being infected. And it happened while they were inside the village. These days, symptoms appear only when infected people leave the village, but that only applies to the later weak parasite. The original parasite can reenact the curse of Oyashiro even when the infected are in the village. The legend of Oyashiro will be reborn. Humans and demons will start killing each other, and Oyashiro will come down to pacify the disaster. That's what they want. They want people to prostrate themselves before the miracle, and only the people who truly worship Oyashiro will be saved. This is why I say that it makes sense, because this would basically mean like Rika gets power over the village, right? That's why I keep thinking that Rika's like super suspicious. Because like at the end of the day, if this does go through and she comes down, you know, clad in fucking white robes and is hailed as the savior, you know, of course it's quite obvious who that benefits. It's her. Sec, I'm just reading something here. Sorry, just reading about some COVID shit in my town. This is so weird. The problem is, like, it's hard to trust so many sources on this stuff because I don't know what political spin they're trying to put on it, but at least from what I'm seeing, there's like I know Canada's, I don't want to get too much into Canadian politics, but let's continue. They're going to reenact the legend of Oyashiro. After all, the villagers always say that Rika is his reincarnation. Let's write this down. I'm going to try and be more liberal with my notes for this because they're kind of... I wrote so much in that last chapter, it took so long. I literally wrote like probably a few hundred words in that chapter. And that's just one chapter. So, Stage is all set. They're going to use the parasite as the curse. So how are they going to make it look like Oyashiro came down to pacify everyone? I get it. They must have some kind of medicine, a specific cure for the parasite. When they recreated the stronger form of the parasite, they found a cure for it at the same time. They're going to use the cure to save only the people who believe in Oyashiro, and as a result, the village will only have those fervent believers. They're going to make themselves the absolute rulers of Hinamizawa. I mean, that's what I said before. They're going to do this, you know, for their own benefit. Wait, I still might be underestimating them. Are they going to carry out that horrifying act of bioterrorism only inside Hinamizawa? History proves that when their goal is to control others, people desire to spread their religion across a wide area. I'm sure they conducted research not only to bring back the primitive form of the parasite, but also to overcome its weakness, namely that it only thrives in Hinamizawa. According to Mio, the parasite doesn't like its host to be far from the region. Okay, so... Dude, there's so much. I think that, like, I like this chapter because it's, like, a lot of secrets and stuff, like, a lot of new info. But at the same time, like, holy fuck, they're info dumping hard. Like, they are just, like, dumping the tank on this one. And it's hard, not hard to keep up with. There's just a lot to keep up with. Okay. 1 second. Okay. According to Mio's research, the parasite doesn't like its host to be far from the region. Its weakness is distance. If they could extend the distance, they could extend it to an area where it can live. Wonder how far along the research is. By now, the parasite might be able to live not only in Hinamizawa, but in Okinomiya as well. Maybe even in the city. maybe the whole prefecture. Might be able to cover nearby prefectures as well. This is too serious just to call a conspiracy. It's horrifying enough, and its scale is large enough to call it a revolution. But this wouldn't really be a revolution. Revolution's like will of the people, right? This isn't so much will of the people. This is done by like a very small group of people. This would be more like some kind of like totalitarian takeover. The day of revival is probably not far off. I can tell by how they killed Mio and by the extent of their pressure they're putting on me. They're trying to get rid of the small fish bones stuck in their throat by any means because the day is coming ever closer. I'm the only one who can stand up against the revolution. Can't trust anybody. I think I can trust Keiichi, but no one else. Me is out of the question. I can't trust Rika either. Satoko and Rika stick together like super glue, so I can't trust Satoko either. I can't trust any adults. I can't trust anybody. No one's on my side. I have to stand up against them alone. The clock is ticking towards the day, and the ticking noise made me frustrated. How should I fight against them? What should I do? I needed time to think. I needed a place, a safe area where I could concentrate on thinking. Fortunately, I had such an area already. My hideout at the garbage dump. Nobody ever goes there, so it's safe. Even if they found out about that place, I'm familiar with its surroundings. I know the escape routes and places where I can hide. But it has a big shortcoming as a hiding place. It's in the village. It's not hard to imagine what that is. Oh, well, I don't have any stock of food there. That's why I came home. Oh. Well, I thought the obvious thing was that, like, it's in the village, so they know you're not going to be very far if they know where your hideout is. If your hideout's in the village, like, you're kind of fucked. But, you know. I opened one of my father's drawers and took out his cash box. The contents haven't changed since the last time I looked inside. There were many new 10,000 yen bills in the cash box. I took them all. Couldn't tell how many bills there actually were, but it looked to be about 80 of them. This should be plenty. If I evaded them long enough to use all this money, that would mean that I did pretty well. Plus, I might use it to buy someone off. You can never have too much money, especially in a situation like this. I didn't take the bank book. If they were waiting in ambush at the bank, I'd be done for. It's too risky to withdraw money at the bank. I almost said whiskey. Too whiskey. I grabbed my backpack. I took the key from my bicycle. Put everything I think would be convenient to have into the backpack. I didn't care if it got heavy. I'd choose what was necessary to carry around later in my hideout. If there ended up being something I didn't need, I could leave it there. I looked at the clock. It's been 30 minutes since I came home. I stayed here too long. I rushed out of the house. Went to a small convenience store and bought as much sweet bread and canned food as I could fit in my backpack. An old lady was at the register. Probably suffering from dementia, she showed no interest in the extraordinary amount of food I was buying. But as soon as the manager of the store checked the sales that night, he'd find out. The idea didn't bother me because I could no longer walk around the village in the daylight anyways. My backpack was full, and the cans hurt my back as I walked. But it didn't bother me either. I got to my hideout, still carrying the heavy backpack. I organized the stuff I bought. It was very heavy to carry, but now I had sufficient food. The abandoned construction office still has running water, so I could get some from there. I wanted to get some vegetables, but in a situation like this I could hardly complain. After I organized things, I took out the scrapbooks I hid here and put my brain into top gear, flipping through the pages. So now what? How am I going to stand up against this gigantic conspiracy? I needed to calm down, stay cool, but also to think fast. There might not be a lot of time, so I'd have to hurry, but I don't know what to do. It's easy to run to school in the morning when I oversleep. It's easy because I know where I should go, but now I don't know where I should go or what I should do. Now that I've come to this point, I should tell Oishi everything. It's highly likely he's an enemy. Doesn't matter anymore. If it was true, I'd just declare war. But if he was on my side, he'd be my only remaining hope. I'm far too weak to stand alone against terrifying scale of this conspiracy poised to instill fear throughout Japan. I'd have to use a public phone to make the phone call. There's only one public phone in the village that stands at a place where it's hard for people to spot you. The phone booth. It stands in the middle of nowhere where nobody really comes around. Many bugs gather around the light when it's dark, and it's not a pleasant place to go. But I can't think of any other public phones I can use to contact Oishi without being seen. Even though it stands in the middle of nowhere, it's still dangerous to use in the daylight. I should wait until nightfall and take advantage of the darkness. Or, the real reason, the artist only made one asset and they didn't want to draw it in the daylight again. I heard that Oishi had been holed up in the station since Mio's murder case, so I should be able to reach him any time. I have the number for the direct line to his office, too. The sky was still bright. Even though I had no time, I still had to wait for it to get dark. Frustrated, I glared at the sunset. I should find something to do. Couldn't waste any time that I had, so there must be something. After I thought about what I could do, I found there was something I wanted to confirm. Something I've been worried about. I couldn't do anything else before it got dark, anyway. Staying here doing nothing would just make me more frustrated. I made my decision and left the hideout. Also, I'm sorry that my mouse is doing loops. I'm sure that anybody who's been watching has seen me do this. It's because I'm rocking my chair back and forth, and so I'm moving my arm and it does circles. Rina's father paced up and down restlessly in front of his house. A bicycle appeared, its rider ringing the bell. Police officer, here, over here. Police officer from Hinamizawa police station had shown up. Having rushed to get there, he was breathing hard. I hope it didn't wait too long. Please tell me what happened. I know I locked the door before I left, but when I came back, the door was left open, and he led the police officer into the house. And look, my cash box was left open in my room. This is how you found it. You didn't touch anything? I didn't touch the cash box itself because I thought they might have left fingerprints. I did touch the contents a little bit to check what was missing. And what did they take? They didn't take my bank books or my personal seal, but they took the cash. They didn't take your bank books or personal seal, huh? You're lucky. Professional thieves today don't take bank books because they know how easily they can get caught by using them. This might be a professional cat burglar. Instead of taking the cash box with him, he opened it here. He has to be a pro. How much cash was in there? I haven't counted it for a long time, but I believe there was about 110,000 yen bills. Ah, I see. Did you tell anybody that you had that much cash in there? No, I didn't, but they probably knew I kept some cash in the house. They? Who are they? Can you tell me more about them? Well, it's kind of an embarrassing story. Her name is Rina Mamiya, and... ... Just then the phone rang. Oh, excuse me, I'll go get that. Please give me a minute. He grabbed the phone. Hello, this is the Ryuga residence. Hello, this is Maebara. Is Rina there? No, she hasn't come back from school yet. She hasn't? I'm very sorry, but I'm in the middle of something right now. Can you call back later? I'm sorry. Bye. He hung up after that. Now it's definitely more red. Definitely more red now. I was stunned. It didn't look like anything had changed on the surface. It was hard to find the place at all because it perfectly blends in with the bodies. I only found this place again because I remembered there was a tree with a big lump of wood on it nearby. The spot where I buried the corpses was perfectly camouflaged as if nothing had happened. That's why at first I thought I came to the wrong place, but I could make certain once I stick a shovel into the ground. I should be able to tell right away whether this place was dug up before or not. After several false starts, I found the exact spot where I buried the corpses. But the biggest problem of all is that there are no bags in there at all. Why? How come? Did I bury them deeper than this? No, I didn't. I remember exactly how deep I buried them. I know I didn't bury them deeper than this. Okay, well... It's weird. This isn't really too surprising, though, because we read that one tip that was talking about, it was talking about it, I guess, if that makes sense. It was talking about the police were going to do a sweep of the places or something. Wasn't expecting this. I came here to check the corpses. I just wanted to do that to kill some time. I didn't want to stay in my hideout doing nothing, so I came here to check if the corpses I buried were still there. I'd make sure they were still there. I'd feel relieved. It was supposed to go like that. This was such an unexpected turn of events that I broke out into a cold sweat. What's going on? What's going on? I don't need to calm down to think about what happened. Corpses can't come back to life and crawl out of the ground. Someone must have dug them out. Who did it and for what purpose? Did anyone happen to see us burying the corpses here? And did they dig them out after we left? What if they handed them over to the police? Well, then the question would be, why are you not all arrested by then? It's been quite a while since the day we buried them here. It was before the Watanagashi. So if the police did find the corpses, when Oishi contacted me, he had to know about Rina and Tepe. But he didn't tell me anything about them. I don't think he was hiding anything on purpose either. That means the police don't know about Rina and Tepe yet. Then where are the corpses gone? That only leave one answer. Who knows about this place? One of us came back here, dug out the bags, and took them away. First person who comes to mind is Mion. I mean the Sonozaki family. But I can't think of a reason why they would do that. The murder of Rina and Tepe has nothing to do with them. I'm sure they don't want to get involved either, let alone be falsely accused. They must want to stay as far away from the case as possible. Why would they want to keep the corpses? It's like keeping a joker even though you'll lose if you have the joker by the end of the game. If I was me, what would I do? What would I do if I was our club president? The Joker is a card that you want to get rid of, at least in the game I mentioned earlier, but it becomes a powerful card in other games. What kind of game would that be? An electric shock ran through my spine. At the same time, I realized it. They're one step ahead of me. The Sonozaki family got the corpses to use them as a Joker, as a wild card. They're trying to use them to sell me out to the police. The Sonozaki family is trying to kill me using their death squad, but they want to have insurance just in case they fail. The thing they're afraid of the most is I might work together with the police. If they could prevent that from happening, I'd have no one to work with. If that happens, I can no longer run away from them. I'd still be a fish in their pond. They're going to use the corpses to sell me out to the police for the murder of Rina and Tepe. If the police started seeing me as a suspect, they'd never listen to my story. It could have been my last hope, but this will certainly turn them against me. Okay, let me... But then her theory of, like, Oishi being in on it doesn't even really make sense, because her own theory doesn't make sense. If the cops are in on it with the Sonozakis, why would they be, like, mad if they started working with each other, you know? Or why would she be, like, scared if they were going to start working together? Or, sorry, fuck! Why would the Sonozakis be mad if Rina was going to start working with the police? Because if what we know is true, they're already on the same side, them being the Sonozakis and the police. So they shouldn't care, they shouldn't need insurance. After all, Mia and Sonozaki helped bury the corpses. Plus, they didn't want the police to hover around Hinamizawa when the day of revival is so close. I'm gonna call Oishi tonight, and I'm gonna ask him for help. I'm gonna tell him everything, including the things I haven't even told Keiichi. I don't know if Oishi will believe me. It's a gamble. My chance of winning is very small. My worst enemy has a Joker, the bags with the corpses inside. I'm impressed with Mion. It's just what I'd expect from the leader of our club. This is a battle that I'm betting my life on. But to Mion, this is like a board game, taking place across Hinamizawa itself. I grinned, repeating to myself that it's just a game. I put my life on the line for every club activity we do because I don't want to suffer the punishment. This time, that's become the literal truth. There could only be one reason why they're trying so hard to drive me into a corner. Because they're afraid of me. I assumed I was just a little girl with no power, running about in confusion. My enemy must not be thinking that way. If they didn't think I was a threat to them, they wouldn't take risks like this to drive me into a corner. It means the scrapbooks Mio left me must be way more dangerous to them than I think they are. I see. They have a Joker, but so do I. The Joker I have is so deadly and so powerful that it can break their plot into pieces. That's why they're so eager to find me. A cornered mouse really can bite a cat. I felt my fear towards my enemy fade away all of a sudden. Just as I fear them, so do they fear me too. Had a stroke there. So this is an evenly matched game. I don't have as bad a hand as I thought I did. I was right to come here. I found out about the card my enemy was holding. It's a big deal. Felt myself shiver with excitement. I grinned to encourage myself. I don't need to be here any longer. They know this place. They might come here to find me. It's not safe for me to stay here for long. I decided to go back to my hideout. On the way back, I passed close to my house. I noticed something different right away. I hid behind a bush and looked at the front gate of my house. My father was talking to a police officer. I strained to catch their conversation. Yeah, she usually parks it there. My father pointed to the place where I usually parked my bicycle. Okay. Please let us know whenever your daughter comes back. We'll try to find her as well. See, this is the thing. The game is very clearly trying to paint Rina as crazy, right? They keep trying to paint, like, these coincidences of, like, right now, you know, she's overhearing this conversation her father's having with the police. And it sounds like, you know, the police are, like, looking for her. But in reality, like, her dad came home, thought he got robbed, called the police. And now they're just like, oh, well, you know, let us know when your daughter comes back. Because, you know, like, it's like a lead they have to cross off. So, it seems a little, silly to just, like, for them to just lose their mind, you know? But I don't know. One second. I'm just reading something. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Me, you're good. You already play your Joker. Mion always starts a battle by attacking without hesitation and wins. Seems like the police are already after me. My chances of being able to explain the conspiracy to Oishi was already small, but this makes it even smaller. No. That's why I'm gonna talk to Oishi. He sees the Sonozaki family as his enemy, and he's trying to expose everything about them before his retirement. That's why he'll be on my side. He's not gonna fall for their trick. Of course, there's a very high possibility that everything was part of their trap from the beginning. It's possible that he claimed the Sonozaki family was his enemy in order to make me believe that he's on my side. But their Joker is actually giving me hope. If Oishi is one of them, it'd be too early to play their Joker. Oishi isn't one of them. That's why they got the Joker, so they can play it before I go to the police. No, wait. That must be a trick, or that might be a trick to make me think that way in order to make me trust Oishi. When Mion gives me two choices to choose from, it's usually better to choose the one I like without thinking too much. Mion, after all, likes to guess people's intentions in order to confuse them. So when you think about a choice too much, you're already in a trap. I'm going to do as I planned. I'm going to call Oishi after it gets dark. If he's going to become my ally, we can talk about the future. And if he isn't, that I realized was what I had to think about before it got dark. No, don't worry about calling so late. I don't get paid overtime, but I'm on duty as long as I'm here. I started the conversation with an ordinary greeting to try and gauge his reaction. There's a 50-50 chance that Oishi is one of them. If he's their pawn, he'll either lure me out somewhere so he can arrest me, or he'll ask me where the scrapbooks are. But even if he didn't, that wouldn't prove anything. It's going to be difficult to determine if he's on my side or not, and I'd have to tell him about the scrapbooks no matter what. My heart's beating very fast. Even if I was sure that Oishi isn't their pawn, I'd still have to make him believe such a crazy story. And I'd have to do that over the phone. Worrying wouldn't do anything for me. This is, I know, a gamble. I have but a small chance of winning. This is the Botez gambit right here. If I didn't put my chips on the table, the game wouldn't even start. I told you a little bit about this before, but I think somebody's following me. Are you sure about that? Yes. I wasn't sure before. I thought it was just my imagination. But things have changed over the past few days, and now I'm certain. Sorry, I gotta fix how I'm sitting. Oh. Crack my neck here. Oh! Oh my god, did you hear that? That was so loud. Oh my lord. That might have come through on the mic. Oh, that felt good though. I'm gonna mute. I gotta stretch. I like to yell when I stretch. Okay, we good. We're feeling nice and loose right now. Excuse me, I have the hiccups. Oof, okay. What do you mean by things have changed? A few cars have been following me. One of them is a white van with 4 men in it. They disguise themselves as gardeners, but they're actually attack units. Attack units? You mean the Sonozaki family's death squad? Yes, I'm pretty sure that's them. They came to my school today. I managed to escape from them in time, but it was very close. But why would they do that? Do they think you're trying to sniff out their connection to Tomatake's murder? Oishi hasn't mentioned the scrapbooks yet. It sounded rather unnatural to beat around the bush like that by mentioning Tomatake's murder. But as I haven't told him about the scrapbooks, it could be a legitimate reaction. To tell you the truth, I just heard some bad news. I wanted to confirm it a bit more before letting you know, but we did promise to share new info with each other. So this is what I heard. It seems like the Sonozaki Corps and Okinomiya are on the move. Are you talking about the Sonozaki Corps? Yeah. You might find it a bit of a shock, but they ordered their greenhorns to find a certain person. My heart stopped for a moment upon hearing that. Are they... It's hard to believe, but you're the person they're looking for. They're trying to find you. I just got this information, so I don't know the reason why, but they're mentioning your name. Okay, well, let's put this in here. Oh man. This is like questionable. Ow. So you believe my story that my life's in danger? Yeah, it matches with my information perfectly. Ryuga, what's going on? Do you have any idea? What they're really looking for are the scrapbooks I have. They want to know where they are, and they believe that I'm hiding them. They must be thinking that they'll be able to hide the information in the scrapbook forever if they succeed in shutting my mouth. But I couldn't tell Oishi about that yet. I answered his question by asking him a question. What about you, Oishi? Do you have any idea? I can't think of anything. No, I'm afraid I don't. It's hard to believe the Sonozaki Corps are using their resources to capture an individual like you, but it's true. It came from a reliable source. It might be the Sonozaki family who are after me, not just the Sonozaki Corps. It's very unusual for them to take action like this. They only do this when one of their people runs away with their money or something like that. It's usually about some kind of trouble within the group. They've never done things like this to an honest person like you. Well, I'm honored to be the very first one, but I need you to do something other than tell me that they've never done this before. True. I understand, Ryuga. Please calm down. Isn't it your turn to tell me something now? What do you mean? Like I said, the Sonozaki Corps doesn't take action like this often. They might be under some kind of misunderstanding, but still, it's very unusual that they would do something like this. Are you sure you have no idea? You could have gotten them confused about something without you knowing it. My guess is that you sniffed around the Sonozaki family and found out about a secret of theirs, so they think you did. Or they think you did. You can't lead them to mobilize like that by doing nothing. What you did must have been obvious to them. Are you sure you have no idea? Is he my ally or my enemy? I still can't figure it out. This is it, make your decision. Maybe they're after me because I have Mio's scrapbooks. Mio Takano, her scrapbooks. What do you mean? If he was my enemy, he wouldn't be able to hide his excitement. But his voice remained steady, and it didn't sound unusual when he said the word scrapbooks. Well, I met Mio at the library a few days before she was murdered. We talked and got along well, so she let me borrow some of her scrapbooks, in which she wrote about her studies. Scrapbooks, her studies, Yeah, Mio was studying the history of Hinamizawa. She summed up her findings in those scrapbooks. I think when they killed Mio, they found out that some of her scrapbooks were missing, and also that she gave them to me. They're after the scrapbooks. Ryuga, what in the world are you talking about? She collected all her research about Hinamizawa and its ancient past as Onigafuchi into these scrapbooks. She wrote about the origin of Oyashiro's cult in them, too. The origin of the cult of Oyashiro? You mean the story about man-eating demons? Yeah, in her research, she discovered a very important secret about Oyashiro. The secret was blasphemous, extremely blasphemous, for the people who worship him. I see, those people, the most devout believers, couldn't accept the result of her research. Oishi was taking notes. I could hear him writing something as he spoke. They killed Mio, and they're trying to get at her scrapbooks. They weren't sure that I had them, so they followed me to find out, but I think they changed their plans yesterday. They're now trying to kill anyone they think is suspicious. I see. It doesn't sound good at all. I'm gonna arrange a security detail for you. And let me take a look at the scrapbooks too. I might be able to find some clues about her murder. No. I mean, they might have pawns inside the police force, so don't worry about me. I can look after myself. Same with the scrapbooks. They're gonna try to destroy them, even if they were kept at the police station. You may be right. The Sonozaki Corps is chasing after you because of an order from the head of the Sonozaki family. That means our enemy is the Sonozaki family itself. If so, I'm afraid I can't really guarantee that we don't have a traitor among us. That's what I'm saying. Please don't worry about me. But I have a favor to ask you. It's very important. Go ahead. What is it? According to Mio's research, there's a horrifying conspiracy at work in the shadows of Hinamizawa, and it's about to be carried out in the near future. A conspiracy? What's that about? I mean, you've kind of already got to this point, so it seems sort of weird to get cold feet now, but I got tense all of a sudden. If I tell him everything, it's going to sound like a big lie. I should leave out the bizarre sounding parts for now. It'd actually make the story more credible. Fanatical worshippers of Oyashiro are the ones behind the conspiracy. Since the Meiji era, belief in Oyashiro has slowly disappeared, so they're trying to revive the majesty of Oyashiro that the people of Onigafuchi once worshipped. Go on, I'm listening. I'm just writing this down. According to Mio's research, the origin of the legend of Oyashiro lies in a primitive endemic disease. People feared this endemic disease and called it the curse of Oyashiro, and then someone like a doctor treated the disease, and then was worshipped by the villagers as Oyashiro himself. The village was then under his control. Oh, I see. That's interesting. Go on. The endemic disease was caused by a parasite unique to this region, but it became weaker with every generation, and now it doesn't do any harm to people, as you can imagine. To them, a harmless endemic disease means no curse of Oyashiro. No curse means no savior. They can't keep the sanctity of Oyashiro like that. And to revive the sanctity of Oyashiro means they have to revive the endemic disease, right? That's right. They want to recreate the legend of Oyashiro in order to make Oyashiro a deity again. That's why they're trying to create the original parasite, because it can bring back the more powerful strain of the endemic disease. The true intention of the series of the mysterious deaths was to test the results of their research, and now they finally succeeded, reenacting the maggots disease with Tomitake. It took them 5 years, but they managed to bring the parasite back to its original power. What the hell? Their goal is to spread the parasite, use the cure they developed to save only the people who believe in Oyashiro, and create for them a paradise. Are you sure it's all true? The scrapbooks say that most of the residents of Hinamizawa are infected by the parasite. There's medical evidence of its existence too. I can't believe it. Damn it, that hag Oreo is on death's door already. She just can't cross the sticks on her own. This is indiscriminate terrorism. What the hell? The original parasite could only survive around Hinamizawa, but there's a high probability that they've improved it to be able to survive in a wider area. It's going to destroy not only Hinamizawa, but also Okinomiya, or even the entire city, or even the entire prefecture. Damn it, what should we do? Who's behind all this? It's the 3 families. Most likely the Sonozaki family is in charge, but I'm not sure if Oreo is the leader or not. I can only refer to them as they. I also have no idea how far this thing reaches. Do you know where they're doing all this research? I can shut it down. I don't know. It's not in the scrapbooks either. Do you have any idea? Must be a big facility to do that kind of research. You can use a garage for remodeling guns or something like that, but when it comes to parasites, I don't think that would be enough. Mio was a nurse at the Irie Clinic. Do you think that could be it? I always thought it was a bit too big and fancy for a small village like Hinamizawa. Huh. The Irie Clinic. They'd need a specially designed facility with advanced airtight containment, among other considerations, to be able to do research on dangerous parasites like this one. It's easy to equate suspicious research with a clinic facility, but it also sounds too easy and a little cliche. At first, I thought they converted part of the clinic into a secret research center, but that actually sounds a little too unrealistic. Anyway, I don't know where it is, so please find that out. Can't you just raid every suspicious place at once? As you know, we need a warrant for that kind of thing. There's a way I can get one even after doing a raid, but I need conclusive evidence that it was actually the research building in question in order to do that. Luishi's a police officer. He's going to work as a police officer. If he's going to work as a police officer, he has to follow their rules. But they really are planning bioterrorism. There has to be a reason why they killed Mio so quickly. I think the reason is because their day of revival isn't far off. Okay, I understand. I'll try to do what I can. With an unthinkable plan like this, I'd imagine it'd be difficult to keep the Sonozaki family members on their side. I'm sure there are some who are secretly against it. I'll try to make contact with those people. Don't worry, I'm very good at things like this. Uishi laughed to try and cheer me up. I was upset with the work of the police before, but Uishi's positive reaction is very reliable. He's what you might call an outlaw. Uishi's greatest advantage to me is that he doesn't exactly play by the rules. It's very encouraging that he has this kind of skill, especially since we have to act both very quickly and without conclusive evidence. The police normally investigate incidents after they've happened, but that doesn't work in this case. If this incident actually does occur, it's going to be a big disaster. Huh. Yikes. Okay. Mio exposed such a horrifying conspiracy. I'm scared. She met with a very sad end. She was burned in a drum in the mountains of Gifu. That's what the other place was. I was writing in my notes the places that the note said they were doing a sweep of. And I think it was Gifu. Oh right, I forgot to tell you something. We found something odd about her death. Something odd. Well, oh, yo, we might finally get the answer to the doppelganger meme. Well, at first I thought it had something to do with the case, but after hearing your conspiracy story, it's going to sound like nothing. The crime lab probably just made a mistake. Please tell me, I want to know. We promised to tell each other everything, didn't we? I don't mean to hide it. It's just that it might sound like a silly horror story. Rigu, do you remember the night of Watanagashi, after the festival? You and 4 of your friends talked with Tomitake and Takano, didn't you? Yeah, we did. We just talked for a few minutes or so, I think. Well, we found Takano's dead body that night, but the crime lab in Gifu Prefecture said she'd been dead for 24 hours when she was found, but that doesn't make sense. If that's true, she had to be dead the night before the festival. What's that supposed to mean? I'm confused. If she was found dead on the night of Watanagashi, and she'd been dead for 24 hours, that means... In short, it means she was already dead on the night of Watanagashi. So the Takano whom you saw on that night was a zombie. I got you, didn't I? Well, like I said, I think they just made a mistake. Jesus Christ, what is this tan filter? Okay. I felt my brain freezing over. Oishi laughed, saying that it sounded like a horror story from a summer camp. But actually, the fact that Mio's time of death was off backed up her incredulous theories. I haven't mentioned this one to Oishi or Keiichi. Jesus Christ, can the music chill for a second? Fuck me. If I did, they'd start to doubt everything else I've said. That's how absolutely unbelievable this theory is. At any rate, twice, the mismatch with the time of Mio's death means a lot. What irony. Mio came up with a theory, and she proved it correct with her own life. Not yet. This doesn't prove anything. If her theory is true, it might happen again. There's no way it can't be true. Still can't believe it, but Oishi just said it. He said Mio was already dead on the night of the festival. Means that Mio, who was walking arm in arm with Tomitake on that night, wasn't Mio. Mio was already dead, so that wasn't her. That means she was... I felt a new sensation, one I'd never felt in my life before. It wasn't an ordinary kind of dread. It was fear of the truth. No fear is worse than the fear of accepting a truth you don't want to believe. Compared to this fear, the fear of being stalked by the Sonozaki family or being burned alive in an oil drum looks silly. That's how deep of a fear I felt, and I felt it crawling all over my body. Ryugu, please listen to me. I understand you don't trust the police. It's true that the Sonozaki family has control over the entire city. There are some traitors at my station too, but you're in danger. You can trust me. I want you to trust me as an individual person. I can provide shelter for you. It's in a place nobody knows but me. Please trust me. I don't doubt Oishi at this point. I actually think he's very reliable. One sec, I'm trying to check the score on the Blue Jays game. Oh, he left it. Great, never mind. Fuck this, man. Okay. I would have said yes without a second thought, but the situation has drastically changed. If Mio's death backs up this unbelievable truth, I trust Oishi. I believe he'll find the enemy and take them down, but I'd rather protect myself on my own than let someone else do it. If the unbelievable truth is real, then I couldn't trust anyone except myself. No, even myself might appear before me, too. Is she gonna bring up some clone theory? Oishi, thank you so much. Anyway, please find the research center and put a stop to their conspiracy. I'm gonna hide somewhere for a while. I'll call you again. I noticed I'd been on the phone too long. I've been using this phone booth with the light on in the middle of the darkness. In other words, I've been telling everyone that I'm here, and the song has been blasting my eardrums out. Hello? Hello? She hung up. Oishi wanted to talk more. He clicked his tongue and put the phone down. His junior Kumagai rushed into the room. Oishi, it's getting really bad now. The one who gave the Sonozaki Corps the order to find Rina Ryugu. It's Tatsuyoshi Kasai. Kasai. Akane Sonozaki's right-hand man. Okay, so that's right. You know what's gonna happen here? I've already put this together. Because I think that Rina's conspiratorial thinking about the Sonozakis is wrong. I think her theory could be right still, as I've said many times before. Kasai's probably just calling for her, because I bet you the Sonozakis were the ones that did dig up the bodies in the mountains. But you gotta remember, Kasai was at the coffee shop that day, right? And I think what's much more likely here is that Kasai is looking for Rina because she ran out after, you know, the shit that happened at the coffee shop with other Rina and Tepe. Kazuyoshi Kasai was a pretty high-ranking big shot, even amongst the boss's younger brothers. He used to be the boss of a subordinate branch, but after suffering a bad injury during a gang war, he stepped down, and now he served as the boss's aide. Kane Sonozaki relies especially on him, and as a right-hand man, he's still feared even now. When Kasai moves, other gangs consider it a declaration of war. They fear him very much. He's a warrior among warriors. He's been lying low these days, but he's led countless numbers of gang wars. He was also the leader of the professional attack squadron that went to the US to receive military training during the dam conflict. They were crazy enough to think of attacking the Ministry of Construction for real. Which again, we know, if we believe Thingy, that wasn't actually the case. Ow. It looks like it's causing quite an uproar among our informants. They're saying that Rina Ryugu must have found some kind of information that's very inconvenient for the Sonozaki Corps. I'm impressed at how to the point our informants actually are. Still, this is getting serious. Sato thinks it's the tape Oryo and the Ministry of Construction recorded during their secret negotiations. I don't know what word I was trying to say there. If that's true, it's going to cause quite a few deaths. This is more serious than that, Oishi thought. If our story is true, this is a massive conspiracy. It's going to cause more than quite a few. It might destroy the entire village or even the entire prefecture. This is going to be the biggest terrorist strike in history. Rina Ryugu's in danger. Kuma, arrange an unmarked patrol car to keep watch on her house. As of today, we're going to put Rina Ryugu under protection. She's convinced she's being threatened by the gang. I'll talk to the section manager later. Well, Rina Ryugu seems to have run away from home. A police officer confirmed that a lot of money disappeared from her father's cash box. Sounds like she took it and ran away. And I also had a call about a car belonging to the Sonozaki Corps parked in front of her house too. What? Why didn't you tell me that sooner? Rina Ryugu is in great danger. She wasn't calling me from her house then. We need to find her right away. Get me a car. Arrest the people parked in front of her house. And get some guys over here. They're coming with me. Yes, sir. What? Rina wasn't at home. It's pretty late. Yeah, I waited in front of her house for a while, but she didn't come home. Maybe she's at a friend's place. She might be at Sis's house with her other friends doing their club activities or whatever. Because, again, right now, this seems like a massive misunderstanding. Shion was laying down on the sofa, picturing her sister and her friends fooling around and playing games like they always did. I thought so too, so I stopped by Mion's house, but Rina wasn't there either. Mion was worried about her too. Oh, really? Well, I wonder what happened to her. She might have been caught by some hoodlum, though that would be unusual. I already told my staff to look for her just in case. I don't think that's what's happened. She's not as weak as she looks. Anyway, why did she want to see me? Oh, yeah, because she said she wanted to meet Kasai. Yeah, so like I was saying earlier again, this conspiracy seems to just be like a daisy chain of a bunch of like random facts, you know? You have like a daisy chain of a bunch of different facts that are put together, and when you string them together, they seem to make a coherent whole, but in reality, they're all easily explainable and much more simple things. So... got like fucking things itching. Okay. Kasai took off his jacket. Shion only told him to go see Rina because she heard that Rina had requested to see him in person. Oh, I thought I told you. She said she found something you lost. Rina wanted to give it back to you in person. Hey, I guess she likes you or something. Oh, please. Anyway, I hope she's alright. Right then the phone rang. Kasai answered it while loosening his tie. Yes, I understand at once. Kasai sounded very serious, and Shion immediately figured out who he was talking to. Who was it? Was it my father? Yeah, ooh. Yo, synthwave music out of nowhere? One sec. Never mind. The Sonozaki family has sent out an order to find Rina right away and bring her to the main house. You mean Oreo gave the order? Wonder what Rina did. Will she have to peel off her own fingernails? I hope Oreo goes easy on her. Poor girl. Now we're Keiichi again. Rina hasn't come home yet. No, I heard that Rina ran away from home and that she's hiding somewhere. Hiding? What do you mean? Also, I just got this information. It seems the police are looking for her. What? An unmarked patrol car is watching her house right now. Seems like there are several patrol cars looking for her in the village. Uncle Kimiyoshi received a call from the police too. He was told to use the town network to find out if anybody knows where she is. Do you think they found the corpses we hid? We hid them deep in the mountains. Couldn't have found them that easily. No, it's 100% impossible. I guarantee you that. Wow, how can you be so sure? Well, to tell you the truth, I let the Sonozaki family take care of them. They moved the bags to a secret place. Boom, we got our answer. So... this even more makes me trust Mion. She's not lying. Like, she's, like, the only thing that's possible is maybe she's fudging details. Like, for instance, you know, a secret place might be, like, you know, the main house. But, again, the question would be, like, she's not lying to Keiichi about this. Secret place? Calm down. Don't worry about it. I heard there's a major logging project happening this summer on the mountain where we hid the corpses, so I arranged help and took care of it. I see. Very reliable person when you're on my side, but you'd be a very scary person to have an enemy. I recommend you never underestimate me. So it's not the corpses they're after, then why are the police trying to find her? I don't know. But it seems like many gang members knew that Teppei Hojo and Rina Mamiya were trying to blackmail the Ryuga family, so that might be the reason why the police are after Rina. I don't think they consider her a suspect yet, but they probably want her as a material witness. It's the same thing, damn it. Rina finally regained her peaceful life. I'm not gonna let them ruin it. Mion, we need to help her. Of course, I already told my family in Okonomiya to find her before the police can. There you go. So again, we have like a weird rat race going on. Like... Fuck, so it's just like, it's a big, like, it's a big meme. It's like, we're just like... I don't know, like, it feels like we're just stuck in a... How do I put this? It's like we're just stuck in a massive, like... We're in like a weird rat race, but also like a misunderstanding at the same time. Because right now, we have two things that are going on. We have... I'm sorry, I'm trying to sign into something right now, so I'm fucking up my train of thought. Okay, I finally got it. Okay. But... we're in like a... like, Rina is in the middle of like multiple mass misunderstandings, if that makes sense. Because the funny thing is, all the stuff that she's viewing the Sonozaki family as being evil for... So right here, I wrote this down. We have a weird rat race / chase looking for Rina. Mion told the Sonozakis to look for Rina since she thought the police were going to get to her first. All the stuff I should say Rina instead of she, all the stuff Rina is viewing maliciously as the Sonozaki family coming to get her is actually Mion trying to look out for her. You know, like, we're just in like this, like, Rina's just... I already told my family in Oknomiya to find her before the police can. You can trust the Sonozaki family. They can protect her from the police, 120% guaranteed. But just finding her first isn't going to solve the problem. We have to do something to clear her of suspicion. I'll think about that after we've found her. We can make as many alibis as she needs and as many witnesses for the alibis as necessary. We have very good lawyers, too. Because again, too, like, it sounds like she's on her side. I want to believe Mion. I'm a simp. We'll never abandon our friends when they're in trouble. That's right. We can save Rina. Damn it, I wish I could do more than depend on you. Well, don't worry about it. It's okay to let someone else handle the situation when that person is better at it. Damn. This old man will take care of everything. Also, create an alibi to fool the cops watching the whole village. We'll say Rina was spotted near Gogura. The wider the search area, the fewer policemen in one place. I see that's a great idea. This is nothing to us. We did more during the dam conflict. I'll protect Rina. And Kay, Rina trusts you more than anybody, so she might come to you. If she does, please protect her and give me a call right away. Rina's a strong girl. She should be fine. She can overcome this. I think so too. I hesitated to say something. Rina hadn't been her normal self lately. If she was her normal self, I'd have no doubt she would overcome this. Rina's deeply convicted that Takano's delusions are true. Rina believes the Sonozaki family is behind the conspiracy. I'm not sure if she'd trust the Sonozaki family to protect her. Don't worry, I'm her friend too. She'll understand once I sit down and talk to her. Just like Kay and I cleared up our misunderstanding, I can do that with her. I still can't believe that you believe such a crazy story, though. Well, I can't believe I did either. It's gonna be the most embarrassing thing that ever happened in my life. I really was deeply convinced until I talked to Mion. Even after the promise of friendship we made, I doubted her. Takano was endowed with magic, and I think the scrapbooks she wrote also carried a spell. Scrapbooks can make people go mad. They're forbidden scrapbooks. Nobody was supposed to read them. Rina's captivated by the power of that magic, even after Takano's death. I have to wake her up. I've got a very bad feeling about it. I'm sorry, someone's at the door. It might be the police. I have to go now. Okay, I'll tell them that Rina's hiding near Gogura. If they ask you something, just keep telling them you don't know anything. Got it. Mion waited for my answer, then hung up the phone. After she hung up, I slowly started to feel like Rina was being consumed by some huge unthinkable fate. It's not the only the police I'm worried about. I'm also worried because Rina's ensnared by the power of Takano's magic. I fear that she might be suffering from incredible anxiety. Oh right. Rina might be hiding at her secret base in the garbage dump. Rina once told me that she used to spend time there when Rina was at her house. And she told me that she hid the scrapbooks there too. If she's hiding there, she must be hungry by now. I should bring her something to eat. I went to the kitchen to look for some junk food. My mother looked confused. Mom, I'm going to go somewhere, but I'll be right back. At this time, it's late. Very important, I promise I'll be right back. And if Rina comes here while I'm gone, let her stay in my room. And if someone calls and asks you if you know where she is, just tell them you don't know and hang up, okay? My mom looked angry that I was leaving the house at so late an hour, but I rushed out of the house before she could say anything. I grabbed the flashlight from the wall of the garage, got on my bicycle, and sped off into the darkness. The moon looked beautiful, but in a creepy way. I feel like something terrible is going to happen. I don't know what it is, but I know it's coming. Something is going to happen. The moon, seemingly knowing just what that something will be, looked like it was laughing at us, pacing back and forth in confusion. Damn it. Laugh all you want. Laugh at this funny story as much as you want. I'm not going to laugh. I'm going to fight. I'm going to smash through whatever fate's waiting for us. Rina, I hope you're there. Maybe my bicycle needs some oil? Oil? Monka W? It's making a lousy noise as I pedal. Damn it, even my bicycle's laughing at us. It's probably the end of this chapter, I would think. Bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum bum bum. So we only have like 2 or 3 chapters left, I think. Let's see here. If this is the end, which it was. So there's 3 chapters left. Okay. It's good. I might actually be able to finish before dinner. This is at 1:42, so it's a little bit over an hour. I should try and hurry up a little bit when I read. I'm actually going to get some water real quick, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back, and look. I made a drink redeemed so I can drink the water I just brought back. Oh, very nice of you. You're looking out for me. Sorry, I keep rolling on this fucking blanket that I'm sitting on, and it's fucking up my chair. God damn it. Ugh. There we go. I think I'm good now. Okay, let me drink. Okay, I got a muffin too. Let's read this. Oh, this might be the secret that she didn't disclose. I finished talking with Oishi on the phone. Soon left. I'm gonna eat. I'm just gonna read this in my head. So. Talking about aliens? What the fuck was that? I actually don't know how to spell the word silhouette. Actually, no, yes I do. That's gotta be right. Yeah, okay, I spelled it right. Excuse me. Okay, man. Even if you thought Rena was like maybe a little bit reliable before, she's coming off as a real wacko right now. So like, I don't know. Sorry, I'm watching a video on my Twitter right now. One sec, it's almost over. Watching a thing of some rapper who seems like he has 20 girlfriends and made all of them get a tattoo of his face on them. So, a little bit something else. Okay. Let's focus up. So, I just wrote in the notes, like, Rena seems to think there's aliens or some weird shit that's pulling the strings in Miyazawa. She's saying she was attacked after she hung up with Oishi. Mentioned that had a human silhouette with a protruding head, blood red eyes, or something along those lines. It's a little bit fucked. This is what it sounds like to me. Fuck. Hiccup. Sorry, excuse me. I don't know if the text has got more red, because it's like pretty much as red as it can get before it would start turning like black almost, so. Even if I turned on the light in my hideout, nobody would see it because of the piles of abandoned cars in the way. While I'm aware of that, I decided not to turn it on just in case. It's a bit scary to hide in this quiet place alone in the dark, holding my breath. I'd have to keep myself busy with something, but my brain won't work properly, and I don't even have the energy to think about what to do from now on. However, I don't have the courage to lie down to sleep and regain my strength either. Every time I heard a thought, I heard a suspicious sound, I'd gasp and stare into the dark. It's all I did all night. Uishi believes that the Sonozaki family was behind the conspiracy, but he can't do much without solid evidence. For that, he has to locate the facility where they're doing the research on the parasite, but we have no idea where this is. I think the Irie Clinic is still the most likely site, but I have no credible evidence. Really, I don't think they do their research in a place so obvious even I could guess it. They might be using one of the bomb shelters that was built during the war as some kind of secret underground research center. Now that I come to think about it, I remember a secret building nobody is allowed into on the premises of the Furude Shrine. I think it's called the Ritual Storehouse. According to Mio's research, the Furude Shrine is the center of the local worship of Oishiro. The priest keeps the tools for ceremonies in the Ritual Storehouse. One of the ceremonies is the bizarre festival Watanagashi, so shrine storage must be something very sacred. If I remember right, Watanagashi was also a medical ritual designed to vaccinate and immunize people against the all-too-strong parasites. That means the tools they used for Watanagashi were medical ones. If my guess is right, the Ritual Storehouse is the most sacred place in the village, as well as the most appropriate building to use for medical purposes. It's suspicious. There might be a secret research center in the Ritual Storehouse. Damn it. Now, we should think that this is probably not true, considering we went in there with Takano, you know? So, a little bit sussy on that one. I don't know, I feel kind of bad. I feel like Rina's just wrapped up in all this, you know? I don't think she's in her right mind. I think Keiichi's actually right. And I will say, this doesn't mean that the Sonozaki family is innocent. You know, they could actually very well be evil still. But part of me here is still like, part of me here is still sitting here thinking like Mion seems to have been like very truthful and forthcoming with literally almost everything so far. And I would like to think that she's being forthcoming, and it seems as though she has been. So I would find it really hard for me to like flip on a dime now. One sec, I had to mute. I can hear my dad saying something in the back. I don't know if it'll come through. He's mad. I think he stubbed his toe or something. Okay, I think he's done. I have no reason to distrust. The only reason I have to distrust is that I feel like her theory is a very good explanation of some of the events, especially chapter 1. But when I say her, I mean Rina. Likewise, however, I don't know. It's just it's hard to swallow some of the rest of what she's saying, because the rest of what she's saying is like literal gibberish. So why didn't I think of that when I was talking with Oishi on the phone earlier? I hope Oishi realizes this too. Should I go back to the phone booth and tell him about the Ritual Storehouse? But when I thought that, I heard a car coming closer. I held my breath. It's not normal for a car to come here this late at night. I thought about many possible scary scenarios, which made me nervous. After a while, I saw the headlights of the car near the former dam construction office. The car must have passed by me and gone to the office, but it's a deserted, empty office building. There's nothing there. It's not a place where people would visit this late at night. While I was staring into the dark, the engine of the car stopped and its headlights were turned off. I could see 2 flashlights flickering in the darkness. The lights moved into the office building. They must think I'm hiding there. I held my breath and kept watch on their movements. Can't tell who they really are. One sec, I gotta blow my nose. Okay, holy shit. But I bet they're pawns of the Sonozaki family. They know I ran away from home. They must be looking for me everywhere in the village. Though I needed to conceal my breath, my face started feeling itchy, and I had an urge to stretch my legs. My own body infuriated me. The humidity made me sweat all over, so the back of my knees and my neck had been itchy for quite a while. Scratching would make an unbelievably loud noise. I don't know about that, so I decided not to scratch anymore. It usually doesn't make any noise when I just scratch some mosquito bites. I'm probably just being nervous and overreacting. There's quite a distance between me and them, and I'm in the dark, holding my breath. They wouldn't notice it even if I sneezed, let alone scratched myself. But I didn't want to make any noise at all, so I tried to forget the itchiness. But after all that, I ended up scratching everywhere like mad. I have to live in hiding like this for a while. I don't know how long I can go on when I'm so nervous on just the first night. I need to toughen up more so I can remain placid, even in a situation like this. I forced myself to relax, scratched my neck without hesitation, and tried to cope with the sticky sweat all over my body. I started getting hungry. My stomach growled. It's a good sign, though, since it means I'm starting to relax. I can't eat yet, though. I'd make a lot of noise, or it'd make a lot of noise. I decided to wait until they finished looking for me and went away. Go away, go away. I can eat if you go away. It seemed like the intentions I was sending out bore fruit. They had stopped looking around the building. However, I must have concentrated my thoughts too strongly. They were pointing their flashlights in my direction. Did they notice me? No. Not only that, they were walking towards me. I made my body as small as possible, hid under the blanket, and listened for their footsteps as carefully as I could. All the while, I heard their footsteps coming closer and closer. Since the footsteps are coming straight towards me, they must already know where I am, I think. It's scary. But there's no way they already know where I am. If they did, they wouldn't have wasted their time looking for me around the office building, and they wouldn't walk as slowly as they did. It's just a coincidence that they're walking in this direction. Since I'm hiding under the blanket, I can't see who they are. I don't know where they're shining their flashlights, so I can't stick my head out from the windows to see who they are either. I just have to stay motionless like a rock until I sense that they're gone. They stopped when they came near my hideout. I could hear their conversation. I don't think she's here. Let's look somewhere else. You look over there. I could tell by the sound of their footsteps that they went separate ways and that each of them is walking around the piles of trash separately. I made this hideout out of an abandoned car. I just redecorated it, so on the outside it still looks like nothing other than an abandoned car. Once you look inside, you can instantly tell it's more than that. So if they look inside, I'm done for. It's obvious that they're looking for me. Are they a Sonozaki Corps attack unit? If they find me, I'll be killed for sure. I know all too well that this place is perfect for murdering people. I killed 2 people here myself. If I can do it, it'll be no problem for them because they're real professional killers. Even so, there's nothing I can do right now. I just have to pray that they'll leave here soon. At that time, I heard a slight beeping sound. This is Atsushi. I can hear you loud and clear. Yeah? Gogura? Yeah, understood. What's wrong? Seems like Rina Ryu is in Gogura. Somebody saw her there. Oh man, that's it. We'll never find her now. What are we gonna do now? It's an order. We have to find her no matter what. We'll have to bring her to him. Doesn't matter if she's in Sapporo or in Hakata. We have to find her. It'll be impossible to find her though. Do we still have to look? Rina Ryuga has Mio Takano's scrapbooks, and he wants them. He was pretty upset about it, so I'm sure they're worth a lot. Huh. Oh, these aren't the Sonozaki gangsters. These are police. These are Oishi's guys. This is bait. Because again, Mion said she was going to tell the police that Rina was in Gogura. And when they're saying him, I think this is all misdirection. I think these are actually police. So what are we going to do? Seems like he recalled the others, except the ones who were watching our house. Police. So we should go back to the office too. Let's have some barley tea or something. Yeah, these are police. I heard their footsteps going further, and then I didn't hear them anymore. After a while, I heard the engines of their car starting. I finally got out from under the blanket and looked outside the window. The car made a U-turn and drove away. The sound of the engine faded away into the darkness. I heaved a sigh of relief. I scratched at all my itchy mosquito bites, wiped the sticky sweat off my face and neck, and finally allowed myself to cough. I'd heard their conversation clearly. They're the pawns of the Sonozaki Corps without a doubt. Okay, I'm gonna put a big asterisk. We can't trust anything that Rina says when we're playing as her. It matches with what Oishi told me, and they said something very important. They clearly said they're after the scrapbooks. and that's Oishi. Up until now, I'd only assumed that they were chasing after me because I had Mio's scrapbooks. I could have forced myself to believe that it was just an assumption, but they said it loud and clear. We need to find Rina Ryugu. She has Mio Takano's scrapbooks. That's what they said. He also left out the part where they said he wants them, which is sort of like the giveaway. They also said they're keeping watch on my house. I'm not surprised. That's exactly what I would do if I were them. I can't go back to my house anymore. It's out of the question. But, in fact, they said something way more important than any of that. They said Rina Ryugu was seen in Gogura. If I was in a normal situation, I'd probably think that somebody saw a lookalike and I'd laugh out loud. But the situation is different now. Mio was dead and she was at the festival. I'm here, but I was in Gogura. Mio wrote about it in her scrapbooks, and I didn't want to believe it. They're coming closer to me, and I don't mean the Sonozaki family. Something beyond common sense is about to happen. Yeah, I don't know if she means demons or something. Like, should I fight or should I run? I don't even know what I should do. I feel like I'm rooted to the spot with fear. Am I about to be eaten? No. I don't want to be eaten alive. I want to run away if I can't win. If I can't run, I want to fight. I'm going to be happy. I know I am. I'm not going to sit pretty and let them get me. But the enemy Mio foretold of in her scrapbooks is coming closer to me, and it's starting to eat me up. I'm in a garbage dump alone. If I disappeared right now without anybody knowing it, the person who was in Gogura would replace me and start living my life. I think this is what she was talking about with like clones or doppelgangers or something. Nobody would notice the change. My father wouldn't notice it. My friends wouldn't notice it. It would replace me without having anyone noticed it. Wait, many people close to me might have been replaced already. Dude, she's having Capgras syndrome right now. That's right, the Sonozaki family is plotting bioterrorism, but that's only a part of what they are planning. Mice possessed by them don't get scared of cats. As a result, they don't run away. They'll be eaten by the cats, and they can move into the cats' bodies. Is she talking about the parasite? Like, this is so weird. Mice are only used by them for that purpose. It's not that they lose their fear of cats in order to help them achieve their purpose. The same thing goes with the Sonozaki family. They think they're doing things by their own will, but they're just helping them without realizing it. That's exactly how they live since long ago, being the parasite. We're nothing but a bunch of mice to them. Most mice are stupid. They don't even notice their existence. They help them to achieve their purpose, thinking they're living their lives by their own will. But very rarely a mouse with wits is born. This mouse notices that he's being used, and he also notices their existence, but nobody believes him, so it's not a big deal. He starts thinking that it was his mistake, and he gets swallowed by them. Eventually he disappears. But even more rarely, a mouse appears from nowhere, notices their existence, and objectively proves it. That mouse was Mio. To them, this mouse was a rare and very dangerous existence. That's why they resorted to unbelievably bold and violent methods to try and eliminate that mouse when it appeared. But surprisingly, we knew about those measures. But the stupid mice don't believe it. They don't notice that they are forcing them to not believe it, and that they're helping them in the end. Can we please stop using all these pronouns? I don't have no clue what any of this means at this point. Like, you're throwing out so many theys, I don't even know what it means anymore. Yeah, I don't know. They killed Mio. And they tried to replace her, but they made a mistake. We found the real corpse of Mio. That's why they failed to replace her. They'll try to kill me and replace me too, or they'll replace my friends in order to get close to me. They'll look just like the real people, but they're totally different inside. They're an abnormal existence that's beyond our imagination. I know they'll appear. No, they're already here. It appeared the day after Mio died. It appeared in Gogura tonight. They'll keep coming. They're openly after me now. They'll keep coming, blah blah blah. Dude, I don't know. This is like... This is so weird. I don't even know how to, like, parse this. Like, it doesn't even mean anything to me anymore. Excuse me, I shouldn't slurp. I'm just like, I'm trying to think here. Hmm. Yeah, so I put Rena's suffering from some weird Capgras syndrome, which, as I recall, is kind of like what is going on here. Sorry, Capgras delusion is what it's called. A psychiatric disorder in which a person holds a delusion that a friend, spouse, parent, or other close family members or others have been replaced by an identical imposter. That kind of seems to be what she's going through right now. I said she thinks everybody is like a body double or something, a doppelganger, and that the real one has been replaced. Now I put here, I want to know what Mio put in the scrapbook about this, because she seems to insinuate these doppelgangers are a real thing. And Rena believes whatever happened, or like whatever she wrote. But we also know that when Rena's talking about the her that was spotted in Gogura, meaning like the copy of herself, that she's just wrong. It was just a lie that Mion made up to get the police to, you know, fuck off, basically. So, not too sure about that one. But, one sec. Sorry, my dad's looking for something. He's having a fit. I don't understand. Okay. Right then I heard somebody coming down the slope. I concealed my presence again, and I looked at the wait, did I unmute myself? Okay, I did. And I looked at the direction where the footsteps were coming from. I could see one flashlight. It looked like there was only one person now. Who is it? This late at night. Its shadow is very small. I can tell it isn't an adult. I felt a chill running through my body. It shined the flashlight towards my hideout, and its footsteps were coming straight towards me. It's different from the other guys earlier. I can tell by the sound of the footsteps that it knows I'm hiding here for sure. No. It must just be a coincidence. I should just conceal myself again. I can make through this again. I made it through last time. I need to hide. I need to hide. I pulled the blanket over myself, made myself as small as possible, and kept telling myself that I was a stone. But the footsteps kept coming closer and closer. And it knocked on the door of my hideout. I opened my eyes wide. I broke out in a nervous sweat. Not wanting to believe that the sound I heard was a knock, my mind went completely blank. But it knocked on the door again. I could feel a light shining on the blanket. It might be shining the flashlight on me, but I still held back my fear. As long as I don't move, it can't put a finger on me. I kept telling myself that as if I was casting a spell. I try not to shake in fear. This is Keiichi, right? Like, he. It laughed. It laughed at me because I thought I was still hiding perfectly, but I still tried, because if I got out of the blanket, what are you scared of? He. Whoa. I threw off the blanket and saw the owner of the voice. Oh. It's not Keiichi. It's Rika. And why does she look so fucking creepy? Oh shit. Did maybe Keiichi call? It is Rika. Now, why is she here? Why did she come here to see me? Oh. Sorry, my eyes are a bit itchy. Everything's the matter with me. I don't understand why she came all the way here alone this late at night. I realized all of a sudden. She looks just like Rika on the outside, but she's not her. It is just copying her appearance. It came to me and to Rika. I decided to talk aggressively on purpose in order to work up courage before my fear crushed me down. Is that you, Rika? Meep. Who else do I look like? It answers just like the Rika I know. But I know it's not Rika. Rika wouldn't come to a place like this so late at night. I know who you are. I know you're not Rika. I'm afraid you can't deceive me like you can the others. Even though you look just like her, I know you're not Rika. You're not my friend Rika Furude. Who are you? Rika looked stunned for a while. Just looked as if she didn't understand what I was talking about, but she pretended like that for too long. If she really didn't know what I was talking about, she wouldn't be able to stand the silence for this long, but she kept quiet. And she finally showed her true character. He. It laughed. It laughed at me because I figured out something that was almost impossible to figure out, that it was not Rika. Who are you? It didn't answer my question. It kept laughing for a while. And then it looked straight into my eyes in a way Rika never did before, and it said this. I've lived for quite a long time, but you're the first one who's penetrated my disguise. I always thought you had good intuition, but you're pretty good. He. She clearly spoke to me the things that I was most afraid of. I was completely shocked. It's like she told me everything that could possibly scare me. I didn't want to hear any of this. It's something I can't possibly twist in a way I can comprehend. Let's just say I'm Rika for now. It's been a while since I started to call myself that. Oh really? It's been a while, huh? Like how long? Not that long. It's only been about 100 years. What? What are you talking about? I'm contradicting myself. I know the person who's standing in front of me isn't Rika, but at the same time I deny its existence. As long as humans hold this kind of emotion, they can never accept unknown existences. In other words, we can never accept them. You don't have to be scared. You're in the car. I'm outside of it. It's not easy for either of us to do something to the other. I think this is the perfect distance between us. No matter how long I've lived, Rika Furude is still just a little kid. You're still stronger than me. I should be more careful than you, because you could snap and jump on me any time. What the fuck is happening? I realized that this creepy thing that looks just like Rika was only here to talk to me. I felt my tension fade away a little bit. But still, I don't know what she wants to talk to me about at a place like this so late at night. I'm like a fish on a cutting board. There's nothing I can do other than to wait and see what's gonna happen. I waited for it to make a move for a while, and then it opened its mouth again. You're afraid of something, am I right? It uses sarcasm. Rika's cute face looked uglier than ever when it smiled. I held back my fear and tried to reply firmly. Yeah, thanks to you. So, what are you afraid of? You should know better than anybody else. He. It told me earlier that we were safe from each other because one was in the car and the other was standing outside, but it's obvious that I'm the one who's being driven into a corner. Good meme, because you're like in a car. While I'm talking to it, I could be surrounded by its minions. I got scared and tried to listen to the sounds of my surroundings carefully. Don't be scared. I came here to help you. You came here to help me. Oh, really? I wonder how you're gonna do that. You're just sick at the moment. You need medicine, that's all. Would you be interested if I told you I brought it along? It's the drug. Medicine? It put its hand in its pocket and took out a small case. It opened the case and showed me what was inside. What was in there made me gasp in surprise. A syringe. It's not normal for a person to carry around a syringe. I have no idea what's going on. But what Rika is holding in her hands is a syringe. There's no way I can twist that fact around. Damn, yo. Let's throw a flag on this real quick. If this turns out to not be Rika, like, I'm still not sold this isn't Rika just, like, playing a meme here or something. But all I gotta say is if this is some weird, like, supernatural thing, Shion fucking pimped on this little bitch in the last chapter, you know? That's right. Contents of this syringe are gonna help you get better. It'll help me get better, huh? I know what it is. It's the drug that killed Tomitake. It's the parasite at its full strength, so I was right. It'll give me the maggot disease. This is a different drug, from the one that was used on Tomitake. I promise. It giggled. It isn't the giggling that scares me. I'm scared that it admitted the cause of Tomitake's death so easily. And it also admitted the direct cause of the maggot disease that Tomitake died from. I know you're gonna kill me in the same way he died, and that the Rina and Gogura is going to replace me. Problem solved, right? I'm not going to let you give me the shot. Well, I knew you would say that. The syringe looks very suspicious, of course. You're smarter than I thought, so what now? Are you going to gang up on me and give me the shot like you did to Tomitake? Tomitake's autopsy report said that he had bruises on his body that proved he was fighting against several people right before he died. That means they must have ganged up on him to give him the shot against his own will. I'd like to give you the injection by force, but it never really works. So I gave up on doing that. I decided to let you choose to take it yourself. Are you kidding me? I don't want to take that creepy shot. This thing seems to be transcendent over time. The way it's talking. So this is what I wrote. This thing seems to transcend over time. It talks about trying to give Rina the shot many times. Obviously, this is the first time in this timeline that it's happened. So it kind of confirms that there's some weird time manipulation shit going on. And earlier, this is probably the thing that said the quote earlier that was fourth wall breaky. That makes sense, you know? That's probably what it was. So thought about it many times. I thought about how I could make you take the injection. I can't force you to take it. I can't make you agree to take it either. Then it leaves me only one choice. I have to let you choose to take it. You should know my answer already. I'm not going to walk into such an obvious trap. Well, that's what I thought you would say. I didn't expect you to choose to take it anyway. It heaved a sigh, made a gesture as if it is mocking me, and smiled bitterly. It looked as if it was saying that I'm a lower animal that can't understand its being given a chance for salvation. Being given a chance for salvation. I kind of want to say I'll take the shot on a dare, but I know that's exactly what it is intending to do. Go back to your home and tell your friends that you failed to give me the shot. I'm not going to let you beat me. I'm going to fight till the end. And I'm going to seize the 1% chance of winning, and I'm going to destroy all of you. I see. Then you should try to do that. The world's going to end soon anyway. End soon. It has nothing to do with you. A frog sitting in a well doesn't need to have any interest in the world outside, does it? At this stage of the game, it said something very dubious. I tried hard to understand what this horrifying creature was trying to say. What are you going to do to me? Nothing. Do whatever you want. What? It's almost too easy. As far as I know, do whatever you want means ignorance or release when your enemy says it to you. At the very least, it isn't a bad thing. Or does it have another meaning? In that way, I overinterpreted the meaning of the sentence, but then it said it again. Do whatever you want. I'm not interested in this Rina Ryugu anymore. I'm going to try to get along with the next Rina Ryugu. I have to pray that the next Rina Ryugu doesn't have such good intuition. Hee. Yeah, so this is like basically confirming what I was saying. I was scared of it, like I'd be scared of a judge handing down a death sentence. I used to try really hard to fix things every little time a problem occurred, but I got tired of it. I'm not interested in this Hinamizawa anymore. I'm gonna find the next Hinamizawa. But you only have this one, so I hope you live as best as you can. It was telling me scary things one after the other. This was obviously a warning of Hinamizawa's destruction. It means the climax is coming soon. They have already prepared another arena. Nah, that's not what they're saying. So this thing is like a weird, like, time saver. That's not what I mean when I said time saver. It's like a weird time traveler type thing. It's like Groundhog Day. This thing is basically reliving the same thing over and over, over and over, trying to figure out a way to probably stop whatever tragedy that it's fated to die. Oh my god, it all makes sense. Oh, it all makes sense. The reason why Rika knows what happens in the future. Oh man, wait a minute. Oh my god, it all makes sense. It actually all makes sense. This is it. They basically just answered every question. It doesn't still answer like some of the deeper things about like who the villains are, but we basically just solved Rika's character. So this is what I put. Let me just write this down. This all makes sense. Rika's a weird Groundhog Day time travel existence thing, okay? It knows what happens in the future since it's lived it so many times. That's why in Chapter 4, it was able to predict future with astonishing accuracy, and why she showed a dark side that we had never seen. That was its true face, and the Rika we know otherwise is just a personality it plays, probably a mimic of the original. It sounds like it's trying to save Hinamizawa from tragedy, not doom it to that fate, and in this timeline, it seems to have failed. It sounds like it's very meticulous. And has tried many times and failed. Perhaps has also lived through many eras. However, it said that it had only been the form of Rika for about 100 years. Now, I don't think that's 100 years linearly, if that makes sense. So, for instance, it's not 100 years in the sense that, like, she's been Rika since 1900 and lived until 2000. But in the sense that it's probably been Rika since X certain date, and it's just looped so many times, and it's just lived through it so many times. So it's lived through it 100 years worth of time. When I lose to this fate, they're going to replace me with that Rina as if nothing happened. They're very well organized. What humans are most afraid of is for their lives to lose all value. Your life becomes worthless when you're told that you have a replacement. It's like an indirect death sentence. It closed the syringe case and put it back into its pocket. It turned around and started climbing up the slope. At the top, it looked back and spoke without as much as an evil smile. Well, goodbye, this Serena Ryuga. I hope I can get along with the next Serena Ryuga. Shouldn't worry, because I do usually get along with them. Hee hee. Dude, this made me like Rika's character so much more out of nowhere. I'm not gonna let you replace me with the next Rina Ryugu. I'm the only Rina Ryugu. I'm not gonna let you do it. Never. Ever. I wondered if my scream was reaching it. It looked at me coldly. It looked at me as if I was just an image of the past on a TV screen. It's fun to have a conversation like this once in a while, huh? That laughter gradually disappeared into the darkness. It disappeared into the darkness as well. I was the only one left there. I'm forsaken, and they don't care if I disappear. They told me I should struggle as much as I want because it doesn't matter anyway. They already have a replacement. They don't need me in their Hinamizawa anymore because my intuition is too sharp. When I realized that, I noticed that this garbage dump is a perfect grave for me. Then I realized that this place wouldn't work as a hideout anymore. I better start packing and move somewhere else. It told me to struggle as much as I want. I'm gonna do just that, damn it. I have to get ready to move out from here. Gonna put everything back into my backpack. I have to leave here as soon as possible. The light of the flashlight wasn't enough to see by, so I turned the table lamp on. Light made things show up very clearly. When I reached my backpack, I realized something and gasped in surprise. The palm of my hand was covered with an eerie liquid. I thought I'd wiped off my sticky sweat earlier, but it wasn't my sweat. Then where did this blood come from? I realized it right away. I was scratching the mosquito bites on my neck earlier, and I scratched them until it bled. When I noticed that, I remembered the sensation, the mixture of pain and itchiness. I felt something moving near the wound on my neck, so I scratched it again to get rid of whatever it was, so she already got injected. My hand got sticky and wet with blood again. I can't see what the things are because I don't have a mirror, but I know. They're already spreading through my entire body, causing the itchiness on my arms and the back of my knees. If I'd never experienced this before, I'd think I'd been bitten by a bad bug or something, but unfortunately I already know what's causing this itchiness. Why? Why? I said it with hatred. Why now? Why here? It's the maggot disease without a doubt. If I cut the veins on my arms, the dusky red gross things would flow out. But it's impossible. I didn't get any suspicious shots. But it doesn't have to be a shot. They might have put the drug in my food, and I might have eaten it without noticing. I don't think they put it in my food at my house. Put it in the food at my house, but I used to share lunch with my friends at school. They might have put it in the lunches. The Rika who visited me just earlier was shining the flashlight on me, so she knew that I was scratching my neck so hard it bled. Nevertheless, she acted like there was nothing wrong, and she told me that I wouldn't last long. Now I know why she was laughing at me in a sarcastic way. She knew that I wouldn't have much time left. It itches very badly, but I can't scratch. The more I scratch, the itchier it gets. And I'm not going to do the same thing Tomatake did. The itchiness might not be temporary. It might actually get worse. I don't know if it's going to stop soon, or if it's going to last until I die from it. I don't know anything anymore. I just have to endure the itchiness. This is going to sound really out of pocket, but if you were like that itchy, to the point where like you were like, wouldn't that shit feel really good? You know? Like, you'd die eventually, but that shit would like probably feel good for a little bit. I wiped the blood on my neck with a towel, clenched my teeth, and tried to erase the desire to scratch my neck. The wound was throbbing. I wanted to scratch it so badly, but I couldn't do that. I fought back the desire, biting the end of the towel. I scratched other parts of my body really hard in order to forget about the itchiness on my neck, but it didn't really work. I just prayed for the itchiness to go away, closed my eyes, and fought back the desire. That seemed to be the best way. I let my mind go blank, breathing hard for a while. I felt like the itchiness got a little bit better. I took a deep breath and I immediately started panicking. Staying here is more dangerous than the itchiness. I have to leave here as soon as possible. I felt it while packing my stuff. I felt the end coming closer, the end that Rika told me about earlier. I assumed I could live until the end, but I might have been wrong. I might follow the same path Tomatake took. Way before the end comes. I was sweating like crazy and it felt so nasty. I know it's not sweat. I'm gonna think that it's sweat for now. I wiped my neck with a towel and hurried to leave. Unlucky. Oh, this is kind of blue tinted. Is this Rika? Or is it back to Keiichi? This area has no streetlight, so I was scared to run fast when I could barely see. The moon lit up the sky, but not my steps. The only light I had to see by was my flashlight. The light was very weak. All I could see was the flat gravel road before me. Anything the flashlight couldn't reach was in total darkness. The expression often used in novels, pitch black, wouldn't be appropriate. I might trip over an empty can or a rock any time. Not wanting to fall, I used the flashlight to its maximum extent to watch my step, but I was still a bit nervous. I started running slower and slower until I was walking briskly. No, maybe this is just white text. I thought it was lightly tinted blue, but it might have just been... I don't know. It's probably not, though. But I usually run around without watching my step during the day. I run around with Rena and Mion all the time. Even if I can't see what's underfoot, I don't pay attention. I don't think I might trip. I just keep running around without a care. Rena might be feeling the same way I am right now. For Rena, the light with which she illuminates the darkness of suspicion is too weak. And the darkness of the delusion she deeply believes in is getting darker and darker. That's why she's scared to even walk on the same roads she always used to take. She fell for the contents of those ridiculous scrapbooks. People might laugh at her for that. But those scrapbooks aren't normal. They manipulate their readers' hearts, and with evil intent take advantage of their vulnerabilities. That evil intent captured my heart for one night. That's why I know how evil they are. They're just urban legends, like the prophecies of Nostradamus or the Purple Mirror. What the fuck is the Purple Mirror? They're a bunch of feasible lies, and when you hear about them at first, you think they're too stupid to believe. But once you fall for them, it's hard to get them out of your mind for some reason. It'll be the year 1999 in less than 20 years. Everybody knows about the prophecy that the world will come to an end in July of 1999. There are even some TV shows about it too, which irresponsibly fan people's fears, so some people take it seriously. That was a thing? I was thinking about Y2K, maybe. Those people think the prophecy means the outbreak of nuclear war, so some of them are making shelters in their backyards. Some of them are thinking about freezing themselves by 1999 so that they won't be exposed to radiation, only waking up after it's gone. Those people are completely serious about it. When you think about it rationally, it's impossible there will be an outbreak of nuclear war in 1999. It's true that the Cold War makes us think that the final war will break out any time. But both powers are actually pointing their nuclear missiles at each other, and they know there's nothing to gain for either of them to start one. The Soviets might still do it. The Soviets would destroy the world if it meant eradicating liberalism. But that delusion that the Soviets might do it could be neatly swapped for the way Takano uses the Sonozaki family in their scrapbooks. When people create a large-scale delusion like the prophecies above, they always use an incomprehensibly unknown enemy. This is true. Very fucking true. Such as the Soviet Union, Nazi Germany, or aliens. And they say something like, you never know, they might do things like that. To try and increase the credibility of their delusion without any evidence whatsoever. Well, exactly, yeah. This is just an appeal to ignorance. You're basically saying, well, we don't know that they didn't do it, so you can't prove... Basically, they're saying, like, we don't know that they didn't do it. So at the same time, you use it as, like, credence to say that there might be a reason to believe that way. Because even though there's no proof that they did it, there's also no proof that they didn't do it. It's like, well, it doesn't really mean anything. And what did Takano know about the Sonozaki family? Nothing. All she did was use the history of Onigafuchi and say the Sonozaki family is still working behind the scenes plotting a horrifying conspiracy. It's just like one of those large-scale prophecies. It's nothing but just a stupid story like the one about Nazi Germany, which says that Hitler's still alive and lives in an underground complex somewhere on the South Pole, continuing his plot to conquer the world. I thought he was going to talk about the fucking fled to Argentina memes. Rina usually doesn't believe in stupid stories like that, but it was just bad timing, I suppose. It was right after she killed Rina Mimi and Tepe Hojo and was caught by us. She was in a state of panic when she heard the story. We were waiting for her to recover from the shock. Before she did and regained her strength of heart, a poison got into her and spread all throughout her body. When you're sick and have a weak immune system, it's easy to get another disease. It's just like that. That's it. Rina's just sick right now. When you're very sick in bed with a high fever, you sometimes feel like you might die from it. But most of the time, you're just overreacting. You get better soon after you take medicine, eat healthy food, and sleep a lot. That's how she is right now. She caught a mental cold, that's all. She needs to get better soon or she might get caught by the police. I passed several patrol cars on my way. I hit every time I saw one since I didn't want to be questioned. I was probably passed by them twice. When I came close to Rena's house, I saw a car parked near the gate. It was obviously watching her house, trying to capture her when she'd arrive home. Miyano ordered the Sonozaki family to find Rina to protect her from the police, but honestly, I'm not sure if they can. After all, Rina believes that the Sonozaki family is after her, but if they don't find her, the police will. If that happens, all of us who help her bury the corpses will be caught by the police in the end. I don't know how or why the police came to suspect her. I think they only have some circumstantial evidence. I don't think they know she did it for sure. But since they're looking everywhere for her now, they must have some kind of reliable evidence. Rina, come on. You don't have time to play around with Takano's scrapbooks right now. The police are after you. It was so dark that I couldn't be sure if she was down there. But I made up my mind and headed down the slope, carefully shining my flashlight to light the way. I wanted to loudly call out Rina's name, but there might be some policemen nearby looking for her. I walked around a trash pile and then I saw a light. It was Rina. I ran towards her hideout, kicking aside the trash in my way. Rina was standing right in front of her hideout, holding a hatchet. Couldn't blame her. She must have noticed all the noise I made coming down the slope. Ha! Rina, it's me. Keiichi. Sure have a lot of visitors tonight. Who else is here? I shone my flashlight around, but I didn't see anybody else. I'm leaving because it's not safe here anymore. I don't want you to know where I'm going, so please don't follow me. Rina, what happened to your neck? You're bleeding. I'm okay. They might come back again, though. Rina's neck was all red. It looked like she had some kind of skin disease on her neck. She probably couldn't bear the itchiness and scratched at it really hard. You need to do more than just wipe it with a towel. Come to my house. You need to clean it up. Don't worry about it. It isn't an injury. It's too late anyway. Too late? What do you mean? They must have put the drug in my food without me realizing. It's the drug that killed Tomitake. They probably used a syringe to inject him with the drug, but they changed their methods this time. I think they put it in someone's lunch. Don't you remember? Mi gave out a piece of her omelet to everyone the other day at lunch. She must have put it in the omelet. She's smart. She used a slow-acting drug this time. Damn it. Yeah, except everybody else would also be experiencing the exact same symptoms, you know? Rina kicked the dirt with hatred. She was almost literally kicking Mion's goodwill to the curb. Hey Rina, are you seriously saying that Mion would do such a thing? Rina looked stunned, and she stared straight at me. I noticed a slight accusation in her eyes. Sorry, my eye's itchy. I can tell by looking into her eyes that she wants to say, what are you talking about? I already told you that the Sonozaki family is the mastermind behind the conspiracy. First of all, Mion didn't give out her omelet to everybody that day. Mion cut her omelet into 5 pieces, and she told us to take one if we wanted. Rina took the end piece of the omelet before anybody else took one. She said it looked cute and ate it right there. No, that's not what happened. Mi tried to make me eat the omelet because she put a drug in it. Rina, stop interpreting everything so conveniently. Mion just put the 5 pieces of omelet on the lid of her lunchbox. No, she didn't. She gave out each piece to every one of us. Rina, think about it. Have we ever done something like that before? We usually take whatever we like from everybody else's lunch. Nobody has ever said something like, this is your piece, so take this. Or this is her piece, so don't take that, you know? She looked at me with that accusation in her eyes. To Rina, everything that comes out of my mouth must sound like a lie. To her, it's a fact that she was poisoned. She knows for sure that the drug was in the omelet. That's why she's contradicting me, because I'm saying something different. I didn't come here to make her mad. I realized that disagreeing would only escalate her anger, so I decided not to. Anyway, you said this place isn't safe anymore. Where are you going to go to then? Well, I'll find somewhere. It's not that easy to find a place to sleep. Why don't you come to my house? I appreciate your offer, but I can't do that. The Sonozaki family is looking for me everywhere in the village. I don't think you'd betray me, but I don't think you can hide me from them either. It's not the Sonozaki family who are looking for you, it's the police. Why? At least she's on my side, and I told him to leave me alone. I don't think he's looking for me. I think they know that you killed Rina and Teppei. Oh, I see. I was relieved that we were finally on the same page, but I realized I was wrong right away when she laughed in self-derision. Do you know how the police found out that I killed them? No, I have no idea. Nobody saw her killing them. Nobody saw us burying the corpses. We buried them deep in the mountains and we camouflaged the spot perfectly. Plus, Mion moved them to a secret place afterwards, so it's impossible that the corpses would be found. I went there this evening. I went there to check the spot where we buried them. Guess what I found? Ah, that didn't sound good. Of course. Rina has no idea that Mion took care of the corpses. Exactly. One big misunderstanding. She'd think the corpses were still buried there. They weren't there. The corpses. Somebody dug them out and carried them somewhere else. Rina, that's because, it's impossible that someone happened to dig them up. I chose the place, so the only people who knew about the place are me and my friends who were there. That's right. Well, the thing is, I know who did it. It's me. They didn't want me to work with the police. They needed to have some insurance. But I didn't think they'd use the police to find me. I guess they don't care how it looks anymore as long as I'm captured. Come on, do you really think Mion would do such a thing? She did. Me sold me out. She didn't. Mion's your friend. We're all on your side no matter what happens. Even if the whole world turned against you, we'd still be on your side. Even if the whole ocean evaporated, Mion would never sell you out. I don't understand why you're defending her. It's the opposite. I don't understand why you're doubting her. That's simple. Mio revealed the existence of the conspiracy to me, and the fanatics are... Shut up. I'm sorry I didn't mean to yell at you like that. I apologize. So please just listen to me. The corpses are gone because Mion dug them out. See? I told you. Listen to me until I finish, okay? Mion dug them out because she found out that the place isn't going to be safe for much longer. There's a logging project scheduled to begin on that mountain this summer. That's why. That's why she dug them out, to save you from being caught. And she's laughing. Rena laughed at me like I was stupid or something. I could tell she didn't understand anything I was saying. Don't you get it? Me made that up. She just wants to look good when you're around. She's a dirty bitch. Whoa. Okay, Rena. Now we have a problem. Now it's going to be a problem. You towed a line you shouldn't have towed. You dirty fucking slut. Hey, then what was she supposed to do? Are you saying that she should have let the corpses there, knowing that the Forestry Service would find them this summer? She couldn't do that because she's your friend. Why can't you understand that me made everything up, including the logging project? You're the one who doesn't understand anything. After I yelled at her, she gave me an icy look. She stared into my eyes, as if trying to find out what I came here for. I came here to wake you up. Squad W. You're possessed by an impossible delusion because of Takano's scrapbooks. At first, I thought it was interesting, but this is getting way out of hand. You know why? It's because they're making you sick. Sick. Oh, the girl who looked like Rika just told me the same thing. You're actually right about that. I mean, I do have the maggot disease, so... No, you don't understand. Listen to me very carefully. You need to lie down and rest for a while, okay? It'd be a lot safer to stay at Mion's house. She can protect you from the police, but if you don't trust her, you can stay at my place. Either way, it's not good for you to stay somewhere uncomfortable like this. Let's just go to my house for now. We'll have some cold tea together, it'll cool your fever down, then you'll realize how crazy all this was. What are you talking about, Keiichi? Are you saying that I'm crazy? No. I'm not saying you're crazy. I'm just saying that, maybe you're not okay. I'm not crazy. You are. You don't know it, but you're being controlled by the parasite. Keiichi, you think you have nothing to do with it, but you're one of the victims. You just don't realize it. I'm not blaming you for that. I can save you. I can save everybody. So please, trust me for now. You think we're all crazy. You think everybody in this village is crazy, and you're not? Is that what you're saying? What makes you so special, Rena? It might even be spreading outside of Hinamizawa. They might have already spread it as far as Shishibone City, or the entire prefecture. I really am the only one who isn't crazy. I know that thanks to Mio's scrapbooks. I thought you'd understand that too. Wait a second, Rena. You're saying everybody in the world is crazy except you. That's the same thing as saying you're the only one who's crazy. Based. The world hasn't changed. Nobody's crazy. Nobody's your enemy. If you ask me, it's crazy to believe that you're the only one in this world who isn't crazy, and that everybody in the world is your enemy. Dude, Rena's on some solipsism vibes right now. I feel sorry for you, Keiichi, but it's okay. It's not that easy to accept the facts Mio discovered. Even she wasn't sure about them, so I understand if you can't accept the truth. That's why I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna fight to save everybody. I'll beat them down and make them stop controlling you. Rena, that's stupid. It's just idiotic. The funny thing is, it's probably somewhere in the middle between both of these, you know? Ugh. Ouch. You feel sorry for me. You're stupid. Why don't you understand? Why do you still believe a crazy, stupid story like this? You're just interpreting everything to suit your convenience. They have replacements for Mio, Rika, and me. They're gonna replace me after I'm killed. What? Replacements? Are you seriously saying that? You know what? I'm gonna tell you the truth. Okay, fuck, let's go. The true identity of this parasite is aliens. I fucking knew it, dude. And the best meme about this is that Mion got out in front of this one. She already knew this was a thing. Oh, what the cringe, man. One sec, I'm watching something. I'm very confused. Oh, no. Yikes. Yeah, Oyashiro is also an alien. The description of his descending from the sky matches with alien theories from all over the world. Whenever a great civilization flourished, it was always the aliens who accomplished it. They have advanced knowledge that came to Earth to help immature humans evolve. Hey, wait just a minute. You must be kidding, right, Rena? The parasite theory was interesting, but aliens? Come on, that's just nonsense. But Rena believes this theory so seriously, and she feels sorry for me because I can't accept it. The funny thing is, I don't know what Rika's true nature is. She could be an alien, but, it's probably something a lot less interesting. They've been controlling the community by living as parasites in human bodies, but sometimes someone with sharp intuition comes along and tries to reveal the truth, but they get rid of them in order to maintain their control of the community. They sometimes kidnap those people with sharp intuition and put a piece of metal in their bodies to gain control over them. When that doesn't work, they replace those people with their copies. They made a copy of Mio. They made a copy of me, too. Rika's copy just came by a few minutes ago. I talked to it. It admitted that it came from space. It told me that the end of the world is coming soon, and it laughed at me, saying I should struggle as much as I want. I'm gonna fight. I'm not gonna let them domesticate our species. I'll never ever. You're so stupid. Stepped towards Rena and slapped her in the face. I was hoping it would return her to sanity. Wake up! Rena, did you forget? It happened here, just a few days ago. We all took each other's hands, didn't we? And we promised we'd be a family made of friends forever. Rena played with her wrist. She didn't interrupt, so I continued. You're seriously saying that aliens are controlling the Earth? I'll believe you. Even if everybody in this world didn't, I would. Dude, this guy right now, he's fucking killing the piano chorus right now. He's hitting that shit. What a fucking... Listen to this. I'm ready for it to come and it's gonna go... Boom. You're gonna get, like, the multiple keys coming soon. Dun dun. Okay. It's because... See, there it is. Here's everything. This is what I was talking about. It's because I'm your friend, and I'm on your side no matter what. But I want you to listen to me, too. I want you to listen to me because I'm your friend. Takano made up all the stories in the scrapbooks. It's true. Takano was an occult maniac. She enjoyed interpreting the old history of Hinamizawa any way she wanted. She made up ridiculous stories out of it, and she read them to people for fun. So the parasite story isn't the only one she made up. There are stories about UFOs, some kind of creatures from the underworld, and many other things. So the one you read in the scrapbooks was just a new story she made up recently. Don't you remember that she liked to make fun of people? She was making fun of you because you took her story so seriously. If it was just a story she made up, why was she killed? Her autopsy report said she had been dead for 24 hours when she was found, but she was there at the festival. Why? How are you going to explain the cause of Tomatake's death? What about the Sonozaki family? What about the legend of Hinamizawa? What about Oyashiro and Rika? Are you saying everything is made up? Are you saying that the whole world is lying to us? Not making connections between everything. That's a typical symptom of paranoia. Don't think so hard. You're just tired. That's why you need to rest. All I'm gonna do is to offer you a place to relax, a bed and food. If you can't trust my food, you don't have to eat it. Eat whatever you have. Anyway, please just trust me for now. My story makes more sense than yours. I have evidence to prove it. But all you're saying is that I should trust you. Isn't it obvious who's right? Yeah, it is obvious. Me. I'm right. Based. Because I can't be wrong. How can you be so sure? It's easy. It's because I'm your friend. Friends never betray one another. Friends always help each other. Dude, you have such a naive concept of how things are in the world, lad. So you have to believe that I'm right, even when the world says I'm wrong. Because I'm your friend. I heard a thud. Rena dropped the hatchet. She staggered, holding her head in her hands. She was muttering something, and it looked like she was asking herself questions. He wants me to trust him, but he has no evidence to prove he's right. He's being absurd. Or maybe he's right and I'm wrong. Am I really just misunderstanding everything? It'd be wonderful if that was true. I wished I was wrong so many times. I wish Mio's scrapbooks are nothing but a bunch of stories and the parasite doesn't exist. Some coincidences happened to connect together, and I interpreted them in the wrong way. I really wish that was the case. Don't give up, Ryugu. Be cool. This guy has poison in his words. He's trying to take advantage of my weakness. Everything is too obvious not to believe. It's obvious that the aliens have been trying to invade the Earth, using this village as their base ever since it was called Omegafuchi. Keiichi is a victim who's being controlled by them. He's just a victim. When he grabbed my wrist really hard on that day, I could tell his intentions were true. I still remember the strength of his grip on my wrist. He tried to save me, his friend. I got lost in this crazy delusional maze many times. I prayed over and over that somebody would help me. And now my prayers are answered and Keiichi's reaching for my hand again. But don't forget, Rina Ryugu. This guy says he's your friend. He hasn't told you everything about himself. Don't you remember? Oishi told you about it. He told me about what he found out. I couldn't trust my friend, so Oishi checked on everybody, including Keiichi. That's why I know about what he did before he moved here. He looks like a good guy on the outside, but he's crazy on the inside. I can't trust him. I shouldn't trust him. So what? I don't care who he was before he moved here. I did many bad things in Ibaraki too. I did many unforgivable things. I hurt my friends really badly, broke the windows at the school, and was suspended. I was a very bad girl. Did he treat me differently because of that? No, he didn't. Rina Ryugu is Rina Ryugu. He'll forgive me because it was Reina Ryugu who did all those bad things in Ibaraki. Haha, he won't forgive me. I should know better. Keiichi believes that I'm a kind and modest girl because he doesn't know Reina. If he found out about Reina, what would he do? He wouldn't do anything. He wouldn't be scared of me. Reina's Reina. Reina is a different girl. Same goes with Keiichi. I don't care who he was before he moved here. We're even. Are you okay, Reina? Don't touch me. Reina knocked my hand aside when I reached for her. You keep saying you're my friend. You want me to trust you because of that. You want me to believe that you're right, even if the world says you're wrong. Are you out of your mind? That is more delusional than anything else. I don't care what you say. I'm your friend. Everything I say for your sake. Don't doubt me. I know I'm right. Really? Can I ask you something? Yeah, anything. Friends don't keep secrets from another, right? Of course. I'm not hiding anything from you. You're lying. I'm not. Lies. Ha. Ha. What's so funny? Keiichi, you think you can keep it a secret from me, don't you? I know everything. I know what you did before you moved here. I know. I felt as if my entire body was covered in frosty needles. My body and mind froze all of a sudden. I don't believe this. I don't believe this. How come she knows about that? I asked Oishi to check on everybody. Sorry, I asked Oishi to check on everybody. Everybody. That's why I know what you did before you came here. Stop it. You got it all wrong. You only targeted little girls. I have to tell Satoko and Rika about it. No shot. I can't believe a dangerous person like you is near us the whole time. No, it wasn't like it just turned out that way. A series of attacks on school kids. Bravo! It has as strong an impact as a series of mysterious deaths of Hinamizawa. No, it wasn't like that. It wasn't like what? You shot little kids with a BB gun when they were walking alone on deserted streets. What a horrifying incident. Yeah, it's a very odd way of saying this. Yeah, like this. This is not what I was expecting. When I read this, I was like, what? Sorry, let me keep writing this down. She made that sound, I don't want to say that this is better, but it is. I mean, she made it sound like he was like raping or graping people. Like, It instilled fear into the whole city for a while. Members of the PTA had to watch the kids at every street corner when they walked between home and school. You shot one of the girls in her eyes and she was badly injured. Fortunately, the damage wasn't permanent. You had a BB gun and you only shot little kids. How disgusting. What made you enjoy it so much? Can't you better have a good reason for this, though? You must have really enjoyed it because you continued to do it for a long time. But then you turn yourself into the police, accompanied by your parents in a crisis of conscience. You couldn't even take responsibility for your actions on your own. Juvenile law was kind to you, wasn't it? It prevented your name from being disclosed to the public or the victims. But your father spent a lot of money to protect you. He paid a lot of compensation to settle the case out of court, and he had you placed on probation. After the case cooled down, he used the power of money once again to move far away from the city. Everything's solved, right? You're lucky that your father's so rich. Yikes. No, it wasn't like that. Why didn't you tell us about it? You told me that you did nothing but study at your previous school. Why did you lie like that? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lie. I thought friends didn't keep secrets from one another, right? So that makes you not my friend. Damn, dude. Facts and logic, dude. You kind of lost. The blades of her words hit hard, and they made my eyes bleed. The blood was clear and it tasted salty. It means he's crying. I can't trust you because of what you did in the past. Don't you ever think you can hide it from me. Remember how deeply I regretted it. I couldn't regret enough. I wanted to forget it, but I couldn't. I made a stupid mistake. Why does she have to bring it up right now? I apologized and accepted everything, and I moved here to put it behind me. I wanted to have a fresh start in Hinamizawa. I swore to myself to live a clean life from then on. Everything is ruined now. I'll be a criminal no matter where I go. I was stressed out with my exam studies. I was frustrated. I randomly shot people. I didn't care if it was girls or kids. Why did I do something so stupid? There was no reason. I had no reason to do that. I just wanted to get someone's attention. I didn't have the courage to tell my parents that I didn't want to study. I just wanted someone to scold me, so I used a childish way to get attention. I regret what I did. I swear I'll never do something that stupid again. If I do it again, they can send me to the chair. If there was something I could do to be completely forgiven, I'd do it no matter what it was. But no matter how deeply I regret it, no matter how long I atone for my sin, I'll never be forgiven. That's why I wanted to sweep the whole thing under the carpet and have a fresh start. I have nothing to say if somebody tells me that forgetting my sins is an act of cowardice. Sins are sins. You can't just get rid of them. You have to carry them for the rest of your life. I know that's the fate of a sinner. If you don't want to live like that, don't be a sinner. I understand that logic too. But then how are sinners supposed to live? Anyway, you're not my friend. I'm not going to take any orders from someone who isn't my friend. I need you to leave me alone for a while. Okay? I didn't notice until she spoke that I was on my knees, hanging my head. Rena picked up the hatchet she dropped earlier. I wanted her to hit my head with it. Yeah, that's right. If anything's going to be torn apart, I'd rather it be my body. Compared to the pain of my heart being torn to shreds, I'd rather she cut my head off. I believed it. I still believe it. I still believe it right at this moment. I believe that I'm their friend, but in fact I'm starting to become aware of it. I want to believe I am their friend because I don't want to accept my past. I'm trying to tell myself that, but I feel stupid crying like this. I mean, Rena is literally the same. She did the same thing as you. My face is all messy with tears. I was never their friend. I'm a sinner and I hid my past from them. I keep right-clicking, I'm sorry. I hid it because I was scared. I told her that friends don't hide anything from another, and I hid my past from them. I hid my sin from them. My past has nothing to do with how I live my life here. If I ever attacked a kid in this village just because I was frustrated, I wouldn't mind if they killed me and cut me into pieces, but I'll never do anything like that again. I just want to live normally. What I did before I moved here has nothing to do with my life now. For instance, Rena moved here too. I wouldn't change the way I see her, even if I found out that she did something bad before she moved here, right? I wouldn't, would I? Even if Rena beat some of her friends, broke all the windows of her school. I wouldn't care because it happened in Ibaraki. Dude, are the timelines starting to blend together? Are we starting to get knowledge? She didn't do that in Hinamizawa. Rina is Rina. She's my best friend. That's why I wouldn't see her differently even if I found out about her past. It's a lie. I'd keep a distance from her if I found out she really did such things. Chapter 1. I'd be scared of her. I wouldn't try to listen to her. Why? It's just a rumor. Why would I be scared of her? She's my best friend. If I was in her situation, would I reject her just like she did? So Rina's rejection of me was completely natural. What am I supposed to do? I was the only one crying. Rina wasn't crying. She looked at me as if she was looking at something dirty. After giving me a nasty look, she disappeared into the darkness. Rina didn't forgive me. There was nothing I could do to atone for my sin but keep crying, still down on my knees. Unlucky. Go next. The reason we moved to Hinamizawa. I just want to live a normal life, man. Big save. That one took longer, it felt like. Maybe not. But still about the same, about hour, 10 minutes. There should be 2 chapters left. Okay. Let's view the new tip. The reason we moved to Hinamizawa. I don't remember how many years ago it was. It was this beautiful village surrounded by nature. But the village was going to be submerged in water because of a new dam project, and the villagers protested against it en masse. They held a sightseeing tour so people from other places could enjoy the local beauty. I joined the tour out of simple curiosity. I wanted to take a look at the nature that might sink under the water. When I got there, the place took my breath away. The air was so clean and clear, and the landscape was beautiful beyond words. Since then, I was hooked on the inspiring nature of that place. I fell in love with the village so much that I was very glad when I heard that the dam project was cancelled. Excuse me. That village is where I'm building our new house. When I visited there, I found a beautiful field of wildflowers. I saw 2 cute girls playing in that field. Both of them were very beautiful with long straight hair. They were probably neighbors or best friends. I still remember how they looked. One of them had a very beautiful face with a clear-cut profile for her age, and the other had a very pretty, innocent look. I don't know if this is supposed to be like Rika and Satoko. I don't know if that's the insinuation here. They were running around in the field like they were dancing. I asked them if the field was their playground. They said they were playing in hopes that newcomers would move to the village. Then I saw a sign saying lot for sale. That's when I began to think that it might be a great place to live. There was nothing here, and things were a bit inconvenient compared to life in the city, but I sincerely believe this was the best place for us to start a new life together as a family. A lot of things happened back in the city, but the past is the past. It's best that we move on. We learn from our mistakes, and I hope we can start a new, more ideal life in this village. Keiichi, I hope you'll grow to love it here as much as I do. You do? I'm happy to hear that. I'm also happy that we've been doing a lot better as a family since we moved here. Back in the city, we were far from close. So I'm truly happy that we're able to start from scratch. Now that I come to think about it, I've never had a chance to have a conversation with you like this before. True, you've literally never talked to me, really. Okay, Jay. Do you know any 2 beautiful girls with long straight hair in your school? I think they're a lot younger than you. Oh, you know 2 young beautiful girls. But one has short hair, huh? I don't think they're the ones I saw. Okay, so it wasn't them. Wanna know why I asked? Oh, I just wanted to ask them to be models for my portraits. I was thinking about making them wear... Okay. Basically, I just wanted... Okay, whatever. Cough, cough. The fuck? What a useless tip. Sorry, crack my knuckles here. My shit be hurtin'. Oh, fuck me. Okay. We have 2 chapters left. Hopefully I can get this done before dinner. Okay. Continue. New OST? song? Not new OST, new song? At lunchtime the next day, everybody in class was talking about Rina's disappearance. We were all worried about her safety, but I kept a safe distance from everybody else. I do wonder where she went. Someone said that she was deemed away. How can I say such things? I can't believe their nerve. Keiichi, you look down today. Meep. Stoko and Rika noticed something odd about my attitude. I couldn't sleep at all last night because of what Rina told me. Friends don't keep secrets from one another. That sentence bit into my heart, and I couldn't sleep because of the pain. Mion, Stoko, and Rika too. I have something I need to talk to you about. Is it about Rina? No, it's not. It's about me. I decided to tell them about it because they were my friends, but I didn't know what I was expecting to change by doing so. They might despise me. Was there any benefit in telling them? No, there wasn't. I knew that for sure. But I still wanted to tell them about it, just because I thought it'd help heal the pain I was feeling. What is this about, Keiichi? Well, it's the truth about myself. I'd appreciate it if you listened to me. But what happened to me before I moved here? I was the kind of guy who wasn't good at anything but studying. Yada yada yada. I learned the tricks of the game called studying at my cram school. I enjoyed the sense of superiority I felt by getting good grades. I kept studying just because I wanted to look down on other students. True, based. When my grades got better, my parents got happier, and my teachers praised me. It felt good. It was fun to look down on the students who were good at running, dodgeball, or swimming. That was the only reason I kept studying. Before I knew it, not only was I the top of my class, I was the top of my school. So I started to think I was the most important student there. I looked down on the kids who were playing in the schoolyard during lunch break. I enjoyed feeling a sense of superiority to them and my insignificance. The more I studied, the better everybody expected me to do. They started to place high hopes on me. They expected me to go to the best school in Japan. I flattered myself and thinking I deserved to go to that school as well. But the fun went out of looking down on people while the burden of studying continued, didn't change a bit. My classmates stopped admiring my cleverness after a while, and my teacher started to push me to study more. All of a sudden, the fun had gone out of it. To begin with, I didn't even like to study. I had average reflexes. I was average in a fight. I was an average boy with nothing that really drew attention. So when I found something that I could use to get that attention, I jumped on it. It happened to be studying for me, but if it was riding a unicycle or juggling, I would have done that too. When I realized I didn't enjoy studying anymore, it got very boring. I was just a little boy who wanted to be praised when I did something better than anybody else. I finished all of my summer homework because my parents praised me for it, and I took charge of cleaning duties at school because my teachers praised me for it. So when they stopped praising me for what I did, I began to feel as though my life had no meaning. My parents used to give me an allowance that was proportional to how good my grades were, so I used to get a substantial amount of money for my age. I don't know if I had a natural interest in violence or if I was looking for it because of my frustration at the time. I took an interest in BB guns, and I took an interest in my fucking right ear ringing. Holy shit. Ow. I think it's fine now. Holy shit. At first I shot at cardboard boxes. It was fun. Being violent at pieces of cardboard relieved a lot of stress. Nobody blamed me for doing that. But soon I started wanting to do something I should never have done. On the box that my BB gun came in was a warning label that read, "Do not shoot at people." That was when I thought about doing just that. Why did I do something I shouldn't have? I guess I was just immature. I wasn't interested in studying anymore, but I forced myself to do so anyway. My parents forced me to go to several cram schools. I was mad at them for that. I should have told them I didn't want to study anymore. But I didn't have the courage to do that. So I used my frustration as an excuse to do something cowardly. I shot at kids who were younger than I was with my BB gun. It gave me such a thrill. It felt so good to do something bad when I was so overcome with studying. Needless to say, I had no personal grudge against the kids I shot. As long as the kids passed through a deserted street, they met the requirements to become my target. Didn't mean to hurt them. I shot at them once or twice from a distance. That's all I wanted to do. But sometimes it didn't react at all because the BBs hit a thicker part of their clothes or something. I didn't like that, so I started to shoot until they noticed they were being hit. It inevitably escalated into a barrage of gunfire. I study a lot. I'm doing something good, so I deserve to do something bad to balance out the good I'm doing. That was the unbelievably selfish excuse I made. I thought I had a right to do things like that because I was suffering myself. I thought people who weren't suffering like I was deserved to be shot at and to get hurt a little bit. I was so selfish, so arrogant, and so immature. I was disgusted with myself. If I could have met myself at that time, I would have given myself a punch in the face so hard that I'd knock out all my teeth. I started to call it a series of attacks on school children. The principal of my school held a morning assembly to inform everybody about the case and to warn them to be careful when playing outside. I was laughing sneakily. The PTA issued a letter of warning and advice to take the safest way to and from school. Parents took turns watching kids when they walked between home and school in groups. The more serious it got, the more it reminded me of the excitement I first felt when my grades started going up. I was absorbed in the game I was playing. Didn't think that I'd get caught someday. I didn't even think to stop doing it either. One day, I found a little girl who was walking down a narrow dark street all alone. She was a very small girl. I didn't know if she was on her way to her friend's house or if she was running an errand. I didn't care which. It was careless of her to go out alone. School had warned her not to, so it was her fault. Just like always, I made a selfish excuse and attacked her. Some of her shots hit her in the back. She noticed she was attacked by somebody. She turned around. It was a natural reaction. At the time, I didn't hesitate to rain hell upon her. So when she turned around, I was still shooting at her. Usually when I shot at a kid, she cried in pain and ran away. Just say they cried, This girl was different. She thrashed around in excruciating pain, holding one of her eyes. When I saw her doing that, I realized what had happened right away. The BB had hit her in the eye. Until that moment, I didn't think about what would happen when a pellet that could easily go through a cardboard box hit an eyeball. Anyway, the girl howled in pain, and for the first time I realized I had done something horrible. She saw me, so I couldn't take her to a hospital. I couldn't do anything about it, so I left her there while she was still screaming in pain. I wondered if she was okay, and I worried that she had lost her eye. I kept thinking about her. I didn't even feel like eating that day. I went to the bookshelf in our living room, snuck a medical book to my room, and studied the structure of the human eye. It was too late to make a difference, but I studied what kind of injuries would make a person lose their vision. I knew it wouldn't make the sin I committed weigh any less even if I found out that she wouldn't lose her sight. I couldn't sleep that night, and I suffered from a high fever. It wasn't my parents, my teachers, or the police who first punished me for what I did. It was my own body. Before dawn, I woke up my parents and confessed to my sin. They were shocked at first, but it seemed like they understood the situation quickly due to my recent disobedient behavior and my interest in BB guns. My mom cried hysterically. My dad slapped me in the face till it swelled up. Before the sun came up, I turned myself into the police, accompanied by my parents. Satoko stared at me with a stunned expression. I deserved to receive that kind of look. What I did was very wrong, and I needed to accept that. Is that all true? Yeah, it's all true. Sorry I didn't tell you until now. What made you want to tell us? Mion asked me. Rika nodded in agreement. To tell you the truth, I don't understand why. Well, I know, but... No, I'm just saying that I don't see any reason why you had to tell us about it. Well, I didn't want to keep secrets from my friends. You're my friends, so I couldn't hide it from you anymore. What are you expecting us to do? I'm not expecting anything. If you're asking for forgiveness, I can't give it to you. You have to ask the kids you attacked if you want that. Based and true. It won't help any of us to tell about it. I agree with Rika. I think you're really brave to tell us, but I don't understand what you want to do from here on out. I don't want to do anything. I just thought it's not right to keep secrets from my friends. My friends looked annoyed by the sudden confession of my past. I took it as bitter medicine. I got what I deserved. My girl, Kay, I have a question. Why can't friends keep secrets from each other? What? I mean, that's what you're saying, but I don't really agree. I don't agree either. Mion and Rika obviously disagreed with my statement. Toko nodded, following suit. I think it's wrong to refuse to tell people things you'd rather not. We all have lots of things we don't want to tell anyone else about, like tragedies, mistakes, and other things you don't want to remember. If I'd have to tell someone everything to be true friends with them, I wouldn't want to have... Fuck, I keep right-clicking. I wouldn't want to have them as my friends at all. But, Keiichi, there's a difference between things you don't need to confess and things you have to confess. You have to confess what you did to receive forgiveness. Once you're forgiven, you don't need to keep confessing. Quite. You turned yourself into the police and they scolded you good, did they not? You atoned for your sin and you were forgiven. What more do you have to do? You turned yourself in and you accepted the result. You did what you had to do. Very important that you keep reminding yourself of your sin so that you won't make the same mistake again. But you only have to take care of that on your own. It's not something you have to confess to everybody. Very true. I have many embarrassing stories that I'd rather not tell anyone. Meep? Stoko does have quite a lot of them. It's not only me. Rika has a heap of them too. Someone's popping champagne bottles, I guess. Stoko and Rika fooled around with each other like they always did. Mion looked at them and then looked back at me. Stoko just said something very important. Did you get it? You mean the part where she said she has a dark past and nobody needs to know about? No, the bit after that. saying that everybody has something they'd rather hide. Considering that nobody grows up in a sterilized room, we all learn by trial and error. It's called life, you know? You do both good things and bad things in order to grow up. Your goal is to become a wonderful person by the end. Everything that happens is a very important experience, including both the good and the bad. Same goes with everybody, with Satoko, Rika, and me too. Same applies to everybody in this class. For example, me used to be a very bad girl. Well, I'm not proud of it or anything, but shooting at people with a BB gun is like nothing compared to what I did. I used to throw bricks at people. I can't even count how many times I ended up in a cell at the police station. During the damn conflict, I was a regular there. I'm not kidding, it's all true. But it happened in the past. She doesn't have to tell you about it, even though she's your friend. Even though she's my friend. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna give an agree to what they're saying, but to a certain level, there is not... There are some things that would have to be disclosed. I'm gonna be a boogie 2988 on this one, and I'm gonna take both sides of the argument, okay? There are things, for the most part, like, my friends don't need to know what I did in elementary school, or things that I did in my past that aren't really relevant, you know? It's not required, it's not important. However, at the same time, there's a certain level of something that can happen, okay? To use an example, let's say you were like a murderer, like you killed people in the past, right? Okay? I don't buy the excuse like, oh, well, you atoned for it already. It's like, okay, but there's some things you can't atone for. And I know this is an extreme example, but it's just to test the hypothetical. That would be something I would want to know, okay? Like, there are certain things that are kind of, you know, sort of important, but I digress. I think you get what I'm saying. I made a lot of embarrassing mistakes and committed some crimes too, but I don't tell you about them because telling you wouldn't help in any way. If you feel better by telling us about your past, we'll listen, but there's no rule that says you have to tell us about your past just because we're friends. Okay, I mean, that's true. I don't want to dig up a past that you don't want to talk about. That's what true friends are all about, I think. I agree with you, but we're happy you feel better now by telling us about your past. We can forget about it if you want us to. We'll never change the way we see you because of this. What you did in the city has nothing to do with who you are right now. Your precious friend does. I actually don't want to know about your past, to be honest with you. I agree with Rika. The same thing goes the other way around. Even if you did something great in the city, but if you were a nasty person here, I wouldn't care what great things you did back then. In other words, Kay, the sin you committed in the city is something that you should keep secret in your heart. You don't need to dig it back up just to tell us. I mean, you can if you want, and if anybody changed the way they saw you because of that, I'd look down on them. Well, but again, no. Like, I don't agree with this. I'm sorry, Mia. I'm sorry to side against you, but, there are certain things that could change your opinion about somebody. Like, look, we'll go to the most extreme of extreme hypotheticals. Like, what happens if, like, someone's like a serial killer, but they turn a new leaf and they stop killing and they never get caught and they just agree to be a good person? Like, this right here is a kappa. No wonder what happened in the past, or no matter what happened in the past, as long as you're a great person at present, you shouldn't be embarrassed of yourself. Yeah, bro, I just killed 38 people. But I'm a good person now. I haven't killed anyone in a while. Like, come on, bro. You can't be mad at me. I'm a good person. Like, I don't know about that, bro. Like, giving you a little bit of a sussy on that. But Jesus. Okay, so let's continue. What's the purpose of living if we can never earn redemption? True, I agree, but again, you know, I'll stop beating the dead horse. Some things are not redeemable. Toko used to be a big baby who couldn't do anything by herself. She regretted it deeply, and now she's a strong, independent girl. That's why I admire Satoko today. I don't care how weak she used to be. Rika. What about you, Kay? Are you gonna change the way you see me because you now know I used to be a very bad girl who was regular at the police station? Nah, it makes me like you more. You won't, will you? I am who I am. Our friendship won't change and we'll keep playing and laughing like we always do, right? That's what being friends is all about. What? What's going on? Mia's trying to cheer me up with an encouraging smile on her face, but her expression became distorted all of a sudden. Big teardrops fell from my eyes. What? Why am I crying? Let me just say this. Oh, dude, the timelines are bleeding together. He's starting to have memories. And dude, this is where I said, dude, this was the really fucked up part. He was a big asshole to me in chapter 1 when he said this. I didn't mean to click on that, my bad. And I think that it's weird. The timelines are starting to merge, or how do I put this? Look, I'm gonna put a big warning here for a second. One sec. On the screen, just in case. Okay, I'm gonna put this on the screen, okay? If you haven't seen the show, you can unmute as soon as this is gone off the screen. I'll hide it when I'm done talking about it, okay? I'm gonna mute the game for you too so it doesn't cut my point off. What I feel like what is happening right now is the same as what happened. It's not exactly the same. It's slightly different in method, but it's the same in effect. In Steins Gate, after Okabe does a bunch of time travel, and he starts to having to undo the D-mails. The people, because only one world line is ever active at a given time in Steins Gate. But the people outside of Okabe, who don't get to transfer between world lines, start to have their memories that they lived in the other world lines come back to them as dreams, or come back to them in weird ways where they start remembering things that didn't actually happen in the life that they live. So, for example, Ferris remembers Akihabara being like a geek culture spot, when in the timeline that they live in where her dad lives, it's just like a developed neighborhood. Not developed neighborhood, but like a developed cityscape. However, she remembers what it used to be like when it was the geek spot, even though in the life that she lived currently in that world line, it never existed. And I think that's kind of what's happening right here, is the characters are having their memories from the other timelines that we've played through so far bleed in. Okay, so, sorry. So what I think is happening here, it's kind of the same thing. People are remembering shit that happened in other world lines, or not, sorry, I didn't mean to say world lines, in other timelines in this game. However, there's two possibilities here. They might not literally be remembering things that happen. They might just be remembering, like, potential situations they could have been in. Because, like, when he was talking about Rina earlier committing the crime and the other thing, I think that's what he was thinking about. Like, I think that's what he was talking about. But however, at the same time, he had like a level of detail that wouldn't come up from just like a hypothetical that you imagine in your head. So I think he actually is remembering stuff that happened. And I think this could, I don't know if it's just Keiji, could happen to other people as well. But I digress. To finally get back on topic, to finish my point, it seems like what is similar to happens in Steins Gate, where like the memories bleed into each other from the timelines that they didn't actually live through, is happening here. And it could be explained because from what my theory is now going forward, Hinamizawa is stuck in some kind of Groundhog Day loop with Rika, or potentially others, but definitely at least Rika at the center. So if this keeps looping, it's possible that the memories of the lives they lived, which eventually get wiped out on the reset, are somehow carried through each time, okay? There you go. Covering this up. No more Steins Gate talk. I'll mute the game. Welcome. Let me just say this. I didn't know anything about Satoshi, because you all hid it from me. We didn't mean to hide it. You didn't tell me about the incidents that happen every year, right? And exactly, this is what she was saying. Like, it's not important. We don't need to. That's because we didn't want to, you didn't want to scare me? Just because of that, you left me out. No, we didn't mean to. Mion didn't know what to say. She had tears in her eyes. She thought she did me a favor. She didn't know why it turned out like this. She didn't want to make me scared of the village since I'd just moved here. What more reason did she need? I asked you before, Mion, if there was a crime at the damn construction site. You told me there was none. But there was a dismemberment lynch murder. You lied. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lie to you. I thought friends didn't hide things from each other, right? So that makes us not friends. What are friends? What were friends to me? They were my true friends. They really cared about me. They were so nice to me and helped me feel at home in this village. I couldn't have been happier. Everything was great, wasn't it? Okay, please don't. Mion seemed like she didn't know what to say. Her eyes looked moist. Not the word to use there. It was hard to believe she was really acting like this. It wasn't like Mion at all. I could feel her pain. She was in pain because she didn't know what I was blaming her for. She looked so sad, but I didn't notice her pain. I thought I was her friend. I didn't understand her feelings. I didn't trust her. I just used the word friends, but I didn't do anything like what friends were supposed to do. That's right, I was such a fool. Mion was Mion. She was my best friend. Why did I doubt her? Why? Calyx down these days. Well. Unless this could be Shion here, though. Obviously, I guess his memory would not know that, but... If this is from Chapter 2, he just moved here from the city. I guess the fatigue must be setting in. He probably got a cold as a result. I see. He needs to eat something nutritious. My grandma's making ohagi today. I'm gonna ask her to give me some so we can bring them to Kay. Or was that also Chapter 1? No, I think it's a memory we haven't seen. Oi, Mion, wash your hands first. Hello, Rena. Would you like to try making one too? Wow, that looks like fun. Yes, I'd love to try. Here we go. Hahaha. I have a great... Oh! This was the prank, probably. This is what it was. This is the prank when they put the needle in the thing. What does it mean? What's a little bottle? What is it? It's not fun to only have sweet ohagi, you know? Hahaha, let's put hot sauce on one of them. It'll wake him up for sure. That's right, that's what happened. They brought ohagi for me to help me get better, but why does he now have memories of shit that didn't happen? Okay, I gotta write this down. We're gonna have I can feel a fat fucking theory coming out at the end of this chapter. They brought ohagi for me to help me get better. They only tried to cheer me up. Why did I get so scared of them? It's because Mion knew I had lunch at Angelmore. I grew terrified of her. Hey, you don't look good. Maybe you should go lie down. It still doesn't I hope they explain the end of Chapter 1 here, though. That's right. Maybe we should leave. He just wanted to cheer me up with a joke, but because I look so serious... See you. Please get better soon. Hope we can hang out in the club together tomorrow. That was a normal way of saying goodbye. I don't want you to be absent from school tomorrow, okay? First of all, have I ever visited any of my classmates who were absent with a cold? No, I haven't. I've never done such a nice thing to anybody because it's too much of a bother. But he's kind of like conveniently forgetting some of the things, like the needle. But they came to visit me with ohagi so I could get better soon. I should have been thankful to them and said I'll get better soon and I'm sure I can come to school tomorrow, so I'll see you then. That's what I was supposed to say. But what did I do instead? I locked the door. I closed the door and locked it as if rejecting them. What was I so scared of? What was I so afraid of? Why didn't I say any words of appreciation to my friends who cared about me? I was just so scared of the ohagi they bought for me. What was I thinking? It's impossible that there was a needle in one of them. There wasn't actually a needle at all. It was all in my head because I had read manga about someone putting needles or razor blades in people's food. It scared me so much that I believed it could happen to me. Wait, is this the truth? It's kind of a... I don't want to, like, air my grievances, but this feels pretty sussy, okay? This is a little bit like this feels a little bit like a retcon to me. Why would your friends put a needle in food they only bought to make you get better? It's crazy to think like that. Even if there was a needle in one of them, I should have thought that it was some kind of mistake, and I should have believed in my friend's innocence. That's what a true friend would do. But what did I do? I threw the ohagi they spent so much effort making on the floor. Why did I do that? I got along with them so well. And explain the end of this chapter too, brother. I moved to Hinamizawa and I made friends for the first time in my life. They were my best friends. Meeting them was the most wonderful experience of my life. I'd probably never have another one like that for the rest of my days. I knew that, but I got scared and I doubted them. They noticed I was acting odd. That's why they called the manager Irie. Okay, dude, he sounds like he's on copium right now. This sounds like a copium overdose. Because this is just like I don't buy the conspiratory thinking, but that's a kappa right there. They noticed I was acting odd, that's why they called the manager Irie. They thought a sedative might help me relax. Okay, cool, well, they don't have the You're not a doctor. You're not giving me a fucking sedative. Like, so I could rest and get better. That's why they carried me up to my room. Mion just wanted to make it fun. She's the kind of person who expresses her goodwill by making a joke out of it. I knew that better than anybody. She knew Irie would roll up my shirt to check my heartbeat with a stethoscope. So she was just trying to draw graffiti on my shirt just like she did to Tomitake as punishment for the game he lost. Yes, that's why Mion took a felt marker. Oh, I see. A felt marker. So he thought it was a needle. She brought a marker from her home because she wanted to do something funny. She tried to... Okay, I gotta write this down. She tried to cheer me up by making me take a punishment for fun rather than nursing me because that's just what Mion is like. She went to the trouble of bringing a felt marker to my house just because she wanted to cheer me up. Rina held me down tightly and Mion came close for me to write something on my shirt. Mion whispered the words she was going to write on my shirt. I heard them very clearly. I heard what she was going to write on my shirt. I hope you get well soon, Mion. I heard them, then why? I should have known she wasn't going to do anything to hurt me. And why? Why did the marker look like a syringe to me? Why did I think that Mion was going to kill me? It was impossible. Why? Why did I misunderstand that Mion was going to kill me? And you killed both of them. The numbness in my head receded and slowly I felt blood starting to run through my entire body again. How long was I squatting down there? For a few minutes? Or a lot longer than that? As I looked up at the clock, the hands weren't moving at all, as if they had stopped while I had closed my eyes, or my eyes had closed. The atmosphere in the room wasn't filled with insanity like it was earlier, but it was quiet and gray. Rina wasn't holding me down. Mion wasn't about to give me an injection. Was all that just some kind of illusion? There was no sense of presence other than myself in that room. It was an extraordinary experience that I'd never had before. I was there with Rina and Mion. I doubted my sanity for a moment, but at the time I felt some kind of relief too. The scary incident was just an illusion after all. Neither Rina nor Mion would have done such a terrible thing to me. Okay, I'm sorry, I gotta mute. Sorry, my dad's like mowing the lawn. He must have been like right near my window because that shit was so loud. So I didn't understand this part though. He's basically saying that the murder didn't happen. I don't know, this is so weird. Why? It was a question of my sadness. Why did I feel so sad? I don't know. You don't know? What do you mean you don't know? You do know. I was so stupid. What the hell was I doing? I was so pathetic and helpless. Mion tried to cheer me up. That was all. I liked her so much. She was my best friend. I still like her. She was older than me, but she hung out with me like we were the same age. She was the first one who came to talk to me in class. She was so nice to me, but Mion was lying down and... Okay, no, so he is saying... She was covered in dusky red blood from her head to her chest. The red fluid splattered on the wall was Mion's. What had I done? What had I done? I would never forgive myself. I truly did think of you all as my friends. Why did this all happen? There was nothing fun in my life in my old school. When I talked to anyone, it was only ever about my chances of passing the entrance exam of the schools I wanted to go to. My life was shaded in gray. Friends to me were rivals and enemies to vie with for a school recommendation and test scores. My friends here taught me just how unnatural that was. This whole month was a blast. We raised the roof over lunch. our club activities and the festival. A warm liquid flowed out from my eyes. To my surprise, it was my tears. I didn't have any obligation to cry for them, but I couldn't stop it. Even though they attempted to kill me, even though they almost killed me, I couldn't forget the memories we made during the past month. Or were those fun days fake? Was it an act that they kept playing perfectly to set me up until today? Was it only me who believed that they were my friends? It couldn't be. Rina and Mion, they were my friends for real. Those happy days couldn't have been just a performance. Rina and Mion must have been forced by somebody to kill me. Or that an extraordinary existence called Oyashiro possessed them and took over their consciousness. No matter what it was, both Rina and Mion were my best friends. I was stupid. I was such a fool. Huh. But now it's weird, because now he's acknowledging, like, that this attempt to kill him, like, did happen. So you can hear it now, it's showing up on my mic. Because he's acting like... This is so odd. Okay, I don't get this section. I gotta mute again. What I'm confused about is he keeps talking about, like, put it this way. For this whole thing here, he talked about how they weren't actually trying to kill him and that he misunderstood. There was no needle and that the syringe didn't exist and it was a felt marker. Yet then on the exact same token right here he says they must have been forced by somebody to kill me. Like he's giving two contradictory takes. I don't get this. It wasn't making any sense at all. I killed my best friends. They were my best friends. Then why didn't I trust them? Why didn't I listen to them? I beat them to death. Who did I think I was? I made it sound like I didn't do anything wrong. Felt like everybody went crazy except me. Like such a fool. It was the other way around. Of course it was. I was the only one who went crazy. Okay, I did something terrible. I'll never forgive myself. Mion was still alive. I have a memory of beating her to death because I couldn't trust her. But that's a memory from a non-existent different world. But even though it happened in a different world, I killed Mion, and I didn't realize how deep that sin was. I even thought until now that Mion was at fault for being killed. What is wrong with Keiichi? I don't know. Okay, please calm down. I'm not dead. You didn't beat me to death. I mean, I'd never let that happen. Okay? Quite. There's no one in our club whom you could beat to death, Keiichi. No. Mion Toko looked confused, having no idea why I was crying, but I couldn't help myself. I learned just now that I could earn redemption by confessing my sin. But I could never earn redemption for this. Not from Mion. Oh my god, holy fuck, can he do this another day? But I could never earn redemption for this. Not from Mion. No matter how... I gotta mute. Okay, holy, sorry. I clawed on my itchy throat in a phone, but never mind. Okay, holy shit. Hopefully I can finally fucking talk. Yes, I did. It took me so long, but I just noticed it. I remember what I did. Not here, but in a different world looks just like this one. I killed my friends because I couldn't trust them. They were just trying to help me, but I didn't listen to them. I don't know why I didn't. I didn't care if people were staring. I just kept crying. I wanted to transmute my sin to tears in order to squeeze it out of me. But the tears that were coming from my eyes weren't my sin. They were just tears of regret for doing something irreversible. At that time, I felt something touching my head. I opened my eyes and saw Rika patting my head gently. I didn't need any comfort. I didn't deserve any comfort from Rika. But the words she spoke to me weren't ones of comfort. I forgive you, Keiichi. What? Keiichi, you noticed your sin. It's a very difficult thing to do and not something everybody can. Not everybody can understand how great you are, and hence they can't forgive you. But I can, because I know how great you are. Rika, this is a miracle. You noticed the sin you committed in another world. It's impossible to do, but you did it. That is the most unbelievable and precious of miracles that could exist in this world. I didn't understand anything Rika was saying, but I felt like she's the only one who understood the impossible memory I had. So, you should be able to understand what Rina Ryugu is going through right now. I understand. She's going through exactly the same thing I went through. Yeah. She wants to trust her friends more than anything, but she can't. She's the one who's losing her mind, but she doesn't understand that, and she thinks that the world is going crazy instead. I don't know how to save her. I have no idea, because I failed. Now, don't answer this if it's spoilers, but I still don't understand how Keiichi gave the contradictory take of, like... Because my understanding of the situation is that... So, like, he definitely killed them, but it sounds like he's saying that, like, the bad things they did to him never happened. But then at the same time, he's, like... talking about... I don't know. I mean, I feel like I understand what they're trying to get at, but then they kind of gave, like, mixed signals with the moment. I don't know. I didn't understand until I died. No, I didn't understand even after I died. So how can I make Rina realize what I did? What I didn't even after that? I can't save her. I can't save her. I know because I was just like her. There's nothing I can do. Calm down, Keiichi. I did fail, but that didn't mean Rina would too. There was no excuse not to save her because I thought she'd fail. After all, what did Rina do back then? I was totally going mad, but she risked her life to save me. In my room in that world, I had beaten her many times with a metal bat. But she was smiling. She knew I was scared, and that's why she smiled for me. Dude, I know it's fucked up, but can you imagine if there was gore art here? It'd be a lot more powerful, if also being a lot more gruesome. I beat her so many times. Her arms were broken and her forehead was cut open. I remembered. Rina didn't block her head, even at the very last moment. She opened her arms toward me, like she was looking for a hug. But I still doubted her, and raised the metal bat up high. Rina told me then that it was okay. Please trust me. My friend still told me to believe in her. She told me to trust her. But I still didn't. I lost it and attacked her. She was in danger. She was actually killed. But she didn't even block her head. Instead, she used her arms to reach out for me. She continued to say those words until the moment she died. Trust me. Please. Trust me. She risked her life to save me. Till the very last moments, she kept telling me to believe in her. But I didn't listen. For so long, I truly believed that I didn't do anything wrong. A little bit better now that you've forgiven me, Rika. But I still have to atone for my sin. I'm going to do that in the same way Rina did for me. I'm going to save her. Rina risked her life to save me. She cared about me until her very last moments. She trusted me. She believed that her words would reach my heart, so she kept saying them until I cracked her skull. I don't care if I die. Rina died for me. I can die for her too. I was such a fool for failing to understand my friend's feelings. That's why I didn't understand what she was saying. But Rina might be different. This world is messed up. But it doesn't mean that I can just quit. Quitting is the same thing as not believing. I believe in Rina and in our friendship. That's why I can still make it. I can still prevent a tragedy from happening. I can change fate. We will struggle together to seize our future. Rika nodded with a serious look on her face as she put her hands in the pocket of her skirt. Dude, I remember my mind was fucking blown when I found out skirts had pockets. Keiichi, I won't give up either. I'm not gonna lose hope in this world. I was tired from meeting with countless failures. I gave up on this world as it started to go wrong. That's why I kind of gave up on Rina last night. But I was wrong. I realized that the will to fight is such a beautiful and divine thing, and it can work miracles that can even alter the path of fate. So I'll fight with you. I'll fight again. I'll keep fighting until I reach the future. I have no idea what you two are talking about. Hee hee. It's normal that you don't remember. Keiichi is a special exception. Huh? I suppose I'm too brilliant to understand what's going on. Rika touched Toko's forehead to hers. Please remember one day, when you're desperately driven into a corner of misfortune, please remember that he risked his life to save you. Keiichi fought for me? It's hard to believe. Isn't that right, Keiichi? Rika looked at me, smiling as if waiting for my agreement. I wasn't sure if I could risk my life for Satoko. No, I was sure. I'd risk my life for her. Satoko was my friend. Anybody tried to make her unhappy, I'd beat them up without hesitation. I'd risk my life to save her. There might even have been a world like that. I nodded to Rika. She nodded back, looking happy. Hey, Bara, is everything okay? She realized that I'd finally calmed down and she asked me that. Everything's fine now. I'm sorry I worried you. Anyway, Mion. What? What is it? I walked towards her. Mion stepped back, not knowing what was going on. She bumped into the blackboard. What is it, Kay? You look so serious. I held Mion tightly. She still didn't know what was going on, and her face turned red. Crying on her shoulder, I told her the following. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. What are you sorry for? This old man doesn't really get what's going on. It's okay. You don't need to get anything, so just listen to me. I'm very sorry, and the ohagi you made, they were really good. They were delicious. They cheered me up. Well, I wanted to tell you that. I was going to school the next day, and the day after that too. I wanted to tell you that I would see you tomorrow at school, but I couldn't. I'm very sorry that I didn't give you any words of appreciation until today. I'll never doubt you, Mion. I'll never doubt any of my friends. Never ever again. So Mion, please forgive me for what I did that day. Mion must have had no idea what I was talking about. Of course, I didn't either. I didn't understand what I was talking about, but my sin wasn't forgiven yet. I needed to confess my sin in order to receive her forgiveness. I know you risked your life to save me, Mion, so I'll risk my life to save you too when you're in some kind of trouble. I promise I will. Okay. Huh, make me blush. Mion's face was bright red. She didn't know what was going on. Satoko was blushing too with a confused look on her face. But Rika and I understood everything. We weren't going to accept a tragedy. We couldn't give up just because the world was going out of order. We were going to fight against fate to the very last moment. Mion fought for me. Rina fought for me. That's why I was going to fight for Rina. Just like she did for me, I was going to risk my life to save her. I still wonder now if Rika is actually like a different thing. I don't think she is. How do I put this? The way that it's kind of like... One second. Basically, what I was trying to say is that earlier, Rina accused Rika of being like an it, like an other, like a doppelganger or an alien or something. I actually don't think she is. And the reason why she has that double personality type thing, I think she kind of just has like a trickster side to her, and she's kind of just like sick of living in the same fucking loop for who knows how long, because she seems like Keiichi to be conscious of it, and she seems even to be more so conscious of it. And I think that she's maybe just lost her shit. Okay. Sorry, so I put down, I don't think Rika's an alien or something else, as Rina insinuated. I think it's more likely she has a trickster/playful side to her. And she's just sick of living in the loop of the tragedy over and over. And that's why in this chapter, and in chapter 4, she's shown like a second personality. The summit was being held at a traditional Japanese restaurant in Shishibone City. When a black car stopped in front of it, 3 burly cops got out of it, followed by Oishi. They were welcomed by the Sonozaki Corps members in equally black suits. It was something you didn't see every day. Thank you for having us. We apologize for being late. I'll take you to the room. Please follow me. There was a sign saying reserved at the entrance. Oishi and his subordinates were taken inside. They walked through the restaurant's pretentious landscaped garden, and they came to the gorgeous Japanese-style entrance. A woman in a kimono was waiting at the entrance, as was Kasai. It's their mom. Upon seeing the police officers, they stopped chatting and bowed deeply. The woman in the kimono was Mion's mother, Akane. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Sonozaki. Thank you for having us today. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for coming all the way here despite your busy schedule. Not at all. I've been looking forward to the feast I'm going to have today. God, dude, these Japanese words, my English brain can't take it. Kiyomizute is famous for its dried bean curd, right? Can't wait. Long time no see, Kasai. It's been forever since we last met in person. Yeah, it has been a while. Well, we seem to be at war, but I'm hoping we can settle this like adults. Although we're ready for an all-out war whenever you are. No, we have no desire to fight. Neither do we. Everybody knows how messy things get when you get involved, but I'd like to avoid that as much as possible since I'm not that young anymore. Obviously, this was a meeting between people who hated each other. The tension in their words indicated that it wasn't likely to be a friendly meeting. I'll take you to the room. Please follow me. I feel bad that our host is taking us to the table. Well, I know we sent you the invitation under my name, but actually today's host is the Sonozaki main family. I'm sorry for the confusion. I see. Can I go back and get my bulletproof jacket? On the other side of the door, there were several tables and Mion was sitting at one of them. As Mion was still young, her school uniform functioned as her formal dress. Still, it looked strange with both the police and the Corps members in black suits. Hello, you must be the successor to the head of the Sonozaki family. Thank you for having us today. Thank you very much for coming. Please take a seat. Mion politely welcomed the police, undaunted even though they were older than her parents. Mion gave Kasai a look and he tapped on the door. The waitresses, who had been waiting behind the door, started bringing out drinks. Oishi, what's going on here? I'm not sure. Well, let's just enjoy the meal first. The dried bean curd is really famous, you know. They started drinking, but the tension continued for a while. Mion made the waitresses and the other members of the Sonozaki Corps leave the room, and soon only Oishi and his subordinates, Mion, Akane, and Kasai were left in the room. Well, let's start talking about why we're here today. Akane nodded and began speaking. We're having this meeting today so we can resolve our misunderstandings, such as... Kasai wanted to talk to you about Rina Ryugu for personal reasons. Therefore, this meeting is about the private circumstances between Tatsuyoshi Kasai and Rina Ryugu. The Sonozaki family has nothing to do with this. What are these private circumstances? Ryugu lives an honest life. How can she have any kind of private connection with Kasai from the Yakuza? Kasai? Yeah, allow me to explain. Kasai told the police officers that he happened to meet Rina at a coffee house in Okinomiya. He explained that Rina found something he lost there and that she offered to bring it back for him. Doesn't sound right. But for argument's sake, why don't we assume what you're telling us is true? What happened after that doesn't make any sense. I heard that you told your members to find Rina Ryugu. It's actually my fault. Rina's father was worried about her because she didn't come home after dark, so I sent my men to ask if anyone had seen her downtown, but I made a small mistake. Wait a second. You made us come all the way here, and now you're telling us to believe this bullshit? Could it be that you're making fun of us? Oishi looked a lot more like a member of the Yakuza than the real Yakuza did. Oishi threatened them with a nasty smile, and it piled all the more tension onto the atmosphere in the room. Oishi, please don't. Kumagai tried to make him stand down. I love that his name is Kumagai, because I just think his name is Kumagai. My fucking boy, Kumagai. What a fucking lad. What a good old lad. I didn't mean to skip that, but Oishi backed off with a grin. Kumagai took over, continuing from there. So what are you trying to say? Do you not want us to intervene? Because this is a civil matter between Rina Ryugu and Tatsuyoshi Kasai. It's not going to happen. We're going to give her protection. Mion opened her mouth for the first time in a while. You need to explain to me why the police have to protect Rina Ryugu to begin with. Why? Because you guys are after her. Oishi answered bluntly, but Mion remained nonchalant. That must have made him all the more annoyed. What makes you think we're after her? Why don't you ask what's in your chest? You might know something. Oishi, we're here to resolve our misunderstandings. It's your choice not to listen to us, but I think it's better that you do. Oh, and what are we misunderstanding exactly? Your misunderstanding concerns the scrapbooks of Miya Takano that Rina Ryugu is in possession of. The officer's expressions grew stern all at once. All of a sudden, she had gotten straight to the point. You want to protect Rina Ryugu because she has the scrapbooks. Isn't that right? Oishi and his subordinates glared back at her without saying a word, making it obvious that her guess was right. Kasai. Kana gave him a look and he left the room. However, he shortly returned, carrying a black suitcase. One of the officers assumed that there was a tremendous amount of money in the suitcase and that the Sonozaki family was trying to buy them off. Kasai opened the suitcase and showed the contents to the police. These are Mio Takano's scrapbooks. I'm afraid we don't have the ones she gave to Rina Ryugu. This is going to be our main course for today. Do you mind if I take a look? No, feel free. We can talk after you read them. I'll make my people leave if you like. No, you don't have to do that. The cows produced latex gloves from their pockets, put them on, and took one of the scrapbooks out of the suitcase. There were more than 10 of them in there. We found them in Mio Takano's house in Okinomiya after she passed away. Oishi and the others desperately turned the pages of the well-thumbed scrapbooks. Are you sure these are real? Without a doubt. Oishi, if Rina Ryugu has the other scrapbooks, that means maybe the ones she has have the same kind of stuff in them. Oishi looked stunned by the contents of the scrapbooks. He started turning the pages faster, then closed the scrapbook roughly. Do all of these have the same kind of contents as this one? Yeah, they do. Feel free to take the time to look at them until you're fully satisfied. The other officers also rapidly turned through pages. They weren't reading them, just flipping through. They took one scrapbook from the suitcase after another and flipped through the pages roughly. Oishi, this is absurd. These are just crappy occult novels. Oh, yikes. Okay. So, as I said before, Mion's based, and she told the truth again. God, she's just the best character in this fucking game, bar none, and it's not even close. This one says that the netherworld collided with this world, and the dead souls flowed across the gap. How are we going to use this as proof? Well, yours says something about the netherworld. Mine is about creatures from the bottom of the ocean. This one is about classified weapons of the Nazis. This one is about the legacy of the Miu continent? I don't know how you would say this. Miu is a legendary lost continent. I've never heard about this. This is actually so cool. What? Oh, this is Atlantis. Oh. What the fuck? So it's just Atlantis. Never mind. It's not interesting anywhere near as what I thought it was. Dude, I got so excited. I was like, holy shit, cool theory, and it's just some dog shit Atlantis poo-poo that nobody cares about. That one is about Aussie, the mysterious creature in Onigafuchi Swamp. Like Nessie. We can surmise that Rina Ryugu most likely has the scrapbook about the parasite theory we've all heard about. The police were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The other officers were shooting glances at Oishi. They hadn't said anything to him, but they never really believed in the story of the parasite, let alone the bioterrorism. But Oishi had believed it and told them he had proof. None of the scrapbooks in front of them had said anything about parasites, but it was easy to assume the contents of one scrapbook were no different in nature from another. In other words, all of them were just crappy occult novels. Wow. Oishi appeared unable to accept the fact that was facing him. But now that he was actually looking at it, it was too difficult to ignore. Mio Takano was an occult geek who had laughable ideas about the legend of Onigafuchi. But Rina took them seriously, and so had Oishi. The other officers could no longer stop themselves from laughing at the ridiculous scrapbooks. Oishi glared at them, and they stopped laughing. The main reason Oishi took the story of the parasite seriously was because the Sonozaki family was apparently after Rina Ryuga for the scrapbooks she had. Plus, Takano, the owner of the scrapbooks, was killed. Because of these two reasons, he believed in that occult B novel. Oishi was frustrated without a doubt. He has to accept that he was wrong. Oishi was eager for any information that could help him solve the series of mysterious deaths of Hinamizawa before he retired. The combination of a number of factors made Takano's ridiculous theory become highly credible to him. True. Let me ask you something. Why was Mio Takano killed? We have no idea what happened to Mio Takano and Jiro Tomitake. Of course you don't. Oops, a liar doesn't call himself a liar. Come on, Oishi. Do you think we'd do such a lousy job as to let the police find the bodies? Oh, shit! What a brag. What a fucking pimp-ass line. Dude, Miona is the best character in this game. Mio wore a cold smile. She had said too much. Because what that's saying is that they do kill people, just, you don't find them. Oishi glared at the young successor, but he knew she was right. Then why are you after Rina Ryugu? We're not. I admit it's our fault that we made it look like we were after her. For that we apologize. The reasons which made Oishi take Rina's delusion seriously collapsed, one by one. Miona and Akane looked at each other. They must have decided to let Akane speak. She did so firmly. We'd like to ask you a favor. We don't want to be involved with the police because of nonsense like this. We heard that Sankai from the police headquarters started work with the public safety division. They're going to do simultaneous raids on our family using this case as their excuse, aren't they? That had been at Oishi's request. Oishi took his story seriously, he intended to use the proof yet. But as he had no idea where to start looking, he tried to conduct simultaneous raids on all the facilities the Sonozaki family owned in the entire prefecture in cooperation with the task force for gang groups and public safety. Normally the circumstantial evidence he had wouldn't be enough to get their cooperation. In fact, public safety doubted Oishi's source because they hadn't heard of any potential terrorist attacks. They trusted their info network. But Oishi took advantage of his long career and his old friends, and he managed to get them to cooperate. Oishi's face broke out in a nervous sweat. Needless to say, he realized he was completely wrong. We caused you some trouble during the dam conflict, but the era is reaching its end and things have changed. We're a Yakuza group that sides with the weak and crushes the strong. Okay, Robin Hood, but we're also trying to achieve peace and stability in line with these changing times. If we get raided now, we're gonna lose face. Who cares about your face? I know we'll find something with those raids. We're gonna go through with them. You find something good for you, but if you don't, you know it'll cause a big liability issue that even you won't escape lightly, Oishi. Alright, sounds like you really do want an all-out war, huh? If that's what you want, please carry out your job to your own satisfaction. We'll take on the challenge anytime. What? Akane Sonozaki didn't betray Oishi's expectations. Although her right to become successor was taken away, Akane had been through a lot more than Mion. Oishi couldn't back out now, but he knew it was a fight he probably couldn't win. Kumagai butted in and tried to calm him down. Kumagai, if we put a stop to the raids, what would we get in return? Mion answered this time. We'll give you these scrapbooks as proof of our friendship. I'm sure you can use them to cancel the raid attempts. These scrapbooks proved how ridiculous Mio Takano's theory was. Takano was dead anyway. Oishi could show people these scrapbooks and say he was fooled. He could still pretend the whole raid thing never happened. He might have to take responsibility for it, but if he didn't back off now, there'd be no doubt that he'd face a hopeless mess. If he was gonna back off, it was now or never. The administrative staff at his station weren't exactly fond of him. He made such a huge mistake right before his retirement, people would be looking for a chance for revenge. Whoa. People looking for a chance for revenge would cut his pension with glee. His pension was decided by multiplying his base salary by a certain number. If they cut his base salary, there was no way he could avoid a big reduction. Oishi, he decided to back off. It was hard for him to admit mistakes at his age. He grimaced with anger. Kumar, can you take over from here? I think I had too much to drink. I'm gonna get some fresh air on the porch. Excuse me. Oishi stood up quickly and left the room, making a lot of noise as he walked. Kasai closed the door Oishi left open. The room was filled with silence again. At that point, Kumagai opened his mouth. We understand your point. Our intention isn't to cause trouble to all the organizations you own. So I want to confirm that the police and the Sonozaki family will help each other to maintain the peace of the city. Therefore, we're going to put off doing the simultaneous raids. Thank you very much. I'm sure our leader, Oreo, appreciates your concern as well. As you promised, we'll take the scrapbooks. And there are 2 more conditions. Go ahead. First, if you find the other missing scrapbooks, you must bring them to us immediately. Second, if you find Rina Ryugu, you must turn her over to us immediately as well. I'm afraid the second one is unacceptable. Rina Ryugu is in a state of delusion. We'll make sure of her safety and we'll find the best medical facility we can take her to. She has the right to receive treatment. We can't accept that either. We have the right to question her about the murder of Takano as a material witness, not as a suspect. Akane whispered to Mion. Mion in turn nodded and began to speak. Very well, we'll accept the second condition, but let us add another condition on top of that. We're going to send her a lawyer. You will only question her in the lawyer's presence. Understood. Another condition. You aren't allowed to delay us by not sending the lawyer on purpose. We'll start the questioning right after we find her. We have no problem with that, but you must contact us immediately after she's found. We will as soon as we can. Akane cut in. You have to call us before you question her. You must call us at the very moment she is found. This agreement is made in good faith, founded on our mutual trust. So please, do be careful not to do anything that might waste it. Okay. Understood. You have my word on that. We'll try to keep our promise with the best of intentions. Akane and Kumagai glared at each other for a moment, then embraced in a big makeout session. Surprisingly, Kumagai was very calm. He was always in the shadow of Oishi, who was loud and noisy. But he had as much guts as his superior did. Oishi was good at taking care of matters in a rough and threatening kind of way, but Kumagai was good at negotiations like this. The meeting ended and the police stood up from their seats. The tension in the room had finally ceased. Kasai put the scrapbooks back in the suitcase and handed it to Kumagai. Kumagai looked at Kasai, nodded lightly, and took what was offered to him. This is a very expensive case made in Italy. Please take it as a souvenir from us. No, we're only supposed to take the scrapbooks. We'll return it to your office later. Thank you for your time. Please give my regards to the family head, Oreo. The officers left after bowing to Mion. After making sure that the police had left the hallway, Mion sighed heavily and finally let go of her tension. She spread her feet on the floor, flapping the rim of her skirt. Oh man, my shoulders hurt. Why didn't you take care of this, Mom? Don't be silly. Your rank is higher than mine. Rank is everything, not age. Hey, Kasai, have a witness bring me a beer. Or waitress. Not a witness. Bring me a beer. Oh, and you can let the grunts in and give them something cold to drink, too. You want me to bring only beer? Oh, she can't drink. Bring some orange juice for her. Don't treat me like I'm a little kid. I guess my rank doesn't matter to you, huh? You'll always be a big baby to me. Anyway, your father pulled many strings for you this time. You should thank him. And you too, Kasai. You have to play it smarter when meeting with the common man. I'm a little embarrassed. By the way, I'm very impressed with Rina for making a fool out of Oishi. You have many friends with good potential. I'd like to meet her. We can go see a play together or something. Sorry, whenever you see her next time, let her know I said that. And don't tell her any more creepy stories, alright? Of course, I'm well aware of that. With that, they successfully dispelled their magical power of Takano's... They dispelled the magical power of Takano's scrapbooks. The whole mess shouldn't grow any larger. The only remaining problem was Rina. Where could she be hiding? I've got a bad feeling about this. Oh my god, it's still going? Holy shit. Okay, one sec. I gotta go get my food. Oh, no, I can't. I'll wait. I hope this ends quick. We're gonna finish the game, but my dinner is ready way earlier than it normally is. Before I went to bed, I headed to my window to close the curtain. Saw a shadow of a person near the porch. Who could it be so late? Well, I didn't have to guess who it was. There's only one person I knew who might come see me so late. I opened the window and looked more carefully this time. I was right. It was Rina. She was just standing still under the light. I wondered how long she'd been there for. It didn't look like she was going to ring the doorbell. She was just standing there. She seemed to be asking herself whether to ring the doorbell or not. For how long had she been hesitating in front of my door? It looked like even standing was giving her a hard time. She looked very tired. I ran down the stairs, put my sandals on, and rushed out of the house. Rina looked surprised to see me, even though I came out after making a lot of noise. Rina, is that you? Rina. She looked relieved to see me for a moment, but then she soon glanced downward and looked sad again. How long have you been standing here? I don't know. Maybe since the sunset? Okay, never mind, I got my food. I don't know, maybe since the sunset. Rena must have been staying somewhere outside for the last 2 days, at the very least. And it wasn't like she'd been camping for fun. She'd been in a state of high tension the whole time, believing that someone was trying to kill her. She looked utterly exhausted. She seemed to have taken care of the deep scratch she made on her neck the other day with some large band-aids. The band-aids had cute pictures, but that only made the wound on her neck look more painful. I saw some band-aids soaked with blood on her arms and body too. I could tell she made them herself. She had more scars than she had last night. Anyway, let's go inside. You haven't eaten anything for 2 days, have you? When I tried to take her into the house, she refused with a vague expression on her face. It wasn't that she didn't want to go into the house, it was more like she had to refuse because she thought she didn't deserve it. I can't take it anymore. Even at this moment, the maggots are moving through my body. It itches really badly and it feels like they're about to come out from everywhere. Rena, I think you have some kind of disease. Why don't you get some rest here and we'll go to the clinic first thing in the morning. He understands your delicate situation, and he'll see you in private. No, I know it. I know exactly how Tomitake died. I'm trying not to do what he did for as long as possible. Rena believes she was just given some kind of suspicious drug that made her claw at her neck to death, just like Tomitake did. The question is, though, that theory about that still seems really solid. She had convinced herself that it was going to happen. She wouldn't hear anything else right now. But she really wanted somebody to help her. She wanted help, but when somebody tried to give her a hand, it looked like a hand of a devil. Like the hand of a devil. It was some kind of disease. What a horribly depressing disease it was. Well, I don't know how I'm going to die, but I don't think I have much time. It's not going to happen. You're a member of our unbeatable club, Rena Ryugo. You're not going to die so easily. Thanks. Well, I wanted to say sorry before I die. Sorry for what? Yesterday I said terrible things to you and I hurt your feelings. She must be talking about last night. She trusted me, but when she told her about my past, she felt betrayed. And after that, everything I did out of goodwill seemed like the opposite to her. I know what it's like. I once felt the same way about you, Rena. Well, before I moved here, I did many horrible things too. A lot, actually. Really, I didn't know. What I did is beyond comparison. You just shot someone with a toy gun. I hit somebody's head really hard with a metal baseball bat. Everybody got hurt really badly. And I also broke the windows in my school, and I know, but I don't care about any of that. You did that before you moved here. That's when you stopped being Reina Ryugu and became Rena after you moved here, right? To me, you're my best friend who's very kind, thoughtful, and fun. That's the most important thing. I don't care who you were before. So, I was way worse than you were. I have no right to say you're not my friend. I felt the same way too. I was afraid of you, because I heard about your past. Oh, you knew. Rena laughed sadly. She seemed shocked to find out that I knew about her history when she thought I didn't. But I was like, so what? Huh? Doesn't matter how bad you were before you moved here. You've been through ups and downs with tears and laughter, but since you moved to Hinamizawa, you've been living a proud life. The important thing is that you regret what you did. That's all that matters. You've grown up to be a respectable person. I don't care about your past. I should have noticed it earlier. Rena's Rena. That's why she's Rena Ryugu. I couldn't understand that simple thing when she said she wasn't Rena. You heard about my past too, right? I was pretty bad as well. I was such a brat. I regret the stupid things I did. So I thought moving here was a good opportunity for me to start over. I believe I've been the person I wanted to be since I moved to Hinamizawa. Isn't it the same with you, Rena? Doesn't matter how you lived in Ibaraki. The important thing is that you're Rena Ryugu. You wanted to be in Hinamizawa, so I don't care about whoever Rena Ryugu was. Yeah, you're right. We can start our life over as many times as we want. We might take a lot of mistakes and hurt ourselves, but that lets us become the people we want to be. You fall once or twice in your life, but that's life. Can't let it beat us down. We have to keep growing. So, I was such an asshole for getting scared of you because of your past. Doesn't matter how many times you fall, as long as you get up each time. When you go through a lot of pain, you can be kinder to others. So I don't need to know your past, and even if I knew, it shouldn't have changed the way I treated you. But we were fools. We couldn't understand that until we went through things like this ourselves. Mion knew that from the beginning. We were such fools. We hurt each other and we made each other cry. So Rena Ryugu is and will always be my best friend forever. And when you have to go through a hard time, I'll help you no matter what. Trust me on that. Thank you. I trust you, Keiichi. Very tragic, but what she said isn't true. She probably didn't mean to lie. But I knew she didn't trust me from the bottom of her heart. My words didn't reach her. I knew that because Rena kept telling me to trust her that time. She kept saying those words while hitting her with the bat. But they still didn't reach me. I don't think I have much time left. But I'll try my best to save Hinamizawa because wonderful people like you live here. No, Rena. I'm not gonna let them take over this village. I'll fight so we can regain our peaceful days we had. I'll defeat their conspiracy. She said that she trusted me, but she didn't understand anything that I was saying. Even if I kept telling her that the conspiracy was Takano's delusion, it wouldn't reach her. Thank you, Keiichi. Thank you for forgiving me. I forgive you, so please forgive me for what I did to you. I'm gonna save Hinamizawa, I promise. So Keiichi, will you help me? I trust you. Only you, Keiichi. We can save Hinamizawa together. Rina. I knew how bad of a corner Rina was driven into. If I was her, I'd be walking around with a baseball bat thinking every single person around me was my enemy. Rina cared about me so much, but I saw her as my worst enemy. But Rina, you still trust me, even when you're driven into this bad of a corner. I couldn't understand what you were saying. I beat you to death while you kept telling me to trust you. But you're different. You still trust me? You are so. Why are you crying? I'm sorry. I'll never betray you. I trust you, Rina. So please forgive me. I don't know what you're talking about. You've always believed in me, Keiichi. But I trust you too. I can trust you, right? You're the only one who trusts me, right? Tears fell from my eyes. I sobbed and nodded again and again to answer her. Tears welled up in Rina's eyes too. Before I knew it, we were putting our foreheads together with tears in our eyes. Well, I found a way to end this battle. Really, yeah. I might not stand a chance, but this is the best and only resistance I can think of. Rina, I don't know what you're gonna do, but if you do that, we can regain our happy days, right? We can, can't we? We have to. Before they say it, I wonder if she's gonna be the one that caused the gas to come up from under the thing. Huh, don't worry, Keiichi. I'm gonna be a come from behind victory. It's gonna be a come from behind victory and we'll regain our happy days for sure. I don't know what she had on her mind. It began with a delusion, and it'd end with a delusion. If I encouraged her too much, she'd twist it into an attack on her. I was like that at that time. I took Rina's goodwill as the complete opposite, so I stopped denying her story. This was Rina's battle. It was her lonely battle. She had to fight against her own delusion. The more we tried to help her, the more we drove her into a corner. But I would always be there for her. Whenever she needed help, she could reach me. I wanted to let her know that, so I just said one thing. I'm on your side until the very last moment. Then I'm switching sides. No matter what, I'm on your side. Yeah. Thank you, Keiichi. Everything will be over tomorrow. We'll win for sure. And then we can play around in the club together again, with everyone. We'll return to our happiest times. Although she wished to regain our happiest times so badly, I couldn't get rid of the darkness that controlled her mind. I have to go now. I have to get ready for tomorrow. She's like, Keiichi, don't come to school tomorrow. Tell you the truth, I didn't want to let her go. I had to mute, because again, people in this house don't know how to speak without yelling. Okay, if I grabbed her arm, she wouldn't trust me anymore. Wait, Rina. What do you have to get ready for tomorrow? It's a secret. I might ask you for help later. You'll help me when I do, right? Of course. I nodded strongly so she could tell that I was still on her side. But I didn't know what her come-from-behind victory meant at this point. The first thing I could think of is that she was going to invade the house of the Sonozaki family, which she thought was her enemy. So I called Mion to warn her after Rina left. Mion laughed bitterly and said, why does everybody want us to be the bad guys so much? But she understood the situation. It'd be easier if we really did act like the bad guys. It might be better if we tied her down and took her to a hospital. If it comes to that, I guess we have no choice. But I want to believe her. Until the last second. She still had the strong heart to trust me no matter how badly she'd been driven into a corner. She's not like me, so I'm sure she can defeat her delusion. It's hard for this old man to understand what you and Rika have been talking about these days. Did anything serious happen lately? You can say it happened lately in a way. I killed Mion a couple of days after the festival. Sorry I've been talking crazy lately. I mean, please don't lose confidence in Rina, alright? You know I won't. Anyone can catch a cold to the heart sometimes. It's just happened to Rina this time, and that's all. Well, she has a relatively high fever, but I'm sure she'll get better soon and we can laugh about it later. It's not as bad as you think, eh? Vasily Alishi admitted his mistake. He doesn't even know about you-know-what. So we'll just say Rina overreacted a little bit and this will all be over. Really? You really think you can do that? Did you forget that I'm the next head of the Sonozaki family? I have both the skill and the power to do that. This old man had a meeting with Oishi at a restaurant today, and we cleared up all the misunderstandings. Oishi was shaking in fear the whole time. Hey, I'm pretty good, don't you think? Mion bragged about her achievement, laughing loudly. I could tell she was exaggerating a little. Anyway, compared to the sense of impending doom Rina seems to be feeling, the others seem to be taking it rather easy. It was all up to Rina now. She understood everything. She'd go back to the peaceful world she wished for. We were waiting for her to reach out to us. Just like we did by the abandoned car at the garbage dump that day. Rena, I couldn't win, but I know you can, because you're the one who told me to have faith until the end. So I know you can win. It didn't mean that she could literally win the last battle she was talking about earlier, but Rena would win. She'd win and she'd regain her peaceful life. Please be the end here. Please, end the chapter. I want to eat. Cold food's not the best. Unless it was designed for that, you know what I mean. Hooray! Okay. So let's open up a YouTube video real quick. I'm gonna get a drink and I'm gonna mute my mic. I'm trying to think here. We're gonna watch an ass mongoloid video, Asmongold, okay? Because it's something about the WoW patch, and maybe I'm interested. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna start this video up here. Okay, let me. Okay.
So many 9.1 features.
Let me. Okay. I'll play this. Oh, I'm gonna go grab my drink. I'm gonna be muted this whole time, even when I come back, but I'll unmute when I'm done. So.
Just got added. All right, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, 9.1 has had a massive PTR update. There is so much happening. We're gonna have to split it into 2 videos.
So what do you guys think about his hair? I think it's pretty decent. I don't know. Like, I'm curious to see what it's gonna be like in a few months. You know what I mean?
But let's get into this.
Preach game.
We can fly! Praise be!
Thank
Before
God.
we jump into this, you should be aware
Thank
that on Tuesday,
fucking
that is next
God.
Tuesday, the 27th, I will be sitting down with the man himself, Ian Hazacostas, the lead game director of World of Warcraft, to talk about all the stuff in 9.1 and anything I really want to talk about.
I'm excited about that.
I announced it today and I saw a lot of feedback. It's like, is it pre-planned questions, all that? Let me clarify how this works. Blizzard are super good with me. I can't speak for anyone else, but they're super good with me.
Yeah.
Is that they have a couple of things they really want to touch on. That, you know, can we definitely talk about those things? Absolutely. Other than that, all I do is I put down a list of stuff I'd like to talk about. I do send it over so they can research anything, so it's not like, let me get back to you. But there's no pre-planned questions. None of that. I just put.
Yeah,
I
they
provide
told
a
us
list
the
of
same
topics.
stuff.
They're very, very
basically.
cool with me. So I put out on Twitter that if you have any questions you would like me to slot in that you feel is important, doesn't matter what area of the community this is, please feel free to do that. Put it in there just in case. We always have so much stuff we want to talk about, but I do only have an
Yo,
hour.
fuck you. I made my
So if the
dinner.
question doesn't get in, like, don't get upset. I think we've already had like 400 replies.
I still think that Blizzard should do the suggestion that I wanted them to do. I think they should just get all of the devs
If he's allowed to
together
steal other people's content, I can steal his
and
content.
just on like a Monday afternoon, it's 2 p.m. and sit them all outside in front of the building or at the back of the building and have them just get drunk and talk about the game for like 2 hours. And just answer random questions from
I
Twitch
move my
chat.
Discord over.
That is what I would love to fucking see.
Banned for if it's
Because
open.
that way you
Suggested
get the real
questions as of
answers.
recording this.
Yeah, you
So,
get the real
Tuesday,
answers there.
6 p.m. UK
Tuesday,
time.
fucking
Google,
Brits, I
whatever
tell
time
ya.
it is around your place, and I
Yeah.
will be sitting down with Ian, and hopefully it'll be a good old time. We had a great conversation last time.
I remember it was
We'll
pretty
see
good.
What comes of this one. Let's get into 9.1 then. So I need to talk about this again. We're going to do 2 videos because one video will be very heavily focused on the amount of changes Blizzard has put into classes, legendaries, resources, currencies, Torghast, loads and loads and loads of stuff, okay? They have put a lot of changes into 9.1 that's heavily going to affect you overall, but I want this video to focus on Korthia. We've been following Korthia so closely, and then this is in 2 parts as well, because there are massive spoilers for story stuff that might be super interesting.
You know,
to you. I've
Jack,
seen
as
some
Tony
people
always
tweet them
says,
out, and
that's
people aren't
facts.
being particularly mad. I think people enjoy a bit of spice, but I will put at the point where, look, I'm going to talk a little bit about spoilers here. because
I kind of care about spoilers in the game, but like not really. It's like I know what it's gonna be. You know what I mean? Like everybody knows what it's gonna be.
I spoke to Blizzard last night.
I saw it already.
And during that conversation, I was like, "This is really good. I am not a story guy by any means. You guys are well aware of that." But this is really well done. Like, congratulations. So even if you don't stick around for the spoiler part, it's a thumbs up from me on the story elements.
Awesome.
Coming back
That's
to Korthia
great.
then. So Korthia did receive some updates.
Okay.
But it's always difficult when doing this, especially when testing a new zone, there is the story path, which is a one-time deal, right? That's a one-time thing, and it can be very involved. And if you're not experienced with testing this stuff, it can feel like the whole zone has opened up in some way, when in fact it hasn't. You're doing what is essentially just this one-time deal.
That's a little bit of an unfair matchup, you know?
And then the next day,
I like how he
I think Skippy could probably
like
beat
how
the
he
jailer by
faded out
himself.
the
Him and
critical
Tony,
error.
they're gonna Eiffel Tower that
server's
bitch.
just reset. It's because it's US time.
That's good.
That I wanted to see what's Korthia the day after that, right? So
Yeah.
I did play this through the night. I played till about 4 a.m. There was loads of content for me to check out, but I thought I'm not going to release a video right now until I see what Korthia is tomorrow. So unfortunately, and this is the sad news as well, I'm kind of on the fence now that there's going to be not much more to Korthia. I'll be happy if there is, but as it stands right now, it's just 4 dailies, and that.
I feel like Korthia, what I noticed about it is it reminded me a lot of some of the Argus zones, like Crocun Wastes or Antoran Wastes and
Oh, that's great
like,
news. It
each
reminds
the
you of
individual
fucking
zones didn't
Crocun.
really have a
Some
whole
of the
lot of
worst
content
fucking
in it,
zones in
but,
the
like,
game. I'm so
collectively they
excited.
did, altogether. Korthia is like one of the 7.3 zones. 4 dailies. Wow. That's going to be lit.
It's extremely bare bones. I've come back today just to see what is here. It's just 4 dailies, the same 4 dailies we've had since the start of Korthia. But that doesn't mean there isn't more to come, so don't lose all faith or hope or anything like that. We still haven't seen the more touched armor. We don't know what's going on with that at all yet.
I don't know what that's going to be.
In terms of
I'm
the
not
zone
sure.
opening up, it does in the story element and then closes immediately afterwards, which is a big bummer. This is not going to be your Throne of Thunder. It's not going to be your Timeless Isle. It's going to be nothing like that.
I want to say, though, like, Throne of Thunder was 5.2. Timeless Isle was, like, 5.3 or 5.4. I forgot which one. I think it was 5.3. It was 5.4. Yeah, it was 5.4. Maybe this is just a small addition, and we're going to get a patch later on that's way bigger. That's what I'm semi-expecting out of this, is that we're going to get a much bigger patch in like, whatever 9.2 is. And now, if 9.2 sucks... if 9.2 sucks, there's going to be some molding. But usually
This is
the
actually
first
just
patch
massive
of BFA
copium
was
take.
trash. The first
Odds
patch
are it just
in
sucks
Legion
ass.
wasn't really that impressive either. Like, really, I mean, many of the first patches are not really that great. Look at the first patch in WoD. It brought out the selfie camera. I mean, come on, guys.
I'm only suspecting they didn't build this into the previous area of the Maw because of the fact that the anima is running free here, and that's integral to where the story goes, is that anima flow is untouched here because the jailer couldn't get here. So that's what Korthia is. It's a place where there is anima and things are happening. So I wish I had better news. I really do. There's still no rares here. There's still no secrets or anything to pick up, which is odd because they just added them to the old Maw. They added in all these hooks and grapple points and secrets to find. The Maw did have all these little extras that pick up.
Yeah.
But so far, that's not
They're
here.
gonna add a new patch, guys. Wait, you'll see.
This one feels like the Maw.
It's gonna be really great.
But
It'll be the
it's
next Timeless
even less
Isle. You'll see.
finished.
It'll just take one extra patch.
Like, and again, it is Korthia is literally not finished, so there could be more to it. But right now, like, the Maw had like a lot of little nuances and small things like that involved with it. Like, you had all the rares. You were able to get the different like little mission areas. There's dailies out in the world. Like, the Maw was not completely terrible. You had like little quest items that you would loot from them. Like, there were some good things about the Maw. I think the Maw, the reason why people didn't like it is they couldn't use mounts. Like, that's, in my opinion, the main reason why people didn't like the Maw.
Hard disagree.
And
Maybe
also
at
they
first
felt
that zone
like they
just
had to
sucks
do it.
ass.
Those two things together, it's a bad time. But overall, this seems like it's even worse.
If it does change, I will come back to you. But as of right now, if you don't hear from me again on Korthia, Korthia is just a daily quest hub.
Wow,
And that's all
super
it's gonna be,
exciting.
with a new reputation and probably some sort of casual upgrade gear.
Big fun.
Right now, it drops 203 gear. You get one weekly quest. That's it. One weekly quest that takes like 3 days of daily quests to complete. Each daily quest gives you a 5-ish percent. But sometimes there's more, sometimes there's less. So it takes 3 to 4 days to get that weekly done. And as of right now, that rewards 203 gear.
Okay.
So not the best. We do know these upgrade items do exist, but the items that are coming from the weekly are not called more touched, which is what the items refer to that upgrade them. So that's how.
Yeah, I don't know,
Dude, I don't
guys.
even remember
it
now through
does
item
seem
level,
like
but
it's
level 3 sounds really low.
undercooked. It seems a little bit undercooked. It's not really as impressive or exciting or different or innovative than anything else, really. I don't know. That's the way I feel about it. It's literally unfinished. Okay. Let me ask you something. Do you think that it's going to be that much different than what we're seeing now whenever it comes out? Very simple question. Do you think it's going to be that much different? Because I don't think it will be. And I'd like to be wrong about this, but like I've seen these things go on PTR 100 times. Maybe a little bit different. Yeah. Maybe a little bit different, but I don't think this is going to be. This is not going to be in the top 5 best outdoor patch zones, okay? Like that's the point that I'm trying to get at.
I
think it's the same thing Preach is saying too.
Sorry to be a pain in the ass on that one, but
yeah,
I wish I had more news to tell you. I really do.
Sucks.
Let's go over to the spoiler stuff now. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert.
Here we go.
You should be super hyped though because the tag teams of the century are forming here. One great thing we looked forward to with the announcement of the Shadowlands was in fact that they were able to bring back the dead, and they were going to be able to have them merge with the living, and some people are very excited about that. So when I don't like see the ultimate tag team of Thrall and Draka coming together to fight alongside you, it's pretty good.
Oh, that's
again,
fucking
I'm
badass.
Not a story guy. I don't really care about Green Jesus that much.
Damn.
And Draka, I know more from the films than anything else in game. Yeah, I will not deny when they were fighting alongside you.
Dude, I'm pogging so hard I forgot to pog. Holy fuck, I don't care.
Their past and their history and which clan did you come from? How did you get that armor? Draka's like, I know that armor. See,
that's the thing is like I remember whenever they added Draka into the game, we found out about that. Everybody was like, well, why doesn't somebody tell her about Thrall? You know? And so I'm really glad this is happening.
Did you get that? And they're having this back and forth and fighting next to each other. It is seriously cool. And I very much enjoyed exactly what they did with that, especially when you got to go to a brand new area of the mall, which is so much more interesting than Korthia. God damn it, man. I was taking in the scenery.
I like this place a lot better, too.
The thumbnail
really
screenshot
cool.
is from a zone that so far you only use during the campaign. And then you kind of get kicked out again.
Yeah.
I will point out here as well, mechanically, they threw in some much more interesting enemies. Not only do we have the coming together of the Covenants, which is
that's
a big
the guy that
part
we
of
that was in
9.1,
Maldraxxus.
is the Covenants working together. We do get to travel finally.
This is badass.
Although it's only within the realms of the campaign, into the other sanctums again. So if you were a Necrolord, you're going to go into Sinfall. Yes, you're going to be doing these things because the Covenants are once again working together. Again, we have that sort of dissonance.
That's only one step more to the Covenant abilities working together. That's one step closer, boys. One step closer. And the funny thing about this is that everybody, I think, expected this to happen. Is that they thought that they were going to open it up throughout the expansion, and it seems like that's exactly what's happening. The 9.3 meme that in 9.3 they're going to make Shadowlands good and make the Covenants where you can just pick the abilities whenever you want to use them. Yeah, I think that we're going in that direction.
Won't let us in on a day-to-day basis, but if they need us, yeah, sure, you can come in, but I opened this place and set it up for you, and all that nonsense that we discussed during the alpha. Yes, it does appear to be somewhat closing around it. They're just still maintaining this, you've got to stay in your own covenant for abilities reasons. It clearly does not work with the story. That's all I'm pointing out is, once again, as we suspect in the alpha, this absolutely does not work. Mechanically, there's a very big separation between how the game mechanically works and how the story wants it to work.
I think they've tried so hard. I feel like they spent so much time in Shadowlands and they had like so much animosity towards doing this as well with people who they wanted to be able to pick and use what talents they wanted, right? At the end of the day, people just wanted to be able to pick and choose whether shit they wanted, and Blizzard was absolutely, completely certain. They were like, if we can't do this, we can't make an MMO. What's an MMO anymore if we can't make exclusive abilities? Like, what the fuck? It doesn't even matter. Yeah, I know. Like, that's effectively what happened. Is like people don't even give a shit anymore. People don't care, and I don't think that's really a positive thing. People just pick whichever covenant's best for them, and then that's about it.
Really do want their cake and eat it with this, but Thrall and Draka together is really cool, and everything you do there, and dealing with the big mobs, having the like Maldraxxus Necropolis come flying in and bombarding the area as the Kyrians are swooping in, and Revendreth is trying to represent itself, but not doing particularly well. It's kind of funny how they like, yeah, and Revendreth's here too, and the other dudes are like, oh, okay, sure, I guess what you're gonna do, throw a tea party theater, well played, but it is fun. Alongside that tag team theme, then. One thing I was really excited by once we saw the Revendreth campaign and the release of Kael'thas and the wonderful campaign that happens with Kael'thas is when is he going to bump into Baroness Lady Bash?
Yeah.
And that happens in 9.1, and it's so cool. They're like, we can help.
I've always felt, this is just my opinion, I've always felt that I don't like it whenever characters that die get added back into the story as a regular thing. I think that it takes away the impact and permanence of the death. There's less stakes. Yeah, I know why they did it. I think it's like okay a little bit, like, you know, these like little interactions. It's like, all right, yeah, but like, let's call it what it is. It's fan service. That's really what that's my opinion. I think that it's just fan service.
Got history, and this is going to be running alongside the. I'm not doing deep spoilers. I'm just kind of teasing you a little bit here. With the Dreadlord questline. There's a very extensive Dreadlord campaign that is undergoing in 9.1, and who better to deal with, and I'm going to get the name wrong, Nobble, forgive me, Nethrazim, yeah, than
the
Lady Bash
Dreadlords
and Kael'thas as a tag team.
The Dreadlords.
Seeing them come together and like, hi, Kael. And it's actually, the cool thing is Vash is going, I believe you have Kael'thas. We've worked together in the past. We're really good together.
It's cool to see flying.
And obviously it's such an emergency and such a desperate time that everyone's going, yeah, that's a really good idea, and you as the player are going, that's a terrible idea. Like, do not let this happen. But they do meet up, they do get to tag team together,
kind of funny.
And I hope and pray, even if it's just nostalgia on my part, I hope and I pray that they really carry on that through. Now, let's talk about some really good stuff. The thing with 9.1 is you get all the stuff you're probably really excited about very, very quickly.
That's
like
good.
super, super quickly. Flying is like stage 4 of the campaign. So even if they gate it weekly, you're talking like a month after 9.1 launches.
How convenient. That's exactly what I said was going to happen. That's exactly what I said was going to happen. Is it was going to be, it's not 1 month. Is it 2 weeks? They say it's 2 to 3 weeks. Okay. I am still skeptical. I don't know if it's going to be changed. Like, I would not be surprised if they make it 5 weeks or 4.5 weeks or something like that. Everybody is saying it's 2 or 3 weeks. I certainly hope you guys are right. Preacher said 4 weeks. It made me worried.
That you will get flying. And honestly, it feels good. It does feel good. No, it's not as good as the other expansions where you could fly across the entire land masses and things like that. Because obviously the zones are still not connected directly. But it does feel good, especially in Revendreth. Being able to fly, I actually forgot temporarily that I could fly, and I'd learned how to fly. It does open for all your alts, by the way. Once you get one in the book, all your characters can fly. The same as most things now that are account-wide, like getting Mythic plus 15 Keystone Master is just account-wide for getting the item level upgrades. Same thing here. You get flying very, very early on. There's a big story reveal.
Yeah, I'd like to see more things like that be account-wide. Like, that's one thing that I want to hear more from Blizzard is account-wide. Account-wide, account-wide. That's the main fucking thing.
I'm not going to go into because it's not worth me spoiling it for the sake of what I discuss. But once you get it, I forgot I had it. I had
okay, I'm done dinner. Asmongold's balding, and Bob's your uncle. Let's continue. You close this. Oh, God, I feel like shit. I'm gonna blast this chapter big. We didn't read the tip. I have to read that. Last night. Tomorrow's the day. I mean the day we die. Oh god, I have the hiccups. It's gonna end up the same way this time, just like last time. I wonder if she's talking with herself here? Or if there's someone else who's conscious. I don't know about that. It's been very similar to the last one, but there were some things that were different too. In case you remembered what happened. It's impossible. There's no way he could remember. I mean, there's no way he could know. The more you say it's absolutely impossible, the more it makes me feel like it is a real miracle. There's nothing we can do. It's gonna end up the same way again. Not sure about that. It will. Everything will be over when the Higurashi cry. Title drop. Was it all going to end anyway? The more often you throw a die, the closer the total will get to the average. True. Law of large numbers and regression to the mean. When you throw a die 100 times, even if a miracle happens and you get a 6 twice or 3 times in a row, that's also not really a miracle at all. I mean, twice in a row is 1 out of 36. It's not ridiculously unlikely. Total will average out in the end. It's a fact of statistics. When you throw a die 100 times, the total number ranges from 100 to 600. The more you throw, the greater the likelihood that number will converge on the average. But the truth is, the more you throw, the more possible outcomes you create. There are 500 different futures you can create by throwing a die 100 times. There are 5,000 different futures you can create by throwing a die 1,000 times. There might be one future among them that enables you to actually finish this never-ending game of dice. Keiichi showed me a miracle, and it taught me that it's not a waste of effort to keep throwing the die. Don't give in to something like an average. You think we'll never have a different ending, don't you? I can tell because it's written all over your face. I think so too. I think we're gonna have the same ending this time again. But I'm not gonna give up hope until I throw the die for one last time. Or for the last time. Keiichi taught me that. Something is gonna be different this time. I'll try to believe in that. Rika, you're a very strong person. Yeah, I know. It's because I'm a lot younger than you. Yawn. Rika, Meep, why are you still awake? Yawn. It's not good to stay up so late. I'm sorry. Couldn't sleep so I was just looking at the stars. I'm going to bed now. Please do. Good night, Rika. Good night, Satoko. So that wasn't Satoko who she was talking to. She said, because I'm a whole lot younger than you. Write this down. Okay, let's wrap this shit up. I don't think there's gonna be many notes to take, so we're just gonna blast. Walking with only me on to school made me miss Rena a lot. What's wrong, Kay? What are you looking around? What? Oh, nothing. It was the same old path to school, but I felt nervous for some reason. I wonder what Rena meant when she said she was gonna win a come-from-behind victory last night. I couldn't stop feeling like something dangerous was gonna happen. Rena thought Mion was one of her enemies. She could be lying in wait to attack Mion with a knife. Better not. Don't worry. Rena isn't gonna do something as rash as that. Even if she does, I can protect myself. Mion said it brightly as if trying to tell me she wasn't afraid of anything. But I couldn't be optimistic like her. Because I knew exactly what Rena was going through. Rena must be determined by now. She probably wouldn't mind dying fighting against Mion if she wasn't going to win anyway. Of course, that didn't mean she was definitely going to take violent action, but I couldn't deny the possibility either. This old man is more concerned about the reason why Rena went crazy all of a sudden. Was there any reason? I remember the tragedy. I couldn't remember what made the world go crazy, but I remembered we got lost in that awfully scary world. It started with small things, and those small things continued to pile up one after another. If you thought about it calmly, you'd laugh because it really was a stupid thing. And once those little tiny stupid things started to bother you, you couldn't ignore them. It was that kind of disease. If you could call it one, but there must have been a reason. There must have been a reason that made the world go crazy, but it must be such a small thing that you couldn't even notice. And unfortunately, the reason was very difficult to understand, and you wouldn't be able to figure it out until you died. Yeah, so for instance, like, we know that that little thing in Chapter 2 was the doll. Well, It was the doll in a roundabout way. It wasn't the doll in the way that we initially thought. Because again, initially we thought in chapter 2 it was the doll because of the pain that it caused Mion, but of course then we found out in chapter 5 it wasn't even Mion that was the killer in that chapter. But Mion then went to Shion to complain about it, and that's what spurred everything, you know? I have a relative who is a doctor. He said that if you have a tumor in specific parts of your brain, it can change your personality, make you a totally different person. People who suffered from the disease used to be considered haunted by devils or possessed by foxes. People dramatized it like it was something occult. You mean Rina is suffering from a physical disease in her brain? In her case, it might be better to say that it's a mental disease. Rina was upset and mentally unstable because of the murder of Rina and Tepe. At a time like that stupid Oishi told her about what happened to Tomotage in an exaggerated way. I think Oishi and Takano's scrapbooks have many things in common. Really, like what? Well, he believes in the series of mysterious deaths of Hinamizawa, but that's a delusion, isn't it? I mean, something actually did happen for 5 years in a row, but I think there is no series of murder in the first place. It was true that the mysterious incidents happened 5 years in a row, but they were each solved individually. It was the same as a past you didn't need to talk about. We thought of them as a series of mysterious deaths, which is why we thought something was going to happen this year too. It led us to think there was a conspiracy, and that the Sonozaki family was behind it. We connect those things to the series of mysterious deaths, but we shouldn't do that in the first place. Just like I tried to keep my distance from Rina when I found out about her dark past, wasn't everybody trying to keep their distance from the dark past of Hinamizawa? Takano's scrapbooks are a good example. She dramatized both recent incidents and old cruel history, and she made feasible stories out of them, saying that the Sonozaki family was behind it all. Oishi did the same thing too. He was so convinced that the Sonozaki family was behind it all that it was making him interpret things the wrong way. In that sense, we could say Oishi believed in the same delusion as Rina. I think the Sonozaki family is partially accountable for that because you guys act like you're behind it every time something happens. In this village, people think it's the doing of the Sonozaki family whenever something strange happens. It's like a magic word that makes everything settle down. It's like those people who say they can explain all phenomena in this world with plasma. I don't know where that comment came from. What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying all of this is the Sonozaki family's fault? Exactly, it's all your fault. So I'll call you Plasma Mion from now on. Sounds like a wrestler's name. Well, I like professional wrestlers. Hey Kay, do you know what abdominal stretching is? Stop, I don't want to wrestle with you in this freaking hot weather. No, that hurts. Stop. My man's getting graped right now. Good morning, Keiichi. Good morning. Stoko and Rika looked a little sad when they saw only the two of us. If the three of us came to school together like always, they would have been really happy. But our classmates were as noisy as usual. Nobody seemed to make a big deal about Rina's absence. Chie was going to be here soon, and she'd start morning homeroom. Fuck me, I'm just, there's parts of my brain that just are not enjoying this right now. Everyone was fooling around as if they didn't want to miss a second of the time until then. Hey, something stinks today. Close the windows. Silly, it'll be hotter in here if we do that. It smelled like and it really stank. Someone from the forestry service must have been putting gasoline into the construction equipment or something. Some students near the windows were making us fuss because they wanted to close the windows to shut out the smell. Our school wasn't a normal school compared to the others. We're using a part of the forestry service building. Unusual things like this happen sometimes. Yeah, this definitely isn't foreshadowing at all of like this whole building burning down in a fucking blaze or inferno in a moment. This is nothing. I remember they once brought a few big piles of juniper branches. That was awful. It had this distinct, irritating odor that gave us all headaches. What's a juniper? Is that a berry, or am I having a... Oh. We'll chill, okay? I always hear about juniper berries, okay? That's why I was... But it's, it's fine. It's just a plant, okay? It's fine, just whatever. Sometimes put it in curry. Should look for it next time you go grocery shopping. Oh, that's nice. Huh? I know little about vegetables, but it sounds like it would be better to make Rika and Keiichi taste it first, just in case. What? Our ball's missing. You hit it again, didn't you, Hojo? The boys seemed to be looking for their ball for a while, and they yelled at Satoko. Why would I hide such a stupid thing? If I was gonna hide anything, I'd hide something better than that. Hey, Chie's coming. Everybody take a seat. Hello, everyone. Get to your seats. Now we're gonna switch to fucking red text arena. I kept thinking about Rina the whole time during class. I thought about what she said last night. I wonder what her come from behind victory means. According to Takano's delusion, the masterminds behind the bioterrorism were the three families and a group of fanatical believers that controlled those three. In other words, the Sonozakis. What could Rina do alone against them? Mion lived with her grandmother, the leader of the Sonozaki family. There were only two of them in the house. It was possible that Rina would try and break into their house with a knife, but I'd already come up with that possibility last night. That's why I called Mion and warned her. On the way to school this morning, Mion told me some bodyguards from the Corps had been at her house since this morning. She told me she'd be guarded herself, too. There's a black car parked near the school gate. They must have been there, the bodyguards. Fuck, I'm sorry. But according to Takano's parasite theory, this battle wouldn't end just by attacking the leader of the Sonozakis. According to the delusion she believes in, the conditions of her victory were more complicated than that. She needed to expose the group of fanatics who were behind the Sonozaki family, and she needed to destroy their research on the parasite. Plus, Rina didn't have much time left thanks to that suspicious poison she mentioned. But how exactly could she win a come-from-behind victory under circumstances like that? She might interpret that the town council are the group of fanatics. If so, she might attack them the next time they have a meeting at the shrine. The town council meets once a month at most. It'd be hard to believe that they were holding a meeting today. She probably thought the place researching the parasite is the Irie Clinic. Rina suspected that there was something fishy about the clinic from the beginning, and that suspicion must have changed to certainty in her head by now. That means she was going to attack the clinic. This wasn't like an action movie. What could she do all by herself? Was she going to start a fire? Gasoline? That'd be pointless. In order to expose the conspiracy, she'd have to get proof that they were actually studying the parasite. Was she going to break into the clinic and get questionable weird samples? The last problem of all was how much time she had left. If she believed she didn't have much time left, especially under desperate, disadvantageous conditions, she might try to stab whoever she thought of as an enemy. Rina sounded like she really believed she would regain her happy, peaceful days after everything was over. Rina probably meant she was going to stay alive and win. Was there something like an antidote? It didn't have to be real. As long as it was an antidote to Rina's delusion, it didn't matter what it was. It could even be the water you wash your vegetables with. If she thought she could get the antidote so easily, she wouldn't have been so desperate about the time she had left. The antidote must be difficult for her to get. The easiest place for that, in her delusion, was that it was hidden somewhere in the clinic. Putting it all together, I feel like Irina's clinic were in danger. Now that I thought about it, the elderly people in the village, including members of the town council, hung out in the waiting room of the clinic all the time. If most of the board members happened to gather there, for her, it'd be the perfect place to attack. I told Mion about that during lunch break. If this were a normal situation, I'd say she wouldn't do such a stupid thing, but I can't actually deny the possibility. I'm gonna call my house. I'll make sure that they send some people to the clinic. Mion didn't object to my crazy idea. She put down her chopsticks and went to the teacher's office to make a phone call. Sounds so dangerous. I can hardly believe Rina's gonna do such a scary thing. Are you sure she's gonna attack the clinic? Maybe she will, maybe she won't. But if that happens, we're screwed. We need to prevent that disaster from happening. I hope nothing happens at all. Okay, I'll send two of our subordinates to the clinic. I don't think she'll do it, but you'll never know what's gonna happen. Can we capture her by force if she does? Honestly, I don't want to do that. What do you think we should do? Oh god, dude, I have burped very badly, I think. My body won't let me. We made an agreement with the cops that we're going to give Rina Ryugu to them right after we find her. So even if we use force to capture her, we won't get in trouble. I'm not worried about losing face, I just feel sorry for Rina. I really want to settle this calmly if possible. Well, she's still young, so as long as she didn't kill someone or something, all she had to do was apologize and everything will be fine. Well, then she might be out of our hands. Oh, I mean, you know, as long as they don't find out about it, she'll be safe. She'll definitely be safe. Nobody really cares about the disappearance of those two anyway. People think that they ran away somewhere because they did something wrong. Those things happen all the time, so she's fine, don't worry about it. She's out. She's safe. What, are we playing baseball now? I love baseball. Anyways, please just be careful. Will do. So it's okay to capture her by force, right? Don't make any mistakes. You have to get her. Please don't make it like a chase scene or anything like that. Oh no, dude. This is bad because this sounds like just imagine if she's overhearing this conversation. I put the phone down since Chie was looking at me. No wonder she had been able to hear the conversation clearly in this tiny room. Chie put her spoon down and with a sad look on her face, she asked the following. Were you talking about Ryugu? Yeah. Sonozaki, do you know why Ryugu ran away from home? You're close, aren't you? It was hard for anyone to understand Rina's situation except for me and Keiichi. So most of them thought that Rina just ran away from home. But after she did, the cops made too much of a fuss over it. Oishi stupidly believing that the scrapbooks were a big scoop. believe that the scrapbooks were a big scoop, and he overreacted in trying to find Rena. He had patrol cars running around everywhere in the village. He even used the town council's phone directory to find her. So people in the village thought Rena did something wrong and was trying to run from the cops. What was going to be difficult for me, more than finding her, was to make up a story to retrieve Rena's honor after they detained her. What about this? Rena went for a walk, fell down and hit her head on the edge of some tofu, and lost her memory. At least she misunderstood something big time, and he thought she was a criminal. It was too easy. Anyway, we did make it clear that Oishi was the one who misunderstood everything at the meeting the other day. I had to make the best use of his name while he was feeling down for once. What I'd have to do was not make a big deal about the situation, and to create an environment that allowed Rena to forget everything that happened in order to get her life back together as soon as possible. Everything's gonna be fine, Chie. Rena's a little sick right now, that's all. A fat cop somehow made a lovely mistake and got things twisted around. You don't believe that Rena did something wrong, that she's trying to run from the police, do you? Of course not. But making her family worry by running away from home isn't a good thing to do either. She had a fight with her father and she ran away from home for a little while. She acted childish and that's all. Maybe that'd be the best story to go with. I wonder if she had some problems she couldn't talk to anyone about. I must be a bad teacher because I never realized it. I wish I could have sat down and talked with Ryugu before all this happened. Chia, you're taking it too seriously. You need to relax. Water, okay? It's normal for young kids nowadays to run away from home for a while. Oh no, what am I gonna do if Ryugu becomes one of those bad kids and starts doing really bad things? Something bad is on the precipice. Ryugu becomes a bad kid. He does something bad and gets arrested by the police. It's her teacher's responsibility. I'll be dishonorably discharged. I can't eat curry anymore. I'm dead. Stupid Chie. Oh no, no, no. Chie is seemingly comically upset by her own imagination. It looked funny, so I decided to leave her alone. I made to leave the teacher's office to go back to the classroom, but... Yes, welcome back. Right then the phone rang. Hello, this is the Hinamizawa branch school. Chie had to answer the phone all day today because the principal was on a business trip. I exited to the hallway. Then I heard the tone of her voice change. What? Where are you right now? What? I yelled and looked back at her. It's probably Rena. She called the school. I wonder if she's gonna extort the school in a way. If she's gonna be like, yo, I got that bitch lit up like a nightlight. So you better listen to me. I'm gonna light that bitch up. She acknowledged what Rena was saying several times, then she looked up at the clock. Okay, I'll be there. I'm your teacher. You promised me, alright? She said only that, put the phone down, and got her purse out of her locker. Class president, I have an emergency to take care of. I'm going out for a while, so please have everybody study by themselves while I'm gone. She took her car key out from her purse. It was obvious that she was going to see Rena somewhere. Chie, was it Rena? That's all. You're in charge of the class, okay? Chie completely ignored me and she ran into the hallway. She ran into the schoolyard and got into her car. And when her car left through the gate, I ran out to the schoolyard myself. Oh, the black car. I tell them to follow them, yeah. How are you doing, milady? Simp. Everything's quiet so far. I know, but I need you to follow that car that just left. I think she's gonna go meet Rena. Understood. Rena's very paranoid, so you need to be careful. Bring her to my house right after you catch her. After that, follow Kasai's orders. She's my friend. You better not get her hurt. Rena must have told Chie that she wanted to talk to her alone. I could tell that easily from the way she ignored my question. I did feel a little bad for ruining their promise, but it was very important that we caught her before she did something wrong. We could still make up an excuse that she was just wandering around because she had a fight with her father and ran away from home. But if she set fire to the clinic or something, there would be nothing I could do. The car made a rough U-turn on the gravel road and it chased after Chie's car at full speed. I watched the car until it was gone. All I could do now was to pray this would be settled calmly. Don't you think this could also be like a sick bait and switch that made them go away? So now they're gone from the school that she just lit up with gas. Hey, pay attention, everyone. Well, we need to study by ourselves for the rest of the class today, so get back to your desks and study quietly. Self-studying? Mion ran up to me and spoke quietly. Rena just called. What? Really? Yes, she just called the teacher's office. I think Chie went to meet with Rena. I think this is a bait. I think she's luring him out, and then all the people are here, and she can just, like, hold him hostage, get answers. Rena, I wonder what she's gonna do. I have no idea. Anyway, I told my bodyguards to follow Chie's car. I feel bad for Rena, but we're gonna capture her there by force. I hope it works. They're used to doing this kind of stuff. I'm sure they'll do fine. So if they catch her, is everything gonna be over? Yeah. We'll send her to a hospital, and if a doctor sees her, I'm sure he'll find a typical kind of disease or something. Be like obsessive psychosomatic disorder or whatever. While we were spending our afternoon studying peacefully, the members of the Sonozaki family would capture Rina, who was waiting for Chie somewhere. The problem would be solved. It wasn't going to be easy after that, but I was sure Mion would take good care of her. And in the end, everybody would understand that Rina just ran away from home because of a silly fight with her father. Happy ending. Problem solved, right? Mion winked at me. She looked like she already thought everything was over. But that didn't just sound right to me. Or that just didn't sound right to me. I couldn't see any connection between Rina and Chie. It was hard to explain, but there was something wrong. I wasn't saying that they didn't get along. Rina was a good student, so Chie had a good relationship with her, but I just didn't understand what Rina wanted from Chie. While I was thinking about it, the door opened, and one of our classmates came back from the bathroom. With Rina. Rina! Dude, I knew it! I knew she was gonna do this! Because it's a bait and switch. You make him leave, and now she's got everyone... What is she holding? What is this supposed to be? It's got a hook on the end. Like, it looks like a sword, but it also looks like a meat cleaver. Everybody stand up. Move to the center of the room. Everybody gasped in surprise. Even Chie couldn't make everybody go so quiet all of a sudden. Rina was gripping the shoulder of a student who came back from the bathroom. In her other hand, she had a big, scary-looking hatchet. Bro, that don't look like a hatchet to me. It looks more like a fucking meat cleaver. It was the same one she had the other night. Everyone immediately understood that Rina had taken hostage. Are you all deaf? Move to the center of the room. Push the desks to the sides. Nobody grasped what she was asking us to do. We all froze. Rina was the only one who was smiling. It was terrifying. Me, you're the class president, tell everyone to move to the center. Rina, what are you doing? Bam. A loud noise washed out Mion's voice. Rina hit the teacher's desk really hard with her hatchet. Bro, I don't know what they call a fucking hatchet in Japan. That is not a hatchet. Hatchet's just a fucking axe. That is, I don't know. I know an axe is a broad category, but... I don't know, like no fucking hatchet I've ever seen. She pulled up the hatchet, making an ominous ripping noise. There was now a line of violence carved plainly into the desk. Uh-oh. She broke it. She is gonna get mad when she comes back. That wasn't it. What the hell? I knew I couldn't trust you, me. I'm gonna ask Keiichi then. You're my only friend, right, Keiichi? So I can trust you, can't I? Rina, your eyes look so scary. I've never seen eyes like that in my life. Your eyes are full of insanity. Why are people afraid of insanity? Insanity means that a person doesn't share the same values and the same common sense as us. For example, say a thief breaks into your house and he ties you up. You'll get scared and wonder if he's going to stab you before he leaves. But you hope that the thief has feelings too and that he's not going to kill you for no reason. Weird analogy, but we get it. No matter how bad the person is, we tend to believe in his goodwill as long as we share the same values, the same common sense, and the same morals as him. But we can't expect goodwill from somebody who doesn't have those things. We can't expect goodwill from a person who can't communicate with us. When a burglar has a knife and you beg him not to hurt you, you expect him to listen to you and show you mercy. In other words, you can still communicate with him. But if he doesn't have the ability to communicate, he's just a monster that's trying to attack you. Or like the blade of a guillotine that's falling down on you. You fear him because you can't communicate with him. That's insanity. It was the same fear we were feeling towards Rina at that very moment. She looked like a human just like us, but there was no room for her to communicate with us like a normal person could do. Everybody understood that fear instinctively. Keiichi, make them move the desk to make the room in the middle. To make room in the middle. Is she gonna fucking execute me on? Okay, everybody, let's do as Rina says. Rina was like a barrel of gunpowder at that moment. She seemed really calm and quiet, but she could explode any minute. When she did, I doubt she'd show us any mercy. A second. She probably wouldn't hesitate to use that hatchet on us. That's right, just like how I didn't feel guilty or hesitate to kill Rina and Mion. Everybody went all quiet while pushing the desks against the wall to make a space where Rina wanted it. Rina, saying that we were moving too slowly, hit the blackboard with the hatchet, making a horrible noise. Every time she did that, she left an equally horrible scar on the blackboard. The thing we looked at most in school. Keiichi, can you get the jump ropes out from the lockers? Use them to tie our classmates up. I'm not good at tying knots. I probably can't tie them up very well. I'll check one by one if you tied them up well enough. If I find the ropes loose, I'll kill the person, so you better tie them up really well. We were still kids. We saw the word kill all the time. It was used a lot in comic books and cartoons after all. So normally you'd assume we'd be used to hearing the word kill. When Rina said she'd kill us, it sounded so frightening. I'd never heard something like that before in my life. To Rina, our lives were like cards she could use for negotiation. She'd get rid of one card every time somebody refused a request. Get rid of? Damn it, why do we use such scary words like get rid of for simple things like playing cards? Anyway, there were about 20 students in the class. That was a little bit too many for Rina to handle. Excuse me. She might get rid of one or two just to set an example. I decided to do what Rina said because I didn't want her to lose her temper. Got out everybody's jump ropes from their lockers. All of you get on the floor. Keiichi, you can start tying their hands behind their backs. Tie them really tightly. You're on my side, aren't you? You wouldn't tie them loosely on purpose, would you? Mion tried to make eye contact with me. If everybody was tied then, we wouldn't be able to stop her from occupying the school. There were more than 20 students in the class. Half of them were boys, but most of them were smaller than Rina. But there were enough people here to overpower her. But if we did that, Rina would probably hit her hostage with the hatchet, and she'd use the hatchet to attack the rest of us without hesitation. It'd be a bloody battle. I'm sure somebody would get hurt if we tried to overpower her. The hostage would be seriously injured, or maybe even die. If that happened, it was over. No matter how hard we tried to cover up, she'd never be able to live peacefully like before. Bro, I think she's already opened Pandora's box at this point. Mion seemed to understand that too. I could tell from Rina's eyes that she wasn't going to go easy on us. If somebody showed defiance, she'd break the hostage's head open immediately. Of course, Rina had done that before. She'd probably do it again with no hesitation. But as long as we did what she said, we could prevent that bloody tragedy. We could somehow solve the situation without shedding any blood. With Mion's influence, we might still be able to pretend that this never happened. At the least, we had to make sure she didn't kill anyone. Let's do as Rina says. Okay, Mion tried to think of ways to overpower Rina, but she couldn't come up with any good ideas to save the hostage. That's how easy it would be for Rina to kill them. The best thing to do at the time was to wait for a chance without agitating her further. Mion lay down on the floor and everyone else followed suit, sluggish with terror. And I was left alone, standing rooted to the spot with jump ropes in my hands. All my classmates were lying face down on the floor while Rina was pointing the hatchet at the hostage, watching our every move from behind the teacher's desk. I just stood frozen in the middle of it all. Keiichi, there are many things I want you to help me with, so hurry up. If you take too long, some of them might have to die. Some of the little kids started crying when they heard the word die. It's alright, everyone. Keiichi will save you, so nobody's gonna die. Damn it, what a bold threat. She said I was her friend, but she was just playing with the meaning of the word. I was the last person who could still fight against Rina under these circumstances, but it wasn't going to be easy to overpower her by myself. I wasn't sure if I could do that. Even if I tried to act tough, once Rina pointed the hatchet at somebody's neck, it was over. I couldn't fight against her for now. I should just wait for a chance. As long as Rina was alone, there would be a chance. She made me tie them up because she couldn't do that by herself. There was a limit to what she could do because she was by herself. If we could cover this up somehow before Chie came back, we'd still be able to pretend like we were all kidding around. I finally realized something. I realized why Rina called Chie to meet with her. In order for Rina to take over the classroom, she needed to get rid of Chie. Wow, I'm really glad that you finally put that together, buddy. You're about 20 minutes too late. Chie had a very strong sense of justice. Even if Rina had a gun, she wouldn't hesitate to overpower her. She was the kind of teacher who would risk her life for her students. Rina needed to figure out how to get rid of Chie. That was the key to her plans. Rina probably thought about attacking her from behind at first, but there was risk there, as Chie was a grown-up woman, so she probably thought that attacking her directly wasn't a wise choice. So naturally, the next option was to lure her out somewhere. Rina called Chie and told her she wanted to talk to her in private in order to lure her out to someplace far from here. Most people, including Chie, thought Rina was just running away from home. So Chie must have thought Rina had some problems she wanted to talk to her about. It was too easy to deceive her. Where did she make the phone call from? She probably used the phone in the school. Well, not in the school to be exact. She probably used the phone on the second floor of the school, the one belonging to the Forestry Service. The school was using part of the Forestry Service building, but this particular location was more of a branch office, so it's not like somebody was here all the time. Rina knew that. She'd probably been hiding there for a while. She called the phone on the first floor from the second, and she made Chie leave the school. I didn't think it was a coincidence but the principal was on a business trip today. She probably snuck into the school yesterday, saw the schedule, learned how to call the phone on the first floor from the second, and carried out her plan. She planned it perfectly. I knew it. Jeez. You got me, I don't know why. Rina was insane, but I knew she was also... Jesus Christ, I'm gonna mute. Holy fuck. Rina was insane, but I knew she was also actually really calm. She was possessed by her delusion, but she was also unbelievably calm about it, so she could still think fast. I knew that very well because I had been through the same thing before. What was worse is that Mion's bodyguards were gone. Mion told him to follow Chie because she thought Chie was going to meet with Rina. Damn it, everything seemed to be working out in their favor. It was a little bit obvious. I'm done. I tied up the last person and then looked in Rena's direction. If I didn't tie them up really tightly, Rena would kill them. When I tied them too tightly, they suffered in pain. The pain cries made me feel useless. Thank you, Keiichi. I don't mean to doubt you, Keiichi, but I'll make sure just in case. Please put your hands on your head and lie face down on the floor. And I'm saying this to everybody. If you stand up without my permission, I'll kill you. I'll kill whoever stood up and one more person randomly to set an example. It's not nice to be chosen randomly, huh? Oh, there's a good idea. I'll kill the person who didn't listen to me, add 10 to his or her student number, and kill that person too. For example, let's say Okamura didn't listen to me. I'll kill him in Watanabe, because his student number is 11. Get it? I'll always be killing 2 of you at the same time. You'd better remember that. You involve another person's life beside your own when you attempt to stand against me. Jesus Christ. How awful. She totally understood how to threaten people. Normally you stand against an attacker at your own risk. If you fail, you're gonna die. But if you were responsible for someone else, then you couldn't try to resist. You can't risk somebody's life with your own decisions. Okay, everybody's tied up nice and tight. You said you aren't good at tying knots, but you did very well, Keiichi. You should be proud of yourself. Well, you can stand up now. It was too late to fight back. I followed her orders. I said to wait for a chance. You could still turn this into some kind of bad joke. I had to do something. Anyway, what are you planning to do, Rena? I think she's gonna start executing people. Don't tell me this is the come from behind victory you were talking about. Unlucky. I fucking knew we were gonna switch characters there, man. Unfucking lucky, man. Unlucky. Okinomiya Police Station to all vehicles. Okinomiya Police Station to all vehicles. A hostage situation has broken out at the Hinamizawa Forestry Service Building. There were reportedly multiple hostages. All vehicles are to head to the Forestry Service Building immediately. A lot of time passed, holy shit. Kuma. Sorry I'm late. Coomer. Sorry I'm late, what's going on? Hello, sir. Today around 1 p.m. the Hinamizawa Branch School classroom was taken over. All 25 students have been taken hostage. The suspect's initial demands were to prohibit all entry to the branch's property and to secure a hotline to us. They're willing to negotiate with us from the start. What's going on? Also, the suspect is asking for you, Oishi. It's Reina Ryugu. Ryugu? Very well. We seem to be inseparable, huh? I'll be dealing with her until the end. Oishi gave a crooked smile. We don't know if she has any accomplices. The curtains are closed, so we can't confirm the situation. If you asked whoever told us about this, no, Reina Ryugu declared it herself. Therefore, we don't know what's going on inside. Their teacher received a call from Reina Ryugu as she left the classroom before the incident took place. This has been well planned, huh? Has anyone from the forestry service been taken hostage? Nobody from the service was there today. All 25 hostages are students. The number matches with the attendance the teacher took this morning. Plus the suspect, right? You seen anyone else suspicious other than Reina Ryugu? No, we've seen someone peeking out from behind the curtain, but it was the suspect herself. We're guessing there must be at least 1 or 2 more of them, though. Well, maybe she really is doing it by herself. Reina Ryugu was a true believer in Mio Takano's scrapbooks. According to this guy, yeah. She didn't have anyone she can trust. However, Oishi had also believed in Mio's delusion. It's possible that someone who was influenced in the same way was following Reina. Oishi, the principal, and the teacher are here. Do we finally get a fucking... Can we get some art of the principal? We don't know what he looks like. One sec. God, dude, I have the hiccups so badly. Like, all day. Hello, Chie. Are you okay? Oishi ran up to Chie, who was crying with a handkerchief held up to her face. Reina's a good girl. For her to do something like this, there must be some mistake. Aw, poor Chie. If I were to do this by the book, I would ask you about Reina's recent behavior, but when it comes to Ryugu, I probably know better than you do. Please don't worry. I'll take care of this as peacefully as possible. Chie was huddled over and Oishi didn't think he could say anything else to her. On the contrary, the principal was staying strong, trying to figure out how to take care of the situation. Mr. Oishi, please. If possible, I would like to request to be a hostage myself. I will take the place of the children. Damn, what a fucking pimp. Let me do that instead. It's all my fault, you poor Chie. Please don't blame yourselves. I have things I want to ask you, so I'd appreciate it if you cooperated. Banshi, please show them the blueprints. Excuse me, sir. Section Chief Takatsugi is on the radio. Hello, this is Oishi. Oishi, how goes things? Coomer guy informed me of the situation. The suspect is underage, huh? Okay, Takatsugi. Don't know if that was a very important question to ask, you fucking pedo. But I see how it is. Please keep strict control of the press. I understand. Also, the suspect is requesting me as a negotiator. Is that okay with you? You've known Reina Ryugu since the parasite incident from the other day. I bet she still thinks you're her ally. Only you can do the job. Good luck. Really don't want to, but since I caused so much trouble, I guess I'll have to do this to make up for it. Uishi. Reina Ryugu's on the car phone. Faster than expected. I'll go get it. Thank you. Hello, this is Oishi. Oh, dude, her text is blood red now. Oishi, this is Ryugu. Hello, this is Oishi. Signal weak on your car phone. It's kind of hard to hear. Just like me, it's getting old. Oishi and I exchanged friendly words. A long cord trailed through the hallway from the teacher's office. That cord extended further to the phone on the podium in the classroom. Get down to business. I'll check to see if you're qualified to negotiate for me. Okay, shoot. You are my ally, aren't you, Oishi? Of course. Let's expose the conspiracy of the Sonozaki family together, you and me. Oishi answered without hesitation. Was he still my ally? Or was this sly detective just saying what I wanted to hear? Either way, I only had Oishi to depend on. If I couldn't trust him, I was stuck. There'd be nothing else I could do. You didn't believe me for a while either, did you, Keiichi? But you do now, right? Keiichi was sitting on the floor facing away from me with his head resting in his hands. We're comrades now, huh? Yeah, that's right. Reina Ryugu asked if Keiichi Maebara if he was her comrade, but I couldn't hear his voice. Was she trying to tell me that Keiichi was still alive, or that he was being forced to obey her because of the hostages? Maebara's your ally too, huh? That's nice. But weren't you suspicious of Maebara for a while? Yep. When I heard about the BB gun incident, I couldn't believe it. But we can't let the past fool us. We have to learn from the past in order to grow. That's very good. You're absolutely right about that. That's why we forgave each other, so I don't doubt Keiichi anymore. Keiichi's my comrade. I understand. Therefore, Keiichi is my ally too, isn't he? Please say hello to him for me. Sure, I will. Actually, I'd like to say hello to him myself. Can he come to the phone? The conversation stopped suddenly. That made me nervous. Did I say something wrong? Sure, here he is. Keiichi, Oishi wants to talk to you. I heard some rattling and rustling on the other side of the phone. Hello, this is Maebara. He sounded monotone. Unable to disobey, Keiichi must have been pretending to follow Rina's orders. Hello, Maebara. This is Oishi from the Okinomiya police station. Thank you for coming to the phone. Let's do this together. Yes, let's do this together. What's Ryugu doing right now? She's walking around the classroom. Maebara, please say yes if your answer is yes, and yeah if your answer is no. Oh, this guy is what we would call a fucker. Because he's a big fucker. Do you know what Ryugu wants? Yeah, so he doesn't know. The answer told me for sure. Keiichi Maebara wasn't Reina Ryugu's accomplice. There's no way Rina wouldn't tell her accomplice what she wanted after planning a hostage situation like this. How would he help someone who wouldn't even tell him what she wanted? I'll ask you directly. Are you Reina Ryugu's ally? No, let me change the question. Are you being threatened by Reina Ryugu? Yes. There you go. The other guys in the car listening in on our conversation raised their fists in victory. Is Reina Ryugu the only suspect? Yes. If she was the only suspect, then we could respond appropriately. I guess nobody else believed in Takano's scrapbooks. If so, my being fooled was even more embarrassing. As I thought about my next question, I heard the phone being taken away from Keiichi. Rina came back on the line. See? Keiichi is my ally, isn't he? Yeah, you were right. Very promising. Okay, now it's your turn to talk, Oishi. How are the simultaneous raids on the Sonozaki family going? Remember? You promised me when we talked on the phone before. Have you found the secret research facility yet? I had to decide on what to say. Should I tell her we conducted raids or not? Maybe she already knew we didn't raid. Maybe she was just testing me. We're trying to come up with a plan for the simultaneous raids as we speak. Holy fuck, my hiccups. We're talking to the prefectural police as well as the public safety division. We're talking about the entire city, so we need a little more time to prepare for it. You're taking too long. Oishi, don't you realize what kind of emergency situation Shishibone City is in right now? What are you doing? Oishi, you do believe me, don't you? You're my ally, right? Right? Please answer me. Of course I am, but the police department is a little more complicated than you think. I'm doing my best, I really am. The thing is, this is on a really big scale. Oishi, they poisoned me recently. With the parasites that killed Tomatake. They poisoned me with them. I've been itching like crazy since yesterday. I'm all bloody from scratching at my throat. I might claw out my throat and die at any moment, and you're telling me you're still preparing. I knew it. Oishi didn't realize how dire the situation was. He understood there was some kind of a conspiracy in Hinamizawa, but he didn't realize how soon their plan was going to be executed. Besides, I was already feeling itchy all over my body and was bound to soon die the same way as Tomatake. I'm sorry, I really am doing my best, but everybody asks me if I have proof. Proof? Do you need proof? Mio's scrapbooks. Maybe that was what I'd need to convince the police. I was afraid someone would destroy the evidence if I handed them over to Oishi, so I kept them with me, but I didn't have much longer to live. I might not even make it until tomorrow morning. That's right, I might be dead before tomorrow. I would die tonight. Okay, I'll give you Mio's scrapbooks. Please use them to convince the other policemen. That should help. Please do give me the scrapbooks. I looked through my backpack, which is lying by my feet. Mio's scrapbooks were in there. This is our last resort. Oishi, do your best. No, you must take care of it, please. Of course, trust me. I'll expose their conspiracy. I knew the police would take too long to get things moving. They're an organization, after all. That's why I'm doing this, to make them understand. You have an excuse now. Please use this chance wisely. Thank you. You can count on me. So how should we do this? Do you want me to come get it? I knew she wouldn't let me into the classroom. She was still cautious. I could guess where Rina Ryugu was going to take this thing, so I tried to stay ahead of her. I handed a memo with my instructions on it to a colleague. I can't really leave the classroom, so I'll have Keiichi deliver them to you. Maybe that's better. If you left the building, something might happen. What do you mean? Well, I'm sure the Sonozaki family already knows about what's going on here. I'm sure they didn't expect you to do something like this, so they might come to shut you up. To shut me up? Do you mean by shooting you? A hitman from the Sonozaki family may try to put a stop to this by sniping you. That's why you shouldn't come outside. Don't even go near the windows. I saw you peeking out a window, but you shouldn't do that. They may fire it at any time. Wait a minute. Aren't there policemen around? Can't you stop that from happening? We would if we could, but it's so open around here. A well-trained sniper can easily shoot as far as 400 meters. As you know, attack units from the Sonozaki family have gone through. Dude, Oishi is literally just fucking spinning a thread. He's got a spool of lies that he's just fucking threading right now. As you know, attack units from the family have gone through military training and they specialize in assassination techniques. Don't underestimate them. I need you to help me expose the conspiracy of the family. I understand. Thank you for your warning. Even if my life is to end tomorrow, I can't die now. That's right. Under no circumstances should you peek out the windows, okay? Be very careful. The phone conversation ended. Rina Ryugu was going to let Keiichi Maibara deliver the scrapbooks. Did you get what I wrote on the memo already? Yeah, we got it. Do you think it'll work? I scared her, so I don't think she'll peek out the windows. I'm sure she'll still have her eyes open, though. I'll work around it. I roughly understood what was going on from the phone conversation. Okay, Keiichi, here are the scrapbooks. Their contents are very important. They're proof of the Sonozaki family's conspiracy, and the police can use them as evidence to conduct a raid. Please take this to Oishi, okay? And when you give it to him, come right back. I'm watching you. If you do something you aren't supposed to, I'll be angry. Rina took out a couple of old scrapbooks from her backpack and gave them to me. Then she cast a sidelong glance at Mion. I'll tell you about these later, Mi. I'll tell you about what a scary conspiracy your family's planning. Or maybe you already know, huh? Anyway, go on, Keiichi. Just go halfway out into the schoolyard. Don't say anything. You're just delivering the scrapbooks. Don't talk, okay? If you do... If it was Chie, she'd slap you with a ruler. But, what should I use instead? Alright, I won't say even a word. Come on, put that hatchet down. I'm your ally, right? Trust me, okay? Yeah, you're right, I trust you. So please don't betray me, okay? Rina's eyes were telling me clearly. They were telling me she didn't trust me. But even in this state, she also knew she couldn't distrust her friends. Therefore, although she couldn't trust me, she was pretending to. That was why she didn't tie me up. Okay, I'll be going. I'll be right back. Okay. I walked past my friends who were lying down on the floor and headed to the exit. I saw some of their faces as I passed. Some were fearful. Some were sure that I'd use the opportunity to run. And some were scared that they'd die if I did. Don't worry, guys. I won't let her even touch any of you. If Rina tries to do something, I'll stop her even if I have to risk my own life. Anyway, I'd do whatever it took to ensure that nobody died. I had to make sure Rina didn't get angry. I'd just wait for the right moment. I went down to the school entrance and changed my shoes, then unlocked the door and stepped outside. I felt the fresh air on my skin. I saw the lights from the police cars. I could feel all the policemen looking at me. As soon as I was in the schoolyard, a little voice tried to tempt me. I was free from Rina now. If I ran off the school grounds, I'd be free. What was I thinking? If I did something like that, Rina would go crazy, and who knows what else she'd do. The important thing here wasn't my safety. It was to make sure that Rina didn't kill anyone. I saw a big man coming towards me from the school gate. That was probably Oishi. You Keiichi Maibara? Hello, I'm Oishi from Okinomiya Station. You can call me Kura. Sorry, Rina told me not to talk and just give these to you, so please just take them in silence. I understand. These are the scrapbooks, huh? I'll take them. I tried to hand the scrapbook to Oishi, but he stepped aside a little. Huh? Confused as to what he was doing, I changed my position and handed them to him again. He took them that time. And at something, Oishi put something that was under his jacket into my pocket. A gun? Don't worry. Even if Ryugu was watching, the building is behind you. She couldn't have seen that. What is this? It's a fucking gun. He gave this guy a fucking Glock. I couldn't look into my pocket because I didn't want Rena to suspect anything. But whatever it was pretty heavy for its size. I have a memo for you, too. On your way back to the classroom, please read it without Ryugo noticing. Go now. She'll get suspicious. I followed his directions. I was worried Rena had begun to suspect something. When I looked at the classroom, the curtains were closed. But that didn't mean she wasn't peeking through a crack. I went back to the entrance and locked the door. If Rena checked and found the door unlocked, it would cause more trouble. Rena was in the classroom. There was no way she'd come down this way. Okay. She was alone. If she left the classroom, everyone would get up and run. They couldn't run because Rena was there, but they were all waiting for their chance. The entrance then was Rena's blind spot. As I changed my shoes, I quickly removed what Oishi had put into my pocket. Oh, it was a radio. Dude, I thought he'd give him a Glock. That'd be the power play right there. There was a radio with an earpiece, and something else that looked like a short police baton. There was also a folded piece of paper. I opened the piece of paper and saw a note written in small print. Dear Maybara, please hide the bug in your pocket. It picks up even a low voice so you can use it to get in touch with me. By using the earphone, you can hear me in return. There's also a spray for self-protection. It sprays as far as 1 meter. Make sure you aim for the face. This must be the spray. Guess it's safe to try it here. I held down the button and gas sprayed out from the nozzle. Compared to Rena's hatchet, this required some caution, but it was small enough to fit on the inside of my hand. It was reassuring that I could hide it so easily. In other words, it was now possible for me to stop Rena. As I realized all my classmates' fate rested on my shoulders, I felt sweat form on my face. The memo continued. The spray is just for self-defense purposes. Pepper spray only impairs eyesight. And while it makes your enemies powerless due to extreme pain and coughing for at least 30 minutes, it's not powerful enough to render them unconscious. Therefore, please don't forget, there is a possibility that your enemy may fight back desperately in panic. This spray is your last resort. Please don't depend on it, but if you need to, make sure to use it. Oishi. Is he telling me to use it or not? It's probably one of those grown-up issues. If the cops entrusted me solely with the fate of the hostages and I failed, they'd be held liable. So while he gave me a weapon, he made me consider its use. I hid the bug and put the spray in my pockets and went back to the classroom. I felt a little dizzy, maybe because I was nervous. I was simply following Rena's orders because I had no other choice. That was why I wasn't scared. But things were different from before. I had a weapon. I was in a far better position, but my heart was pounding. Humans are so strange. Shit. What am I gonna do? What should I do, Keiichi Maebara? Did I want to fight with Rena? The memo said the spray only reaches as far as 1 meter. 1 meter? That was basically a hand-to-hand battle. A little bit longer, but that meant I only had one opportunity. I didn't have a second chance. The memo also said I need to aim for her face. This wasn't going to be easy. Shit. Besides, Rena was cautious. How could I stand directly in front of her within 1 meter? But that's what I'd have to do if I was to have any chance of winning. Rena would do anything to reach her goal. She wouldn't even hesitate to kill. Just like how I didn't. Of course, things were already extremely serious. An apology definitely wouldn't be enough. But at least there hasn't been any casualties. The more time passed, the more irritated Rena would get. She might demand something again, and she might kill someone that time to show how serious she was. Fuck. Sorry, I have hiccups. I don't know why they won't go away. Bad things had already taken place, but a tragedy hasn't occurred yet. But it was almost here. It wasn't very far at all. When I closed my eyes, I could easily picture Rena killing one classmate after another. After I killed Rena and Mion, my room was covered in blood. If she killed 20 people, the classroom would be a pool of it. If that happened, Rena would... She still wouldn't realize she was being delusional. She would rip out her own throat and die. That'd be too big of a cross for her to carry, and one day she would remember and be saddened. She didn't need to go through that. I didn't want Rena to go through what I had to go through. Shit. I felt dizzy. This was a very long hallway. I didn't know the classroom was so far. With each step I took, my determination to fight Rena became stronger. Rena would be shocked to realize I betrayed her. But if she couldn't wake up from the nightmare on her own, someone else would have to wake her up. And her friends needed to be the ones to do that. Welcome back, Keiichi. Don't she say anything? What is this smell? As soon as I stepped into the classroom, I smelled something. Everyone had moved to one corner of the classroom. The smell reminded me of a gas station. Was it gasoline? I saw a red gasoline container by Rena's feet. The cap was open. It was seemingly sturdy and made of metal. It said gasoline on the side, written in felt marker. She must have spread it across the entire classroom. The smell was almost giving me a headache. No, it wasn't just the classroom. The classmates were soaked in gasoline too. How could she? I see, this was just like a hijacker holding a bomb. If the police were to rush in, she would burn the hostages. I didn't know where she got it, but she had a lighter in her left hand. Okay, well, she would probably light the room on fire if there was that much gasoline, like the fumes would ignite, so... We'll put a little sussy on this one, but it's fine, we'll continue. Rena, what do you think you're doing? Of course I want to actually do it. This is just insurance. I don't want to barbecue everyone either. So I hope this will all end just as a joke. Rena showed off the lighter. Obviously she was trying to threaten me. I've heard about people committing suicide by setting themselves on fire. Yeah, not a good idea, brother. Do not condone, but if that was really what you were determined to do, I think lighting yourself on fire might be the worst possible way you could do it. They poured gasoline on themselves and lighted a blaze. You might think that if it was extinguished right away, it wouldn't be that bad. Nope, it's because you would probably die still. Yep. But human skin is supposedly very delicate, and they say that even if 30% of a person's skin gets burned, it's enough to be fatal. If it was your entire body, it would result in a death for sure. I'd been put in a disadvantageous position. My weapon might take Rena's sight, but I couldn't stop her from using the lighter. She'd probably use it the moment she's attacked. I didn't know if she realized it, but the kind of lighter she had would keep burning until the lid was closed. Therefore, all she'd have to do was to light it and drop it on the floor. In other words, my spray can wouldn't make Rena powerless at all. The last resort Oishi gave me had already lost all its power. What do you mean insurance? With those scrapbooks, Oishi will convince the rest of the police. After that, their investigation will expose the conspiracy. Right? You really think those scrapbooks are enough? I know government people don't move nearly quickly enough. Rena was thinking that if she didn't see any progress with the scrapbooks, she'd pressure the police by letting them know about the gasoline. Let's just trust Oishi for now. We should just wait to hear from him, okay? Yeah, that's right. Okay, and let me pick up where I left off. Anyway, those parasites became harmless with the passage of time, but some people didn't like that. Those people are the three families of Hinamizawa. Oops. Therefore they are. Rena was simply telling everyone what she heard from Takano. I started mumbling so I could let Oishi know what was going on. What a smell. Scattering a whole portable tank of gasoline. I was pretending to mumble to myself so I could only say it very quietly. I wished I could say it louder, but that was probably impossible. I wasn't sure if Oishi could hear me. I thought of an idea to find out whether or not they could hear me. It'd be nice if I heard a car honk. Coomer, honk the horn. Gasoline, huh? Shit, that explains the smell. I'm sure she's intending to use it to get what she wants. Kuma, people usually mean an 18-liter tank when they say portable tank of gasoline, right? Well, probably, but I'm not sure. Komiyama, is there still someone from the forestry service here? Could you get him? 18-liter. Also, this isn't usually how liter is spelled, but it's fine. I see those cans have gasoline written on them. Do plastic kerosene tanks have kerosene written on them? Yeah, we don't want to mix them up. All the fuel containers have labels. Not too many people know this, but regular portable tanks can't hold gasoline. Gasoline, while common, is extremely flammable. Yep, yes, exactly, yes. It must be kept in special metal containers. Those are called carrying cans. So a bar called gasoline really is gasoline. Are there different sized carrying cans? 18-liter and 5-liter, I think. 5-liter ones are rather flat in shape, are they? I actually haven't ever seen a 5-liter, because I'm assuming the 18 liters is a jerry can. Oh, I was gonna say they probably use because I know jerry cans now are plastic, but polymers probably weren't that widespread at this time. Oh, maybe they were. This is the 80s. Yeah, I don't know about that one, but yeah, it's red and flat with a handle. Kichimibar called it a portable tank. Do you think it's the 18-liter type? Maybe he called it a portable tank because he wasn't familiar with the shape. But either way, if it's really gasoline, it's really dangerous. Gasoline burns when lit. Wow, thank you. You know what? I just want to thank the game for letting me know that. Did you know that flammable things burn when they're lit? Crazy. Wowie. What's an even bigger threat than liquid gasoline are the fumes. Yup, when gasoline fumes are lit on fire, they explode. That's what I was saying earlier. Also, gasoline evaporates easily. Yes, because gasoline has a very low vaporization point. So in other words, inside the classroom, the fume... Yes, everybody would... Even if they didn't die from explosive fucking shit going off, they would probably suffocate or pass out sooner or later from the fumes. Kuma, do you know anything about Class 4 hazardous materials? No. I know gasoline fumes are dangerous, but I don't know any more than that. Prepare for the worst case scenario. I want to find out the difference in scale between the 18-liter and 5-liter. I know I'll ask the old guy. Or, I know. I'll ask the old guy. Excuse me, could you call the station and see if the old guy from Forensics Department is still there? From the Forensics Department. I'm skipping words because I'm trying to go quick. Oh, I've heard what's going on. The criminal requested you, huh? Kaboom. Okay, whatever. This isn't a laughing matter anymore. Anyway, do you know about the 4th class hazardous materials? About 4th class. 4th class, huh? We had everyone here, we know everything about hazardous materials. Did the suspect spread gasoline or something? Yeah, that's exactly what's happening here. We bugged one of the hostages. Supposedly, the suspect spread gasoline throughout the classroom, but we don't know if it's from an 18-liter can or a 5-liter can. Can you tell me the worst-case scenario for both of them? How big is the classroom? Let's see. Approximately 50 square meters. And the room is closed, huh? More than likely. I'm sure the smell must be horrible. It's not good, Oishi. I had a feeling. The classroom will blow up. Everyone in the classroom will be dead for sure. You mean in the case of the 18-liter? Fool, I'm talking about the 5-liter one. If I remember correctly, 4 liters is plenty enough to blow up an 8 by 8 meter room, so 64. The policeman listening to their conversation on the side went pale. 8 by 8 meters meant a room that was 64 square meters. Only 4 liters are needed to blow that up, and at least 5 liters were scattered in a 50 square meter room. Yeah, no good. In other words, the room has more than enough gasoline, huh? That's not good. I'd rather not hear this, but what would happen if it was an 18-liter? Let's see, to put this in your words, Oishi, the dealer's hand is some mahjong shit I don't understand. What do you mean? Cool. Something like that. There may be 1 pillar left if you're lucky. Thank you. Just speak regular fucking words. My gosh, I didn't want that kind of reachy. Should call the fire department and get a chemical unit ready. You'll need to have them deal with it after the incident's taken care of. Shit. I heard this through the bug, so if a fire engine shows up, the suspect will find out. I guess I'll have to get ready when she can't see them. Get them ready when they... Fuck, get them ready. Oh, I'll have them get ready. My lord, I can't read. It's a good idea. You mentioned a bug, didn't you? You had a chance to come into contact with one of the hostages. I gave him a bug. That's how I found out about the gasoline. It's not good. There have been incidents where the sparks from electronic devices set gasoline on fire. You know, gasoline's flash point is about 300 degrees. Even static electricity can easily cause an explosion. You've got to be kidding me. Why is such a dangerous liquid available to just about anybody? What the heck should I know? Tell that to the fire laws and automobile companies. Since it's June, the area isn't that dry, but just to be on the safe side, tell them to turn the listening device off. Oishi, according to what I can hear through the bug, the suspect has a lighter. That means even if Maebara used the pepper spray to stop her, he won't be able to prevent her from igniting the gasoline, and we can't even use the bug anymore. Damn it. Oishi, a lighter is really, really bad. Don't even let her play with it. The suspect may not know how dangerous gasoline is. From hearing how much he spread... I don't think she knows anything about it. Well, yeah, like I was saying, the shit would have blown up. Like... Oishi's back was covered with a cold sweat. He never even thought this would turn into such a serious matter. He didn't know how dangerous gasoline was. He didn't know because he'd never heard of cars exploding in car accidents. He knew it was dangerous, but he didn't know what it was capable of. Gasoline is far more dangerous once it evaporates. Therefore, a burning car in an accident and gasoline fumes being ignited are at completely different levels. It's quite simple to understand if you think about how car engines work. Cars vaporize gasoline in the carburetor and let it explode in the engine cylinders. Yup, combustion. In other words, that little explosion in the engine is what gives cars the power to move. Therefore, if you want more power, engine needs to be bigger to create a bigger explosion. So if an engine cylinder was the size of a classroom, how much power would it create? Anyone with knowledge of engines would know. But a lot of people don't consider how dangerous evaporated gasoline is because it's too familiar. 25 hostages and 1 hostage taker. All 26 people were basically stuck in a huge bomb. Furthermore, the suspect might accidentally set it off. If she were to pretend to light the lighter as a threat, that would be the end. All the people around Oishi had gone pale. The classroom might explode at any moment. How could they save all the hostages? Especially when the criminal was living in her own delusion, and her requests were something so unreal. Excuse me, I found a letter in the scrapbook. One of the policemen brought over a folded piece of paper. Oishi opened it while the others watched. He saw girlish handwriting on the paper. He could tell this was written before she invaded the school. Dear Oishi, if you're reading this, that means I'm at the final stage. I must have seized the school and held the students as hostages. I am planning to appoint you as negotiator, so please pretend to be threatened by me and become my contact with the outside. The first thing I want to tell you is that my enemy is the Sonozaki family and also the aliens, who are pretending to be parasites that control the Sonozaki family. Aliens? I didn't think you'd believe me if I brought up aliens, so I didn't tell you about them until now. When you read these scrapbooks, you will understand. The aliens came to Earth in UFOs in ancient times. They landed in Onigafuchi. They used this village as their breeding ground. And through that selective breeding, they widened their domain. They were successful, and now they're trying to invade the Earth. What the heck is this? All the other policemen frowned at the letter. No, it's not surprising. I read Takano's other scrapbooks, and they were full of even stranger stories. Personally, I like the Aussie one the best. He's joking now as like the whole thing's about to explode. The Sonozaki family, as well as all the village authorities, have been brainwashed by the aliens. The villagers' attempts to revive the cult of Oyashiro were actually part of the alien strategy to invade Earth. The aliens are very clever. They don't let people realize they're being controlled. The Irie Clinic must be their secret research center. Please conduct an investigation and expose their secret. Also, please check out the bottom of the swamp. The UFO must still be there. Also, capture all relatives of the three families and take x-rays of their brains. You'll find hideous parasites inside of them, but please be careful. The aliens eliminate whoever finds out about them by replacing their host with a lookalike. That's how they've been controlling the village. Therefore, there may already be some aliens among the villagers. It's possible that they will try to interfere with your investigation. As a matter of fact, there have been lookalikes of Mio Takano, Rika Furude, and me, Rina Ryugu. If you see any of those three, capture them immediately. That will be proof of aliens existing among us. Mio Takano. Why did she think that? I know. I told her over the phone that according to the result of the autopsy conducted by the lab over in Gifu, the day of her death doesn't match up. Oh, are you talking about the mistake on her autopsy results? I told her I didn't know why Mio Takano was a witness on the day of the festival when she died the night before. I never thought she'd take it like this. Maybe I joked around a little too much. I'm gonna write this down. I haven't really wrote anything for this chapter because it hasn't really been anything worth writing because it's kind of all just playing out in front of us. But I will write that. Okay. It's interesting that she included herself. Did she look in a mirror or something? One of the policemen spoke up. He was one of the pair who searched the garbage dump that night. I can understand that. Remember the night we looked for Rina Ryugu, somebody said she was seen in Gogura. That must be it. It's probably a bluff from the villagers. She must have heard it somewhere and assumed there was another version of her walking around. Damn. Nostradamus, was it? Just like that. No matter what happens to her, everything sounds like it was predetermined. Rina Ryugu would blame aliens if she was to trip and fall down now. Or maybe she's coming up with all this crazy stuff so that once she's caught, she can use the insanity defense in court. This isn't about that. She really does believe in this crazy stuff. She does from the bottom of her heart. I know that for sure. She truly believes in those stupid scrapbooks. Ah, there's another letter. Let's see. P.S. I was poisoned yesterday with the same stuff that killed Tomitake. I've been scratching my throat since then. I'll probably have clawed my throat open by tomorrow. If you can find the antidote when you investigate the Irie Clinic, please bring it to me. It sure is something. Yeah, if she believes in alien stories, maybe we can trick her with an antidote. You may not find an antidote, or maybe it'll be too late by the time you do. Therefore, considering the time I have left, I will set 7 p.m. tonight as the deadline. If an investigation doesn't take place and the antidote doesn't arrive by 7 p.m., I will choose to die with all the hostages by lighting the gasoline instead. 7 p.m.? What time is it now? It's a little before 6. Days are long nowadays. It doesn't even get dark in the evenings. It'll probably start to get dark around 7. We only have an hour. No, it might explode even before that. Shit. What can we do? What the heck is she talking about? An alien invasion? Is she trying to take the hostages with her? And she's trying to take the hostages with her. That's just crazy. Yeah, absolutely crazy. Can't negotiate with her normally now. Especially when she thinks she's absolutely sane. Oishi, look what comes next. What? I'm planning to spread gasoline throughout the classroom. I'm sure you realize how dangerous that is. If anyone suggests storming into the room, please tell them exactly how bad an idea that would be. Also, the hostages are anchored down with U-shaped bike locks. Even if those alien policemen rushed in and killed me, they'd have to cut each lock. If you tried cutting them, you might create sparks. Therefore, you need to completely ventilate the room first. In other words, it will take an extremely long time to rescue all the hostages from the classroom. Also, I have a different explosive system set up other than the gasoline I spread. It's a very simple time bomb using gasoline and a kitchen timer. The kitchen timer provides electricity to set time. I ripped the tip off its plug, so we create enough sparks to ignite the gasoline. I've already set the timer to 7 p.m. Even if I'm not around, there will be an explosion at that time. If the classroom isn't ventilated by that time, it'll explode too. Sorry to ask you like this, Oishi, but please help me so we can avoid a tragedy. Please let the three families know that Mion Sonozaki, the successor to the head of the Sonozaki family, and Rika Furude, a mascot for the cult of Oyashiro, are in the classroom. If anyone from the three families helps you, I'm sure their conspiracy will be exposed by tonight. The alien invasion is going to happen very soon. Please get going quickly. To my ally, Oishi. Jeez. Oishi threw the scrapbooks to the ground. Damn it. How can she call me her ally? Is a kitchen timer like an alarm clock? Old appliances didn't have timers. A kitchen timer is a device that turns on an appliance at a given time. When you plug it in, it provides electricity to set time, so the appliance will come on when you want it to. That's convenient. It's possible to use that to make a time bomb, using a kitchen timer. That sure is something a girl would come up with. Yo, what's that supposed to mean? What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Squad M? A little bit sussy on that one. Why don't we call the electric company and turn the electricity off? If there's no power, the timer can't go off, but I think it's stored in the circuit already. If the classroom became dark, she'd probably light her lighter. Maybe we can give her a sleeping pill as an antidote. But it would have to take effect slowly. I'm sure she'll have a hostage try it first. Be very careful. Understood. I'll get one ready. I need to talk to Maebara one more time. I have to tell him not to let Rina Ryugu play with the lighter. I also have to tell him to turn the bug off. How about that, by the way? Have you heard anything interesting? The suspect seems to be abusing a hostage. Probably Mion. Shit. I think it's Mion. Yeah. Stop it, Rina. Rina kept hitting Mion, who had her hands tied behind her back. Dude, Rina, you are irredeemable to me. Rina really is irredeemable. Rina kept hitting Mion, who had her hands tied behind her back. Rina wasn't using her fist, but instead the handle of her hatchet. Keiichi, you promised me you wouldn't move. If you do, I'll be angry. Rina's gaze intimidated me. Her eyes were full of madness. I could feel Rina's emotions boiling over on the inside. If I opposed her, she would easily cut Mion's arm off. What I can't forgive is that you dug up the corpses and turned them into the police. I trusted you. Rina hit Mion's face over and over. It wasn't just Mion's hands that were tied behind her. Her neck was also tied to a window frame with a bike lock. So there was no way that Mion could protect her face. I didn't know if her forehead was cut or if her nose was bleeding, but her face was covered in blood. Her blood got on the handle of the hatchet, and every time she got hit with it, more blood was smeared. The handle of the hatchet could easily smash her forehead. Because of her position in the Sonozaki family, Mion couldn't say that she hid the bodies, so all she could do was endure. However, Rina continued to attack her. Rina no longer had any restraint. She might even continue until Mion's front teeth were broken. Stop it, Rina. Haven't you done enough? I'll tell you the truth, so Rina, please stop hitting her. Truth? What is it, Keiichi? No, you can't, Kei. Everyone, please don't listen to what I'm about to say. I may say some disturbing stuff, but it isn't anything wrong. So please don't listen. Even if you hear it, forget that you did. Please. What are you going to tell me? Go on, Keiichi. It's not a complicated story. That was for your sake. We found out afterwards that the place you buried the bodies was going to be clear-cut this summer, so we thought we had to do something about it, and Mion hid them in a safer place. You told me that same story the other night. Didn't I tell you that was something Mi made up? Why would she lie? She wanted to help her friend. Mion did it to help you. It's a lie, and I won't believe it. Why did you do that without talking to me then? Why did Mion even have to tell her? Mion was trying to be delicate. Mion did her best to hide what Rina did. Mion knew Rina was at her wit's end, and that was why she did it in secret. But Rina didn't want to believe her. That's not so, Keiichi. How contemptible of you, Mi, to even deceive him. I won't say anything about your tricks during the club activities, but this? I can't forgive you. I can't forgive you. Stop it. Don't hit Mion. Mion didn't do anything. Never knew having your hands tied behind your back was that scary. Mion got hit repeatedly with the handle of the hatchet. She could only endure. She couldn't even protect herself with her hands. Hey, is it true, Mi? If so, why didn't you tell me? Can't you understand Mion's position? She had to follow certain rules as a member of the Sonozaki family. Shouldn't you be grateful for what she's done for you? Yeah, you did say it a bit aggressively. I may have said it too aggressively. Rina turned around and glared at me. That's right, Keiichi. Mi sold me out to the police because of the circumstances surrounding the Sonozaki family. She sold out her friend. I was her friend. I really liked her. That was mean, Mi. I really did like you so much. Why? How could you? This was senseless. Rina cried as if being bullied, but she was the one doing the bullying. Normally this would be so odd as to be impossible. But I had seen this scene before. I liked you. I trusted you. As I cried, I beat her to death. Rina repeatedly begged me to trust her, yet I beat her. I know what it's like to be the one doing the beating. Stop, Rena. Don't you realize what you're doing? You're hurting your friend with your own hands. I understand what you're feeling. I know you're sad because your friend betrayed you, right? But that's a misunderstanding. We didn't betray you. We've been thinking about you all this time. But she just couldn't see that. Even if she died, Rena probably wouldn't realize she'd made a terrible mistake. But someday you'll realize. Even an insensitive guy like me realized, so Rena would realize it for sure. And that's when you'll feel even sadder, Rena. You'll remember this bloody me on one day. Then you'll realize that you were the one who made her bloody, and you will regret that you did. But I was the only one who could understand that because I remembered. There was no way for Rena to understand or realize that. I wonder if I was suffering the most of all. There was no way to avoid a tragedy. This was exactly the same tragedy with different actors. The main character was Rena instead of me, but it was the same thing. Where was I? I was in the audience now. I knew how the story ended, but I couldn't come onto the stage. Stop, Rena, stop. Are you crying? What's wrong, Keiichi? I stood up slowly and walked towards Rena, just like what Rena did to me before with my arms open. Please stop. Stop this, Rena. You may not know why now. You may not know why you have to stop now. But if you don't, you will regret it someday. So please stop. Keiichi, I'll be mad if you don't move back to the wall. Rena's eyes went cold and she lifted the hatchet in her right hand. Don't, Kei. I'm okay. Mion told me, but with such a bloody face, how could she be? Are you gonna hit me with the hatchet? If you come any closer, I will. Without hesitation. I don't need you anymore, Keiichi. But I want to be with you until the end, so please don't make me mad, okay? She sounded gentle, but her expression was telling me there would be no hesitation. Rena would crack my head open with the hatchet immediately, but who cares? If you were in my shoes, what do you think you would do? Of course, I don't want to die, so I wouldn't oppose my opponent. If they had a weapon, I would be scared. A lie. I know you're strong enough to give up your own life for the sake of your friend. It's my turn now. My turn to be strong. I'm just like you. I won't hesitate to give up my own life for my friends. If you want, I'll give that life to you. So stop this. If you trust your friends, stop hurting her. The same pain will attack you later, so stop. Nobody's trying to scare you. We were all thinking about you. Don't doubt that. Please believe it. Trust me. You can come to trust me by smashing my head in. Go ahead and crush my head with that hatchet. This is a very weird... I don't know how this is gonna work. I won't try to protect myself. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll light the place up. Rena lifted the lighter overhead. You fool. How long are you gonna dream about such crazy things? You already know that yourself, don't you? That it's all just a bad dream. You want somebody to wake you up. I'm here. I'm here to wake you up from your nightmares. You're the one who has to wake up, Keiichi. Can't you believe that those aliens... Can't you believe that those aliens are trying to invade the village? You believed me back then. Are you doubting me again? Can't you trust me? Rena opened the lid of the lighter. I could tell her thumb was about to light it. Rena was prepared to die along with everyone else. Rena would die without knowing the truth. She would die believing it was the world that was crazy. She would die cursing everything in the world. That was the storyline of this tragedy, wasn't it? This was a theater from hell. What an interesting script. Who wrote it? The devil? Don't let this happen. Don't underestimate Keiichi Maebara, the original main character. True. Don't think the same storyline will work again. I'll be taking over the script this time, and I'm gonna destroy it. I won't let this bad ending take place. I'm gonna destroy their expectations. Please do. You're the one who doesn't trust me, Rena. Just trust me. Shut up and trust me. This is all for your own sake. As the main character of the previous tragedy, I'm telling you this. You shut up and listen to me. What are you talking about, Keiichi? Shut up and trust you. You're the one who doesn't trust me, Keiichi. Why don't you believe me? Shut up. I know you're wrong. I know how you'll end up, and I know you're gonna regret this in the future. I don't want you to finish... I don't want you to finish your life without realizing what you've done. You just don't know how sad this is yet. I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you okay, Keiichi? Yeah, I bet. I bet you have no idea what I'm talking about. I'll tell you. I'll tell you the story of a pathetic guy. Once upon a time, there was a pathetic guy named Keiichi Maebara. He had no complaints about his life, and he spent every day having fun with his friends, but one day he started to doubt them. After a while, he started to doubt everything. He didn't notice how worried his friends were, and he hurt them repeatedly. How sorrowful. They trusted each other, but they couldn't let each other know. Can you believe something as stupid as that actually happened? Then I beat you and Mion with a metal bat to the point of death, but you begged me to trust you until your final moments. You didn't even try to protect your head. You trusted me until your final moments, reaching your hands out to me. I didn't realize what you were doing and beat you to death anyway. Do you know how sinful that was? I bet you have no idea. That's why I have to make up for what I've done. I'm gonna stop you, Rina. If you come any closer, I'll light the lighter. Just as you tried to save me with your life, I'm going to save you, Rina. I still remember how magnificent you were when you died. You weren't even afraid of it. These words will reach him, she thought. These next words will make Keiichi realize. Trust me, Rina. That was when Rina hit my head with the hatchet. I crumbled down to the floor. She hit me with the handle, but my head was probably cut open. I felt the blood on my face. Poor Keiichi. It's not of your own will. The parasites that are living in your brain are controlling you. Oishi will find the medicine for it. When he comes, I'll let you take the medicine first. Then you'll be free. You'll return to the Keiichi that I loved. Just hang in there for a little while longer, okay? Damn you. I heard a phone ringing in the teacher's office. Rina listened to the phone ring for a while, then realized it was for her. She tried to answer the phone in the classroom, but she couldn't figure out how to transfer the call, so she decided to answer it in the teacher's office instead. I'm gonna go to the office for a bit. Don't run away, okay? If any of you are missing, something terrible will happen to me, okay? Rina glared at everyone in the classroom, intimidating them, and then left. That's when I heard a honk from outside. I remembered the signal from earlier. Did Oishi want to get in touch with me? I bent down and put the receiver earphone to my ear. Can you hear me? This is Kumagai from Okinomiya Station. Please call if you can hear me. Very good. Please listen carefully. The gasoline the suspect spread everywhere is very dangerous. The classroom is filled with vaporized gasoline right now. It's like a bomb. Please don't aggravate Ryugu, and don't ever let her play with the lighter. Please don't provoke her anymore like you just did, okay? This bug is awful. It's possible the gasoline fumes to ignite at the slightest spark, therefore please turn the bug off after this communication. That's just to be on the safe side. Also, one last thing. According to the suspect's note, she set a time bomb. She used the kitchen timer to make a simple time bomb, and the classroom will explode if it goes off. We're trying to get some sleeping pills ready to give it to her as an antidote. We don't have much time left. According to her note, the timer is set for 7 p.m. I looked at the wall clock, and it was 6:45. There were only 15 minutes left. I could hear Rina screaming into the phone. No, the time's already been set. Hurry up, Oishi. I won't wait for even a second longer. As you can hear, Rina is refusing to reset the timer. She's gonna kill herself in 15 minutes. I remembered thinking the same way as Rina. After I killed Rina and Mion, I knew the police would come. I thought someone would solve the mystery after I was dead. If that's what Rina was thinking, then she had been planning to kill herself from the beginning. What do you want me to do? Sleeping pills should arrive soon, but if an explosion took place before we could negotiate, there would be no point. We want you to find the time bomb and disassemble it. You mean cutting red and blue cords like in the movies? It's probably simpler than that. According to the suspect, she used a kitchen timer. It's not a battery-operated one. It's one of those ones you plug in. It looks like an alarm clock. Do you see anything in an outlet in the classroom? There was one outlet in the back and another in the front of the classroom. I checked, but I didn't see anything that was plugged in. I don't see anything. If an ignition was taking place somewhere else, it shouldn't work. It must be somewhere in the classroom. I don't think so. The only cord coming from the hallway is the one for Rina's phone. Is it possible for the kitchen timer to be battery-operated? It's the type that's powered by electricity. Could it possibly be in another room? If there was a different room where she spread gasoline, then the timer could be in there. Tell me to check the whole school in 15 minutes. I'm injured here, you know? But if I stayed here, I'd die in 15 minutes. This wasn't a time to be pessimistic. This is probably my last chance to stop this tragedy from taking place. I don't remember what it was that I watched forever ago, but whenever I watched it... Oh, I think it might have been a fucking... I don't remember what it was, but whoever it was, the person that I was watching kept saying tragedy instead of tragedy, and now every time I say tragedy, I think I'm saying it wrong. So I'm a fucking Kappa. So she must have done it in a fairly short time. I really didn't think she had enough time to spread it anywhere else other than the classroom. Then where was the time bomb? We're doing everything we can here, so please help us. That's all. Any questions on the communications? Is there anything else? Not really. I do have one thing to say. What is it? Please tell Oishi that he should never have told Rina about my past. If I come out of this alive, I'll punch him, so he better be prepared. 2 punches. One for telling Rina about me and another for telling me about Rina. I understand. Oishi's disappointed in himself for letting Rina Ryugu fool him. I'm sure he'll be happy to let you throw a punch or 2. Is that it now? Yeah, I've already wasted a few minutes here. See ya. Be safe. Click. Rina was still on the phone. Oishi was definitely trying to stall her. From what I could hear, it sounded like he was telling her that they investigated the main Sonozaki residence and found something awful in their secret basement or something like that. Hey, if you went too far, Rina would believe everything again. Mion was gonna get hit again for lying. Keiichi. Rika and Satoko crawled up to me. Did you hear? Traps are my specialty. I can't let Rina do this to me. Satoko realized how serious the situation was as well. The lives of the hostages, including her own, were about to be taken. Yet she tried to remain strong. Satoko, even if you die, please don't hate Rina. Rina's sick. She was just unfortunate enough to get this tragic disease. Remember? We had so much fun together. Satoko, I still believe both you and Rina are my wonderful friends. How can you still say that she's your friend after what she's done to me on? Can't you understand, Satoko? Once a demon starts to act up inside, no matter how tragic the outcome, you just can't stop it. Satoko quietly hung her head. Didn't understand what Rika was trying to say to Satoko. But maybe... I believe in Rina. There you go, Satoko. I hugged Satoko's head. Rika's arms were tied so she couldn't embrace Satoko, but she put her forehead closer to her in praise. Okay then, I'm asking the world's best trap expert. If you were to blow up this room, where would you set a time bomb? Count on me. The device has to be connected to an outlet, huh? That's right. But it could be somewhere else other than in this room. It's possible that she spread gasoline all over a different room and set the device there. No, I don't think she had enough time to do that. She had the gasoline hidden close by and only spread it here. That was about all the time she had. I remember now. Rina told me last night that she had to prepare something for today. That means she had things ready since then at least. Those are all the hints I get, huh? What a cruel mind-sweeping game. True, unlucky. You can find us, Satoko. If you can't, there's no way I can. I'm wagering all my trust in you. A little bit unlucky. You can do it, Satoko. In order to save Rina, please find it. In that case, very well. She'll prove that Rina's trap is child's play compared to one of my own. I'm gonna ask you one more time. If you were to blow up this room, where would you set the time bomb? Satoko grinned and then closed her eyes to concentrate. Who are you people? Move over. Who's in charge here? Several cars had arrived, producing several men. They weren't from the Okinomiya station. One of the men was wearing a suit despite the hot weather. He approached me, pushing Kumagai aside. Hey, look who's here. Good to see you again. Utaka from the prefectural headquarters. Watch your mouth. I'm ranked much higher than you now, so don't address me so casually. Can I help you with something? I'm rather busy at the moment. You can't possibly think about taking over this case. Who proved that exactly? I did, Oishi. Chief. Takasugi has informed me of the situation. He told me that you started all this. You can go now. The troops will take over. The troops? Utaka, you aren't going to storm the building, are you? I understand the risk, but we don't have any time left before the bomb goes off. You've taken too long. We're here to take care of the mess you've left behind. Just step back for a minute. I couldn't talk back if both the chief and a guy from the prefectural headquarters gave me an order. Oishi, who the heck is he? That's Utaka. A long time ago he was showing off even though he was bad at mahjong, so I taught him a lesson. Maybe he's still holding a grudge from when I knocked him unconscious in that kendo tournament. Obviously, we didn't get along. Give me the latest update, Oishi. Are you serious about storming the school? We were about to settle this thing peacefully with some sleeping pills. What are you trying to accomplish here? It's too late for that. If we had another hour, that'd be possible. Instead, a special unit from the prefectural police department will move in. Your unit will be their backup. Chief, you know what's going on, don't you? The classroom itself has turned into a huge bomb. But even the classroom isn't the bomb we're scared of. It's the suspect, Rina. We finally calmed her down and found a way to settle this peacefully, and we were about to start that operation. I know we only have about 10 minutes, but I'll make sure this works. I'll continue negotiating. If it doesn't work, I'll be blown up. Then you can sit back and say I told you so, okay? Oishi, a special unit from the prefectural police department isn't just any old unit. You heard about the second company, haven't you? What's that, Oishi? Is this second company that well known? Do you remember about 5 years ago when the JRA hijacked that airplane, Flight 472? Man, see, I want to search up some of the stuff they talk about in this game because they've been using real events for some of it, but, like, I'm not trying to search up and get spoiled. You know? In case it does happen to be something that they made up, you know? But, here we are. I didn't mean to skip that. I've heard, that special counter-terrorist units were put together in Tokyo and Osaka after that incident, so they really do exist. Why would a special unit from Osaka be here? Utaka smiled proudly. We just happened to be holding a training session with your prefectural police unit. We requested their help. You haven't changed, have you? You have a bad tendency to escalate matters quickly. The company members exited the vehicles one after another and took position. They didn't move like policemen. Utaka, are you really gonna have a gunfight here? One shot is all it'll take to trigger an explosion. Don't worry, they won't use firearms. They're using riot shields and riot guns. These guns send out tear gas at high pressures. There'll be no issue with explosions. Wow, never heard of such convenient water guns. By the way, can that toy reach the classroom from across the schoolyard? You need to worry about that. You just move over and let us do our job. As I lifted my arms exaggeratedly, one elbow accidentally touched the car horn which hung. Of course, I did it on purpose. Are you trying to get Keiichi's attention? Of course. I just hope he heard it. What are you going to tell him now? They're probably thinking about breaking one of the windows with a grenade and then shooting the tear gas in the room. They have no idea how serious Reina Ryugu is. Deadly serious. Even the noise of a window breaking could drive her over the edge. Are you saying the special unit can't suppress her? Of course not. That's why we've been so careful. Reina Ryugu has been intending to kill herself this whole time. A raid doesn't work on people who don't care about dying. We only have Maebara now. Oishi, here he is. Hello, this is Oishi. If you can hear me, please cough. This is an emergency. Please listen. I have a feeling it's not good news. Unfortunately, you're right. The prefectural police are getting involved. They're gonna ruin everything we've worked for so far. There's a special unit about to break in. Hey, the only reason I haven't used my pepper spray is because that won't stop her from igniting the gas. A raid won't work. The prefectural police don't understand that Ryugu is prepared to die. They're assuming that the lighter is just a threat and that she isn't really going to ignite the gas. They'll break in within 5 minutes or so. Please take the lighter from Marina before they move in. Is that in addition to your order to do something about the time bomb? Yeah, that's right. You've got to be kidding me. You want me to take the lighter away from Marina and do something about the time bomb too, all within 5 minutes? Come on. You're the only one who we can count on. I'm begging on you. How is it, Satoko? Can you think of something? I just have to check the hallway on the first floor to check whether it's there or not. Knowing Rina's patterns, if it was on the first floor, it would be there, and if it was on the second floor, it would be there. I just have to check to see if there's a cord in the hallway on the first floor, right? Should be there. If Rina was in a normal state of mind, I would know for certain, but with her being like this, I can't figure out her thought pattern right now. Hey, I'll do something. But I didn't have time to think about it. I'll look into those two options myself. Don't want another tragedy. You demons down in hell? I bet you're just waiting for an amusing ending to unfold while eating some popcorn. I won't let that happen. I'm gonna change everything. And then I'm gonna make you pick up your popcorn off the floor. I spoke to Rina as she continued on with her story about the aliens. What is it? What's the matter, Keiichi? Didn't you hear something just now? Rina went quiet and looked around. Rina had become totally paranoid about everything. Once she became worried, she wouldn't ignore it. Really? Are you sure, Keiichi? Yeah, I'm sure I heard something. I knew she'd want to check it herself, but she really couldn't leave the room for something like that. So in that case, she'd have to ask me to check for her. Rina must have been thinking something like that. Keiichi, can you go check? Rina gave me an order with a fake smile on her lips. Yeah, okay. Rina watched me go out into the hallway. As I did, she spoke to me. Don't make me angry, okay? Trust me, I'm your friend. Yeah, I trust you. I trust you, so don't betray me, okay? After being freed from Rina, I looked for a cord in a hurry. I didn't even have 5 minutes. The office probably had more outlets than anywhere else. Jesus. Owie. 1 second. Owie, okay. I headed for the teacher's office. Shit, where were the outlets? Unlike light switches, outlets couldn't always be found near entrances. Damn it, why did the clock in the teacher's office have to make such a loud ticking noise? That's where you find out that's where it actually is, because it's not the clock. Don't worry, Keiichi will find it. Rina would, if I were Rina... If Rina was even more mistrusting than usual, where would she set the trap? A trap expert like myself ought to be able to discern that. What's this? I saw a plug inserted into the unit under the principal's desk, and I also saw a cord extending under the door to the reception room. There shouldn't have been any reason why a cord had to be extended into that room. The reception room had an outlet of its own. I tiptoed over to the reception room and opened the door. Squeak. The door squeaked as I cracked it open a little. I poked my head in the room. I saw the suspicious cord crossing the room and extending under the door to the hallway. I followed the cord through the reception room. I opened the door to the hallway and the cord was extending into the storage closet. The storage closet was used to hold cleaning chemicals. I could smell them from here. The cord was extending into there. Carefully opened the door and turned on the light. Holy shit, we're back in the ritual storehouse. The cord was attached to another extension cord, and there was an alarm clock that didn't belong in there. I found it. Time bomb. So all I had to do was unplug the cord. I picked up the alarm clock. It looked like a normal clock. Actually, it was a normal alarm clock. I remembered Kuma guy calling it a kitchen timer. He said it was a bit like an alarm clock. But this wasn't a bit like an alarm clock. It was an alarm clock. Wait, didn't alarm clocks use batteries? This alarm clock was battery-operated one too. I looked at the extension cord and there was nothing plugged into it. What was that extension cord for? Oh, I think this is a bait. Why was this extension... Why was this extending all the way from the teacher's office? No, Keiichi, run! Satoko. It's the wrong place, you've been tricked. A black shadow was covering me. I felt my body freeze. It was so frozen that I felt it was about to crack. I turned around slowly and saw someone holding a hatchet above their head. I dropped the alarm clock. It made a noise as it hit the ground. Why did you follow the extension cord? And why did you have the alarm clock in your hands? Why did you? All the cells in my body were frozen. This was Rina's trap. Yeah, you got baited, brother. Rina was suspicious of everyone, including me. This whole time she thought there was someone connected to the people outside. This was a trap to lure that person out. Only the people outside knew about the time bomb. I was told about the thing, and so I followed the extension cord and picked up the alarm clock. How stupid of me. Wait. Rina. I trusted you, Keiichi. How could you? Rina hit me with the backside of the hatchet earlier. It was painful, but it didn't kill me. But this time she was holding the hatchet the right way. It wouldn't just crack my forehead, it would split my entire head open. Rina lifted the hatchet mercilessly. She moved slowly as if everything was in slow motion. She looked almost divine. Maybe it really was holy. I was praying after all. Praying? What was I praying for? I was praying for my life. What? Damn. It was so sudden I couldn't tell what happened. Rika had jumped onto Rina from behind. I didn't know what kind of weapon Rika used, but Rina started moaning, clearly hurt. That brought me back to reality. I couldn't just watch them. I had to get the lighter from Rina. What? Don't think you can win with mere force. Rina knew I was after the lighter. She closed her fingers around it tightly. Rika was grabbing onto the arm Rina was holding the hatchet in. I wanted to tell her to run, but thanks to Rika, I could use both of my hands to get the lighter. The lighter flew out of Rina's hand. It hit the hallway wall and dropped down to the floor. I picked it up. At the same moment I did, Rina managed to shake off Rika. There's our chance. I turned in Satoko's direction. Keiichi, I know now. I figured it out. I heard Satoko screaming from the classroom. Satoko had figured out where Rina hid the time bomb. I wanted to catch Rina, but I didn't have time for that. I had to do something about the time bomb instead. Keiichi, hurry up and go back to Satoko. Rika had spread her arms, blocking Rina's path forward. What are you doing? Just run. Keiichi, this isn't the first time I've done this for you. Don't you remember? Huh? If I tried a little harder the previous time, you could have made it. So this time you are going to make it. Just go. I think she's talking about the time that she fought Shion. I'm assuming. It's my guess. There was one thing I did know. Just like Rina and Mion were ready to give up their lives for their friends and I was willing to give up mine, Rika was prepared for that too. Therefore, telling Rika to run was like telling her she wasn't my friend. And so, I will depend on my friend. Thank you, Rika. Keiichi, we're running out of time. Leaving it to Rika, I dashed for the classroom. As soon as Rika heard Keiichi's footsteps reach the classroom door, she sighed in relief. As she did, Rina's black shadow came even closer. That's great. That's just great. This isn't a club activity, you know? You'll be killed for real. You'll be killed by an angry Rina. You're not afraid of me, are you? You're amazing, Rika. Rika grabbed a mop as she ran from the storage closet. She picked it up and held it... Sorry, I'm having a stroke. She picked it up and held it upside down like a spear. Rina's stance... Fuck, I can't even read. I'm reading words backwards. Rika's stance told Rina that she was ready to fight. Rika didn't look like a little girl anymore. She looked so brave. She looked so brave that Rina was even startled by it. Boy, you really are amazing. You aren't afraid of being killed at all, huh? Rika smiled cynically. Rika usually never smiled this way. Do you really think I'd be afraid of death? I've experienced several hundred deaths up until now. Why should I be afraid of it all of a sudden? You aren't Rika, are you? You're the one I met that night. Show yourself, alien. Where's the real Rika? The real Rika? She's right here. Ah, the way you're looking down on me. That really is Rika. I get it. Oyashiro's an alien. The Furude family is descended from him, and therefore you're a descendant of the aliens. I'll crack open your head and drag out all the parasites in your brain. Rina raised her hatchet and charged at Rika with a scream. One swing is all I need to smash your head open. Rina looked like a beast charging towards its prey. Rika took a step backwards and lowered her body, preparing a counterattack. She did that with no hesitation. Even a minute is plenty. I'll play with you. Come on, hatchet girl. Rolled. Do you not get it, Keiichi? All the hints were already in place this morning. Calm down, Satoko. Explain one more time slowly so I can understand. What are you trying to say? It's simple if you just remember. Come on, it's quite obvious when you do. Hey, something stinks today. Close the windows. Silly, it'll be hotter in here if we close the windows. We've been smelling gasoline coming from outdoors. There were no forestry service people in the office, so they weren't doing any work today. The smell wasn't coming from anything they were doing. In other words, it was the smell of Rina's gasoline. Rina hid the gasoline near the classrooms. She hid it in a plastic container. You can't smell gasoline that's in a plastic container. So in other words, she had more gasoline ready than just in the container she used to spread it around the classroom in. Where was the smell coming from? Was it coming from outside? Vaporized gasoline is heavier than air. It stinks. There was another hint other than that. What? Our ball's missing. You hid it again, didn't you, Hojo? Why would I hide such a stupid thing? If I was gonna hide something, I'd hide something better than that. Kids who love to play with their ball never lose it. Should have been in the same place it always was, but it was gone. So that must mean Rina used it for something. The gasoline was coming from above. A ball was missing, so maybe it was stuffed somewhere. Rina blocked the drain with the ball and poured gasoline in the drain canal. Where? On the roof of the second floor. Wait, where is that here? Like up here? Like this? The drain canal extended along the roof of the second floor and then came straight down to the ground. I'm guessing it means like the eaves trough thing here. It was plugged in, filled with gasoline. It was like a huge Molotov cocktail that extended from the ground to the roof of the second floor. Furthermore, the drain canal ran by the classroom windows. Yeah, it has to be this. Like, it could potentially be this thing, but I think this is just like a light pole. If the canal exploded, the classroom would explode too. Therefore, the time bomb must be. I bet she ran an extension cord out the second floor window. It's on the rooftop. I picked up a pair of scissors and cut Satoko's bonds. By the way, how did Rika free herself from the rope? Apologize for not being thin enough to slip out myself. Take care of the rest here. I'm going up to the roof. As I jumped out of the classroom, Satoko stopped me. Keiichi, here. What is it? Something silver sailed through the air. I caught it. It was a metal bat. Satoshi. Make sure you give it back to me, okay? Sure thing. Thanks, Satoko. The metal bat fit right in my palm. I didn't even feel its weight. It really eased my mind. The name Satoshi was written on the handle. This was the bat that belonged to Satoko's brother Satoshi. He was the victim of last year's tragedy. You and I, we're the same. I won't let another tragedy take place. I'll treat this as a gift from you, who was waiting in the wings. Let's rip apart the script of this demonic tragedy together. Let's go, Satoshi. As I tried to run up the stairs, I heard a loud noise coming from the hallway by the teacher's office. I saw Rika rolling on the floor. Damn, Rika, you held out as long as you could. Damn it. My body were 5 years older. You're next, Keiichi. Shit, I have to go. I have to get to the rooftop. Huh, how did you figure it out? How did you? Still, I won't let you get up there. Rina's face looked unbelievably scary. She was ready to rip me apart if she caught me. In that case, just try me. Why would you not pepper spray her now? I jumped up the stairs, skipping every other step. I turned on the bug in my pocket. I didn't have time to put in the earphones. As Rina flew up the stairs, her foot got caught on a jump rope. She tripped, and then 3 buckets fell on her head. The result was Satoko's trap. It was Satoko, huh? Satoko leaned against the wall and waved her index finger in a mocking gesture. You're pretty good. You're about 300 million light years too early. Well, you know, this is where I have to be a little bit nitpicky here, okay? Light years are not... I don't want to talk that shit. Let's be a little bit nitpicky here. A light year is a unit of distance. Okay? Not time. Yes, it can be related to time. But it is distance, okay? But, you know, well... Satoko, light... Oh! She... Yo! She hit it! She said the line! She said what I said! Rina, we're on the same wavelength! 4th bucket hit Satoko on the head. I continued up to the rooftop. Rina ignored Satoko and ran after me. Oishi, I did it. I got the lighter. I know where the time bomb is. It's on the rooftop of the drain canal. I'm headed up there right now. Oishi, is that it? Oishi grabbed a pair of binoculars from Kumagai and looked at the rain gutter on the rooftop. There was something like an alarm clock sitting there. The cord from the clock was extending into the second floor window. It was so obvious, but they didn't even notice it until just then. Togo was working hard to remove her classmates' restraints, but she couldn't do anything about the bike lock on Mion's neck. Just run, everyone. Forget about me. Doesn't sound like Mion. Why not act like our club president even in a situation like this? All you have to do as our president is give me an order to undo this lock, okay? Stoko reached for the back of her collar and produced a bent hairpin. Stoko opened the window, climbed onto the windowsill, and faced the bike lock that was restraining Mion. Everyone open the curtains in the windows, then run. But class prez, what about Maebara? The police will help Kay. You need to run as soon as possible. Huh? Did you unlock it already? To me, this type of lock is child's play. The binoculars were trained on the classroom. All the curtains were open as well as all the windows. The children, in turn, were all running out into the schoolyard. Uishi pushed Utaka aside, then grabbed his radio and yelled into it. All units go. Go, go. Secure the hostages. The suspect is going up to the second floor, running after one of them. Hey, what are you doing, Uishi? Give me back the radio. Utaka tried to grab the radio from Uishi, but Kumagai stepped in. My boy Kumagai with the big body block. He's saying, sorry, sir, but I can't. I can't let you. There was a dull noise, and Utaka crumbled on the floor, convulsing. Oops, sorry. I guess my knee happened to hit your balls. Nice. Kumagai focused on the balls. Can't say I'm surprised. The classroom is still filled with gasoline. Be very careful. You are forbidden from using any gas bombs or flares. Again, do not use gas bombs or flares. The whole place will blow. Support unit to HQ. We secured 24 hostages. One is injured. This is the assault unit. We're trying to take control of the first floor. We've got a problem. The electrical room is locked and we can't get in. Can't you break down the door? It's located directly opposite the classroom. The smell of gasoline is strong here. We might ignite the gas from breaking down the door. We'll await further orders. Shit. We could have just turned the power off. Forget the electrical room. Go secure the second floor. Assault unit, roger that. Utaka, what are you going to do if you fail to secure the electrical room? That's what the special unit was for. It's a problem with rich boys. We'll just have to secure the clock's outlet now. Sniper unit to HQ. I can see a male hostage on the rooftop of the first floor. Oishi, that's Maebara. Give me the speaker. Maebara, the clock is plugged into the back room on the second floor. I shook my head repeatedly. New art, Pog. I couldn't do that. Reno was coming after me, so I couldn't head that way. Yo, 1v1 on the roof? What else could I do? The only way was to go up to the roof of the second floor and get the clock from there. Maebara, continue up the roof on the second floor. I'll direct you from there. I wish she was telling me to go further up. Stoko only told me that it was on the rooftop of the second floor, and she didn't tell me where. She said it was in the drain canal. Maybe Oishi found it with his binoculars. Put my foot on the railing of the veranda and ran up the rooftop. I'd never felt so light. I felt like I could lift myself with just 2 or 3 fingers. That's it, keep going. It's the furthest end of the drain pipe. You only have 30 seconds. 30 seconds will be plenty of time. I could get there in half that. Over there, was that it? It was. Sniper unit to HQ, I can see the suspect on the rooftop of the first floor. I wish you could fire, but you're using live ammo, aren't you? It's not tear gas or anything? No, it's live ammo. Use those in the military. Japanese police don't need anything like that. Dude, US police are seething right now. They're going, what do you mean we can't kill the suspect? And just fucking foaming from the mouth. She's after you. Hurry. She'll be there soon. How many more seconds did I have? Who cares? I slid down the roof and grabbed the kitchen timer that was sitting on the drain pipe, which was filled with gasoline. There was a cord with a copper wire attached to it. This was supposed to create sparks and start an explosion. The hands on the clock kept moving, with a second hand trying to reach the minute hand. 76543. I threw it to the ground. A moment later, I heard the noise of something breaking. Did I do it? Assault unit to HQ, the time bomb has been stopped. And then the building fucking exploded. Oishi, we did it, we did it. Yeah, Maebara, good job. Keiichi certainly made me nervous. Cutting it so close isn't elegant, you know? Not only policemen, but the children who were on their way to the ambulances raised their voice and cheer. Now it's a fucking 1v1 on the roof to determine who gets to leave alive. Oishi, there's a message from the fire department. The scene is still dangerous, so order all units to retreat immediately. Isn't the time bomb gone, though? Although the ignition device is gone and still extremely dangerous, the lives of the assault unit might be at stake. Damn. What about Maebara up there? Can he jump off? Oishi, according to the map, there's a flower bed by the school building. We'll tell him to jump there. Oishi to all units, stop the operation, fall back immediately. Alpha here, roger that. Yeah. Can you hear me, Maebara? Ryugu too. It's too dangerous to stay up there. It might explode at any minute. There's a flower bed by the school building. Jump down there. A flower bed? Damn it, I can't see it from here. But it didn't sound like I had enough time to be looking for it. I noticed a white hand at the edge of the roof, followed by Rena's head. Oh, the 1v1. Oh my god, the 1v1. Rena slowly crawled up to the rooftop. I waited for her there. I never thought you would find it. It was all for nothing. Rena scratched at her throat. The band-aids peeled off and her throat started to bleed. It's game over, Rena. We were confronting each other on the rooftops of the second floor. This wasn't a club activity, but a real battle. Oh my god, this is so fucking pog, dude. 1v1 final destination right fucking now, dude. Rena was glaring at me with hatred at first. Maybe because she had already given up, she started smiling wickedly. I heard the chorus of the Higurashi in the background, as if to cool us down from the heat of battle. I didn't think we needed their service yet, though. Yeah, if it was a board game, you'd have reached the goal and won. But this isn't a game. This isn't a goal. It's a dead end. Shit, you don't give up, do you? Dude, this is... Oh my god. Oh my god. There has never been a more perfect time in the history of life to drop the fucking fattest Dying Light dropkick right now. Shit, you don't give up, do you? Rena, you really are strong. You never give up. You fight until the bitter end. Keep believing until that point, too. Praise like that will make me happy now. You ruined everything that I had risked my life for, Keiichi. I was simply trying to protect our species from aliens. You ruined it. If humans go extinct, it'll be your fault, Keiichi. That will be recorded in history. I mean, who's gonna record the history, you fucking dum-dum? My name would be written down in the history books of aliens as the ones who destroyed the human species. Somehow that sounded kinda cool. Rena, no matter what you try to say, or what you have to say, I've won the game. I've already won, and you just don't want to admit it. That's all. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe that's not how it works. The game doesn't end when there's a winner. It ends when there's a loser. That means for me, winning isn't enough. What do you mean? I tapped my shoulder with a metal bat, gesturing for Rena to come at me. Oh my fucking god, dude. Keiichi has finally grown some fucking stones. Yes. Yes. Oh my god. Gerudo Valley turns on. Yes. I'm gonna make you understand that you lost. I won't run or hide. Do you know why? According to the rules of our club, we don't run from our enemies. I'll prove to you that you've already lost, Rena. Are you ready? Parasites and aliens? How fucking stupid. Who'd believe in things like that these days? I can only laugh. You never believed me in the first place, yet you pretended that you did. How dare you deceive me? I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you. I don't care if you believe in those things, but I would never believe in anything that fucking stupid. Well, if I did have to believe in anything like that, I'd rather believe in the buried treasures of the Tokugawa shogunate. But if you still want me to believe, don't you remember our club rules? Oh my god. Whoever concedes victory is the correct one. True! Have a fist fight and whoever wins is right. There you go. Rena and I grinned at each other. And as we went around in circles on the rooftop, we both checked the distance between us. This is Usman versus Masvidal on top of the roof right now, and I'm Usman. If you can take me down, I'll believe in your alien stories. I'll perform a mysterious dance every morning and night to call for UFOs to come and beam up livestock. But Rena, if I take you down, then I want you to be ready. I don't think you even need to think further than that. I don't think you do. You will never defeat me. Rena came at me with a heavy strike. Parry that shit. To the side. Blast. I caught it easily with a metal bat. It looked like there were some sparks. This was finally getting interesting. Maybe you shouldn't say that yet. You might be wrong, you know. When I went through a whole lot of fierce battles in our club, I learned something. I learned about myself. Bing! Now I know what I need to bring out my ultimate power. Really, I wonder what it is. I wonder. Just dulling your blade. Your hatchet can be a powerful weapon, but my metal bat is as powerful as your hatchet. Sure, it doesn't have a blade, but it reaches farther and it's easy to handle. Won't be going for a defensive battle. I'm gonna fight you face to face, and I'm gonna defeat you. I'm sure I'm stronger than you physically, but you're better at drawing out your true potential, Rina. In other words, we're equally matched. This is great. I don't need to hold back at all. So what are you gonna do after you beat me? Take that and then that. I think I might have the upper hand. Huh? I'm just warming up. Just you wait and see. Wait and see what I do after I take you down. We both put up a lot of chips on the pile. Prepare yourself for having to make a big payout. Aren't you counting your chickens before they've hatched? Your bluffing is pathetic. You don't get it, do you? My strength increases in proportion to my reward, don't you know? Let's see. You'll be my personal maid. Starting from the moment I wake up until I go to sleep every night, you'll serve me all day, every day. With Coach's help, I was about to say, what about Coach? With Coach's help, you'll be wearing a different costume every day. Wait until I go to sleep at night? What if I make it so you won't? I don't care. How about that? Huh. That's so like you, Keiichi. No thank you. Actually, I'll win and make you my servant. A 1v1 on the roof. We both laughed like crazy people as we struck at each other. It was strange how much fun it was becoming. Rina and I were trying to kill each other, and yet it was a blast. Sparks were flying. We could get seriously injured. We fell off the rooftop, we'd break our bones, yet this was so much fun. Dying Light Dropkick is just asking to be fucking unleashed, dude. The Dying Light Dropkick is saying, please do it! I had been mourning and crying all day today while Rina terrified me. How did all that turn into this? Two of us can't be serious even if we try. Even with sparks flying, we can only goof around. Too bad. It's not me. I like being elegant and graceful. You can have fun goofing around by yourself, Keiichi. Rina's next strike came at a strange angle, but I managed to deflect it. Whoa! Huh. It's too weak. That's too weak. You're done. Huh. Finally, I'm all warmed up. This is just a warm-up, right? Huh? Stupid, this isn't even a warm-up. This is like taking a wad. Hey, you're all sweaty. Is this gonna try to exhaust her? Is this like a war of attrition? I didn't mean to skip that. Instead of sweat, you'll be covered in your own blood. Hey, Bara, jump off. Jump off. He isn't even listening to us. He's so into it that he can't even hear anything. Oishi? Sorry, what is it? What do you mean, what is it? We have to figure out a way to rescue him. Well, she couldn't figure out why he was distracted, considering the seriousness of the situation. He was engrossed in watching the two of them fight with the sunset behind them. I don't want to be rude, but like judging from this angle, you couldn't even see the sunset if it was... It'd have to be like here, and at this time it wouldn't even really be a sunset, you know, but... Everyone watching was captivated by their battle on the rooftop. That moment, a sudden loud voice broke the silence. Hey, Bara, hang in there. Careful, don't fall. The students who were about to climb onto the ambulance were cheering him on. Mion was being loaded onto a stretcher with bandages around her head, but even she sat up captivated, as she was by Rina and Keiichi's duel. Our once happy days were supposed to have shattered due to a series of misunderstandings. They were supposed to be irreversible. Or irretrievable. Not irreversible. But huh? Why? Why did I feel this way? This was such a close game, but it wouldn't be fun to stay in a stalemate forever. Rina and I kicked at each other with perfect timing, and increased the distance between us. Hey, this is a blast! What do you think, Rena? Isn't this just the best? This is so stupid. I've been having fun since the very beginning. It'll be even more fun to split your head open, Keiichi. Split it open. Wow, that's dangerous. Over here. Come back, over here. Let's use more space. Something like this doesn't happen too often. Let's enjoy it as much as we can. That'd make a great picture. Look, there's a beautiful moon behind us. The breeze feels great. It was such a fantastical scene. Two people were fighting on the rooftop of the school building with the moon behind them. It was almost unbelievable. All the policemen and children looked at that mysterious and fantastical scene from a distance, completely entranced. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Nobody said anything. At a certain point, dude, her hatchet is gonna get dulled. Like, it would still really hurt because it's like it's a big fucking hatchet. So, like, it would still hurt to get hit with, but, you know. Oh. Why does it look like they're having fun? Getting all fired up in a breeze this cool. It reminds me of the Watanagashi. I don't really like to just sit back and enjoy the cool of the evening in silence. When the moon comes up, I turn into an animal. All us club members went crazy on the night of Watanagashi. The mayor scolded us by the end of it, but we laughed at each other and promised to do the same thing again next year. Going crazy under the moon, huh? Sounds cool, doesn't it? Maybe we were already crazy. I feel the same. We're having fun trying to kill each other. We must be mad already. This must be what insanity is like. Some people say the moon has the power to arouse passions in people. Maybe that's true, and maybe it's not. One thing that's for sure is that even if it were a new moon tonight, we would still feel the same way. As our surroundings got darker, the sparks we'd create with each hit started to look like fireflies. Hey now, isn't there gasoline in the drain pipe right nearby? Huh, who cares? If an explosion happens, it happens. Hey, what are you doing? You're getting too sweaty to hold the bat. Why don't you take a break and dry your hands off? I'll split your head open while you do that, though. Huh, that's a good one. With your skirt clinging to your legs, you can take it off if you want. I'll just watch you instead of attacking. Really? I'm gonna give you a good blow to the head while you're charmed by my legs. What am I reading? This really is so much fun, isn't it, Rena? Yep, it sure is. Cool, holy fuck. Can one of you just kill each other already? We stepped back once in a while to catch a breath, and then charged at each other and let it fly. And let sparks fly. We aimed at each other as we went around in circles on the rooftop of the school, our special stage. Rena and I were all sweaty. What? We weren't exhausted yet. We exchanged furious blows one after another. Neither of us was at an advantage or disadvantage. Yes, I've got that, dude. You've been fighting for like 20 fucking minutes now. Can one of you kill each other already? Neither of us exalted in victory or rage in defeat. The battle with Rena in itself was fun. It's like a dance. It was a dance I could only dance with someone with whom I was equally matched. Don't you think the same thing I did when we did that club activity with the whole class, the day we dueled with water guns? Yeah, I did. We wanted to fight like this again. As we thought that way on the rooftop, our classmates down below must have thought the same. Our fight was so pure and passionate that everyone thought the same thing. We want to join them. Oh god, I hope not. It was the same back then. We were using water guns, but we did the same thing. But this is far more fun. I don't have to worry about how much water I have left in my gun. Yeah, we can't create sparks with water guns. We couldn't strike at each other like this either. We were both breathing hard, waiting for the right timing to take a step forward. In the midst of that, we grinned at each other. This is exactly what I said then, but I'm gonna say it again. Okay, then I'll respond just the same. Cringe. And... Can one of you kill each other already, please? Everyone was captivated by our fight. They were swept up in our fight. I know, but at this point I'm getting kind of bored of your fight. Weapons deadly enough to seriously hurt one another. We were both perfectly matched and neither of us had hit the other yet. Why'd they look so happy? It's just ridiculous. All the people below were just watching this fight on the rooftop with the beautiful moon as a backdrop. Not even the police could stop them. Yeah, it is impossible. Yeah. No longer a fight. See, this is where it kind of gets a bit silly and you kind of lose me a bit. They were just holding you hostage and some of you were cheering for her. Like, suck my cock, you're crazy. Club activity is a club activity and a game is a game. This was just the second round so nobody would die. Even though they had real weapons, nobody thought they would get hurt. Rika wasn't cheering, she was just looking up at the rooftop. Never seen anything like this before. Rika thought to herself. She thought Keiichi could win, not just against Rina. Rika thought Keiichi could even destroy the walls of the maze of tragedies that had no exit. What are the snipers doing? The suspect is trying to harm the hostage. Fire immediately. As Utaka yelled into the radio, Mion screamed for him to stop. No. Don't shoot Rina. Rina isn't crazy anymore. She isn't who she was earlier. That's a different Rina, so please don't shoot her. What do you mean she's different? Look, she's swinging around that weapon. She's trying to kill him. Unless we shoot her down, the hostage is in danger. No. Don't shoot her, Rina. If you shoot Rina, Kei will kill you for sure. I can guarantee it. Why would he kill me? They aren't trying to kill each other. They're just having fun creating sparks. Can't you see? Kei is talking to her too. He's telling her that they're equal. That means she can trust him more than anyone. Kei will wake Rina up. No, he's already waking her up. Rina's nightmare is almost over. Keiichi, you're the best. I don't even want to kill you anymore. A world without you would be so boring. Oh, thanks for the compliment. I appreciate it. So what's gonna happen to the world, huh? Aren't aliens trying to invade it? Huh. You know, I don't think I even care about aliens or parasites anymore. If the world's gonna perish, go ahead and perish. Who cares about the conspiracy of the three families anyways? That's right, even if a meteor hits Earth tomorrow, nothing could be more fun than this moment. Aren't you supposed to die tonight due to some poison? You sure don't look like you only have a few hours left to live. Ha! That's right, I completely forgot about that. I'm supposed to claw out my throat and die tonight. Hey, that's the scenario you came up with, don't forget. Come on, scratch your throat once in a while at least. Hey, I know it doesn't itch anymore, does it? It definitely doesn't. This is more fun than scratching your throat could ever be. Yeah, cool. Can we die already, please? I wish it would never end, but my body was screaming. I was breathing hard and felt dizzy from lack of oxygen. My upper body felt as light as a piece of paper, as if even a slight breeze could take me away. It really had been a blast, but I needed to end it soon. I felt the same sadness as in the water gun fight. Back then it had been declared a draw. I wonder what'll happen this time. Who knows, but one thing's for certain. I love doing this with you. Me too. I jumped backwards and slammed the roof with my bat. The sound was as intense as a huge drum, and the noise woke up the people who were captivated by our fight. The silence returned and the chorus of the Higurashi filled the air. Okay, let's pause for a moment. Sure, let's end this with one more strike. We started to move slowly and increase the distance between us. Everyone realized it. The fight was ending very soon. Okay, this is it. I'm gonna ask you one more time. What is it? Hey, you're betting something on this, right? Isn't that why you were fighting? I did? Sorry, I forgot. You're hopeless. Okay, listen carefully. If I win, you'll become my personal maid and serve me every day. You'll have to introduce me to others as your master. My uniform better be cute. Of course it will. It'll be a variety, okay, I don't care. My goodness, I don't intend to lose, but that could be fun somehow. If you win, I'll believe your stories. Rina was happy until just a moment ago, but that expression was suddenly wiped from her face. Aliens are invading the Earth and we have parasites in our brains. The Sanozaki family is pulling the strings and they're researching the parasites in secret, and aliens will be in control of the world starting tomorrow. I'll believe in that. She's gonna let herself lose. Also, since you're dying tonight, I'll make sure you go peacefully, so don't worry. It's not fun if I win, is it? Your reward sounds a lot more fun, Keiichi. Well, what can I do? You did all this because of what I just said, right? Yeah, I guess. Sorry, I almost forgot. Rena smiled sadly for a moment, but soon that expression was wiped off her face too. I'm gonna win no matter what. I want my personal maid. Boo-boo. It's not fun if I win. And do you want to change it? What do you want? Finally, Rena smiled happily again. The breeze dried our sweat. It was a good feeling. We no longer went crazy, even with the moon out. We could finally enjoy the coolness of the evening. It would be so nice if we could just lie down on our backs and gaze at the moon. Still smiling a little, Rena spoke. I want the same reward as yours, Keiichi. You want me to be your maid. That's something. You don't have to be my maid, but the rest is the same. I want you to say good morning to me every morning and good night every night. I want you to treat me well and let me play it around all the same time. I guess no matter who wins, we'll always be together. We'll be together, but the one who gets a special treatment is different. Why am I fighting with someone I like so much? I don't know. Why are we on the rooftop? Why did we even come up here in the first place? I don't know. I forgot. Maybe we're both airheads. That's why we floated up here. Yep, we're airhead buddies. We're buddies, alright. Well then, shall we get started? I don't want to cool down too much. You're right. We better finish up before it gets too cold. We readied our weapons and took our stances. I was gonna suggest that we stop this. I really was. I shook my head slowly. No, we have to finish this. Otherwise it won't end. Our fight won't end. We can't quit. We have to bring it to an end. This isn't right. It's possible that no matter who wins or loses, there will be no reward. Even if that happens, we shouldn't hate each other. So I'm gonna tell you this now. What? It was fun. Yeah, I feel the same way. Rena, even if one of us dies, we'll see each other again. And when we do, we'll have fun in a normal way. We'll laugh together in a normal way. We'll fall in love in a normal way. I mean, I hope not. It's not really... I don't really love you, but... we won't doubt each other. We'll trust each other. And we'll meet again, right? For sure. Yeah, for sure. I can't get emotional because she called me on a bitch, so, feeling a little bit pissed. Pissed off about that one. Too far. I noticed I was about to break down too. Okay, are you ready? There was no signal, but we stepped forward at the same time. Our shadows jumped in the moonlight. We were fighting so viciously earlier, but now, and also, wouldn't Keiichi's bent have been become dented to shit at this point? But now it was like we were moving very slowly. We must have looked like a shadow play. Everyone was watching the shadows dance. Rena's shadow hit my metal bat violently. As a result, I let go of it. The metal bat bounced once on the roof, then rolled down to the schoolyard. I lost my weapon. Here was Rena's chance. Of course she wouldn't miss it. I was lying flat on the roof and Rena got on top of me. Rena's knees were holding down my arms and there was no way for me to fight back. Dancing in the moonlight. The moon was divided into two. The shadow of Rena's hatchet had split the moon right down the middle. This was the end. Shit, that was good. Can't even pull my arms away. Hey Keiichi, it's over, right? Not yet. It's not over until you swing down your hatchet. I don't wanna. Huh? I don't want to. I don't want to. Rena's arms were raised, but tears were pouring from her eyes. What happened? What went wrong? I loved everyone. And I trusted everyone. When did I start to doubt them? I don't know why I'm doing this to you. I don't know. Why am I doing this to people I love so much? You realized it. You realized it in this world. Can't believe myself. Every day was so much fun, but why? I didn't even have any complaints. I didn't worry about anything, so why did I try to destroy everything with my own two hands? Rena, you're incredible. After I killed you and Mion, I didn't realize I had done anything wrong, so I left a note and called Oishi. Still believed that someone else was at fault. Even after I was dead. I didn't even notice I had sinned. How sad it was to kill my friends because of a little misunderstanding, even when they were trying to help me. And how painful it was not to realize it was a sin. Therefore, you're amazing, Rena. You didn't kill any of your friends. Hey, I mean, you're not out of the woods yet. You came to your senses before you committed a sin. Huh, you're incredible, Rena. Just incredible. You're totally different from me. And that's where she says, yeah, I kind of want to kill you, though. Rena stood up slowly and lowered her hatchet. I hurt my friend. I hurt me. Just apologize to her. Personally, I appreciate the wounds I appreciate that the wounds will help me tell the twins apart. I've already killed. Huh? No, you haven't. Who did you kill? Rina Mamiya and Tepe Hojo. Those two. I thought it was right to kill them, but the day I killed them, the world started to go crazy. Did that mean that it was wrong to kill them? I don't know if it was right or wrong, but it wasn't the best thing you could have done. What do you mean the best thing? Don't you know? I grabbed Rena's head and embraced her. Then I told her. Something so simple. You could have just told your friends, you dumb slady. It was so simple that anyone could think of it, but Rena didn't do it. I didn't do it either back then. If you're in danger, or you feel like doubting others, or something sad happens, you should talk to your friends. That's right. You're right. Cool. Wrong choices she made at the very beginning. The choice couldn't have been hard to see. I'm sure it was something... Dude, these guys really are cartoon characters, man. They wear the same outfits everywhere. How stupid it was to worry about it by yourself. He also doesn't really look like he's, like, sad. She's, like, crying, and he's like, ugh! I was wrong. Why didn't I talk about it? Everyone trusted me. Why didn't I trust them? I was the same way before. That's why I won't laugh at you, but you realized it. You realized it a lot sooner than I did. We will trust each other. We will never doubt our friends. We will rely on each other. We will talk to each other and help each other. That's why friends are always happy and why we can endure anything together. Okay, Rena, why don't we respond to the curtain call? This really is the end of everything. What do you mean by curtain call? What do you mean? Well, I was just talking to myself. Come on. When I nodded, Rena threw away her hatchet. It disappeared into the darkness below. Then I spoke to the audience in hell, the demons who weren't expecting this ending. I was proclaiming victory. It's all for tonight. We overcame this tragedy. We'll never doubt each other again. We'll be united forever. No matter what disaster might befall us, don't think we'll ever yield. Who cares about tragedy? Who cares about disaster? Even if the script is written by demons, we'll tear the whole thing to pieces. Boom. And that's the end of the chapter. I kind of expected it was going to end there. This is kind of like an ending, though. It's very abrupt. I'm just reading. I'm not reading this out loud. My throat hurts. So nobody died this time around. How the fuck is there still two more chapters of this shit? I don't mean that in a bad way, but like, what the fuck? Okay, I mean... So what's gonna happen the next time around? Nothing bad happened. I mean, I guess she did kill 2 people still, but... Yeah. very cool. Whoa. The demon script. Let's read that tip. Could be very important. Okay. The demon script. Car began to rattle as the road turned from asphalt to gravel. The cry of the cicadas seeped through the tightly shut windows. Most people would open their car windows and let the natural air in along with the sound of the cicadas. But people are also spoiled. He'd rather keep himself cool with the air conditioning turned to max and listen to the sounds of nature. Usually it was the rainy season this time of year. But this June the summer had already come without any rain, just like how the weather was on that day 20 years ago. That's Akasaka! My boy! The air around this area is just as clear as I remember it. Yeah, the winds are cool and the sun shines bright. This place could have become a World Heritage Site like the village in Gifu. What a waste. But thanks to that, there are no irritating tourists around here. See, that makes it much better. Why do tourists forget about pedestrian traffic laws when they're in rural areas? They walk in the middle of the road, you know. Akasaka, do you still do stuff outdoors? Not as much as I used to. My job doesn't give me much free time. Same here. Oh, hey, there he is. Another man noticed and waved his hand before anyone in the car could honk the horn. The man was a young fellow on a motorcycle with a big backpack on his shoulders. He looked like he was ready to go camping. Akasaka and his partner stepped out of the car and shook his hand with the young man. Captain, it's good to see you again. Yo, how have you been doing lately? Well, I hope. You can take it easy today. This is Akasaka. He took care of me back in college. Hey, my name is Akasaka. Uishi was supposed to come today, but he had to go for a medical checkup at the last minute. Anyway, it's a pleasure to meet you. It's an honor, sir. So, Akasaka, where shall we go first? His name was Mamoru Akasaka. He was a veteran detective from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Despite the fact that he was close to his retirement, he hadn't lost his clear instinct and sharp eyes at all. Those eyes showed the confidence he'd built. I'm sorry, I'm very tired. Those eyes showed the confidence he'd built through many risky experiences, and he had a well-built muscular body and a fearless aura. He must have fought against many violent criminals. His connection to Hinamizawa went back almost 30 years, all the way to 1978. He was in the Public Safety Division, so this is like 2008. Oh, he was in the movie. Yep. And Rika. Akasaka regretted for the rest of his life that he couldn't save that little girl from her fate. He saw the news of the great Hinamizawa disaster on TV and met up again with Oishi. Okay. They pledged to uncover the mystery of both the cruel fate that fell upon the little girl and the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. Fortunately, the Hinamizawa was... Yeah. As a result, all Akasaka and Oishi could do for the past 20 years was publish the little information they'd gathered and ask for their readers to send their tips and clues. From recently, the seal on Hinamizawa has been lifted, so let's put this down. Yeah, however, they couldn't come to Hinamizawa until today due to Akasaka's work schedule and Oishi's poor health. In fact, Oishi was supposed to come with Akasaka, but he was called in for an emergency health checkup. Yep. Corners of the scrapbook, yeah. Okay. Onigifuji Swamp. No problem, right this way. The young man got on his bike and waited for the others to get back to their car. They honked at each other to signal they were ready, and the young man led the car to the swamp. Heading through the forest, they came to an open area where the ground was covered by concrete. There wasn't even a single drop of water in sight. All the water of the swamp had been replaced by concrete. That was what Onigifuchi Swamp looked like now. There isn't even a single drop of water, let alone a swamp. I was told they sealed the swamp right after the disaster. This place was already encased in concrete by the time I arrived here for my mission. Let's get down there and take a closer look. Got out of the car and walked to the center of the concrete-filled swamp. There wasn't a parking lot or a heliport. It was just a huge empty concrete space right in the middle of the forest. So this is the place people say was a landing spot for UFOs. Really, I never heard of that. That's what was on occult websites. They say this is the place where our government met with aliens. Can't blame them for such rumors though, because an empty concrete space in the middle of a forest sure does look weird. Yep. Yep. Any geologist could tell you that covering a source of volcanic gas, well, yeah, it's just going to divert it to some other place. I've never heard of anyone trying to prevent a volcano. Exactly, you're just going to create a fucking buildup somewhere else. On the other hand, our country is known for wasteful construction using taxpayer money. Lately, people who love things like supernatural disaster phenomena. I read down here, I went supernatural disaster, it's just supernatural phenomena. And UFOs read on the internet about the Great Higurashi disaster. It's well known by now that the cause of the disaster was an eruption of deadly volcanic gas from a magma chamber. In 1986, a similar natural disaster occurred at Lake Nyos in Cameroon, Africa, so people simply believe, I wonder if this is a actual disaster that happened. Yes, it actually is a real disaster. Very cool. Cool. Yep. So people easily believe that such a rare natural disaster could occur anywhere on Earth, and that was what happened to Hinamizawa. However, a rumor about another possible explanation had begun to fly around. It was a cover-up by the government that it was actually a biochemical terrorist attack by aliens. Whoa. Why had such a rumor began to spread now? It claimed to back up the theory that a secret document known as File Number 34, Rule 34. Someone online named it File Number 34 for a descriptive purpose, but the name spread and stuck since then because it sounded like a government conspiracy. Unknown how or from where they obtained those documents, but they posted scans and pictures which were all ridiculous. Plus, more fake evidence was produced over time, so now even the existence of such documents are in doubt. Yep, it started on the internet. Yep. 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 This is basically if you weren't paying attention during this chapter, they give you everything. Yep. Yep. I don't really feel like reading that. These meanings do indeed have a colorful perspective on things, don't they? Do you remember Nostradamus' prophecies? People said that the world was going to end in 1999, but nothing happened in July, and people acted like they didn't even know about it. Those TV shows made people as scared as they could be, and then ignored the fact that it didn't happen. But Mio Takano did predict the Great Hinamizawa disaster. It's not a lie. Look at this page in the scrapbook. Akasaka, is this for real? As time passed, the bacteria stabilized in human bodies and became harmless. The alien and the bacteria began to fade away from people's minds. However, the alien has lived on for hundreds of years with the protection of the three families. It still lives on as the spirit of a deity in the secret temple of the Furude Shrine. The alien manipulated the bacteria living inside the villagers and maintained control over them for hundreds of years. The aliens wanted to regain its power, and Mission Impossible or something? Or, I don't know movies, so. I was just thought there's some black guy's the lead. Come on, bro, chill. Can't even say his name? The writer of this bunch of bull was mysteriously murdered in '83. Right before her death, she gave the scrapbook to a girl as if she knew she was going to die very soon. Some guy investigated the case, able to track down to a girl named... Yep. Yep. Oh. Huh. Cool. Hmm. I don't want to write this down because it's just like a waste of time, but. Just writing this. This is gonna be a waste of the time that I'm spent typing these characters, but. Oh. Yep. Okay. Yep. I'm sorry, I'm just tired. I don't really feel like reading it, but you can, Okay. So. See, this chapter is so weird because it really is a match of chapter 1 and 3. Yep. Yep. Yep, because there was the Saren gas attack that happened in Japan on the public transit. Yup. Yep. God, this is so confusing. Exactly. So what he's saying is that there's two possibilities. Either it was a huge conspiracy or a bunch of delusions, and if it wasn't a conspiracy... So if it was a conspiracy, they could have listened to Rina and it would have been avoided, but if it wasn't, then who made this man-made disaster that followed what Mio Takano said so clearly, you know? I think that's kind of what the point that she's trying to make, is it's like it doesn't really make sense one way or the other. But... Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So is Takano some kind of crazy cultist? Like... I just want to make sure I understand this, because this seems to be like a very important tip. This is so weird. Da-da-da-da. This is so weird. scrapbook was like a script. It was a script for a tragedy that takes the lives of thousands of villagers in one night. Yep. There you go. That's the real ending. So basically, it just asks more questions again at the end, saying that the disaster itself could actually be man-made in nature. I must have missed a tip because I don't think I got the achievement for reading all the tips. One sec, we'll do that first. That's so weird. Again, I know I got every tip, so it's stupid that the game is like telling me that I didn't. I hate when it does this. It's done this. There you go. I literally just got it from doing business card. Sometimes it does that shit. I don't know why. In staff room, and again, I don't read this because, you know, spoiler alerts, you know. There you go. Hey lads, that might be all for the day. Kid's tired, and we have done what we needed to do. We beat the chapter. So, my school is over. I have free time. I will at least be taking one day off. Tomorrow is my birthday at the time of recording, so we'll see. But I'll see you guys then. Have fun, stay safe. I'll be back sometime later this week.